Welcome back, sleepyheads. Thanks so much for all the amazing support. It really means a lot. I've put together another special 10-hour compilation of the best scary stories I've read and written right here on the channel, perfect for long, spooky nights or relaxing chills. Before we dive in, don't forget to subscribe, hit that like button, and drop a comment telling me where you're listening from. Now, get comfy, relax, and let's get started. Snow drifted lazily from the gray sky, coating the neatly manicured lawns of Elmwood Drive in a blanket of white. The suburban neighborhood looked like a holiday card, each house adorned with twinkling lights and festive wreaths. I sat in the passenger seat of my boyfriend's old Honda, nerves fluttering in my stomach. Meeting Will's family for the first time was intimidating enough, but spending an entire holiday weekend at their house had me on edge. Will squeezed my hand gently as we pulled into the driveway, sensing my anxiety. "Relax, they're going to love you," he said, with a reassuring smile. I wanted to believe him, but I knew how these things sometimes went. Families could be complicated, especially around the holidays. The house itself was beautiful, large, and warmly lit, with icicle lights hanging gracefully from the roof's edge. Warm golden light spilled from the windows, illuminating the freshly fallen snow. It was the kind of house that felt inviting at first glance, a place filled with years of happy memories and traditions. As we stepped onto the porch, the front door swung open, and a woman who could only be Will's mother greeted us with a bright, welcoming smile. She embraced him tightly, then turned to me, her eyes kind and curious. "You must be Clara," she said warmly, pulling me into a surprisingly strong hug. "I'm Janet. We've heard so much about you." I smiled shyly, hoping I wasn't blushing too much. "Thank you for having me. Your home is lovely." Inside, the house was just as cozy as it looked from the outside. A crackling fireplace warmed the spacious living room, and the air smelled of cinnamon and freshly baked bread. Soft Christmas music played quietly from somewhere unseen. I could immediately see why Will spoke so fondly of this place. It was exactly the kind of home I'd always wished for. Janet introduced me quickly to the rest of the family. Will's father, Robert, tall and reserved but polite, his younger sister, Emily, a bubbly teenager who immediately peppered me with questions about college life, and his grandparents, who sat comfortably near the fireplace, smiling at me warmly. I relaxed slightly, comforted by how genuinely welcoming they all seemed. Dinner was ready soon after our arrival, and Janet directed us into a beautiful dining room, decorated tastefully with garland and candles. The large table was meticulously set, plates gleaming beneath the chandelier's soft glow. Everyone took their seats, chatting and laughing casually, clearly familiar with the rhythm of their family gatherings. But as I settled in next to Will, my eyes caught something odd at the far end of the table. A single place was set, complete with silverware, a full plate of food, and even a glass of water. Yet no one was sitting there. Confused, I glanced around the table, waiting for someone to address the obvious oddity. But the family continued chatting, passing dishes around, entirely ignoring the empty spot. Emily noticed my confusion and smiled awkwardly, quickly turning her attention elsewhere. I shot a questioning look at Will, but he stared determinedly at his plate, pretending he hadn't seen my confusion. Janet served me a generous portion of mashed potatoes and smiled warmly. "Eat up, dear. We don't let anyone leave hungry here." I nodded politely, my eyes involuntarily darting again to that strange, empty seat at the table. The food there was untouched but carefully plated, as though someone might arrive at any moment to claim it. Conversation resumed around me, everyone deliberately cheerful, talking about the neighborhood holiday events, the upcoming snowstorm, even joking lightly about old family memories. Yet every now and then I caught someone's eyes flicking toward the empty chair, as though acknowledging something no one wanted to discuss. My discomfort grew, but I did my best to ignore it, keeping quiet throughout dinner. Something felt off deeply wrong in a way I couldn't quite place. Why set a place for someone who clearly wasn't there? It couldn't be a mistake. Everything about the dinner was so carefully arranged. After dinner, I helped Janet clear the dishes. As we carried plates into the kitchen, I finally mustered the courage to ask about the empty seat. "Janet," I said softly, choosing my words carefully, "I noticed the extra place at the table tonight. Are you expecting someone else?" Janet's hands froze mid-action, holding a dish in mid-air. Her expression tightened briefly, just enough to reveal that I'd touched on something sensitive. She forced a small, strained smile. "Oh, it's nothing, dear. Just an old family tradition. We keep an extra place at the table during holidays. Don't let it worry you." Her tone clearly indicated the conversation was over, and I didn't press further. But something about her reaction unsettled me deeply. There was sadness in her eyes, hidden behind that practiced smile, something more than a simple holiday custom. Later, after everyone else had retreated to the living room, I lingered in the kitchen, helping with dishes. As I placed a stack of clean plates back into the cabinet, something caught my eye. It was a child's drawing, stuck haphazardly to the fridge with a faded magnet. Curious, I stepped closer. It was crudely drawn, the thick crayon strokes unmistakably childlike. 3 figures stood hand in hand, a woman, a smaller figure labeled me, and another girl drawn faintly, standing apart from them. At the bottom, scrawled in a child's handwriting, was written, "Me and Mommy and the girl in the closet, December 22. My breath caught in my throat. December 22nd, just 2 days ago. I stared at the picture, my heart suddenly racing, unease washing over me again in icy waves. I glanced nervously around, making sure no one was watching, then quietly placed the drawing back exactly as I'd found it. That night, once everyone was asleep, I finally asked Will about it. We sat together on the edge of the guest room bed, speaking in hushed tones. His reaction was tense, wary, like I'd asked something forbidden. "We don't talk about her," he whispered, eyes guarded. "Who?" I asked softly. "A relative?" He hesitated, his jaw tightening before he finally replied. "Just leave it alone, Clara. Please, it's better if you don't ask." But I knew in my gut I couldn't leave it alone. Something wasn't right. The empty place at the table, the strange drawing, the heavy silence. Will's family was hiding something, and suddenly I wasn't sure I wanted to know what it was. Sleep didn't come easily that night. I lay wide awake beside Will, staring up at the unfamiliar ceiling, listening to the quiet hum of the old house settling. My mind replayed every unsettling detail from dinner, the empty seat, Janet's strained smile, and that eerie child's drawing pinned to the fridge. Finally, exhaustion overtook my restless mind, and I drifted into a fitful sleep. But even then, My dreams were jagged, haunted by shadows I couldn't quite catch, whispers I couldn't quite hear. At one point, I jolted awake suddenly, heart racing, convinced someone had been standing near the bed watching me. But the room was empty, filled only with pale moonlight filtering gently through lace curtains. I glanced over at Will. He slept peacefully, breathing slow and even. I envied him in that moment, how easily he seemed to accept the strangeness of his family's world. I carefully slipped out of bed, pulling on a sweater, shivering slightly as my bare feet met the cold wooden floor. Maybe a glass of water would help calm my nerves. The hallway was dark, dimly lit by a faint yellow glow coming from a nightlight near the staircase. I moved carefully, trying not to wake anyone, feeling oddly like an intruder in this quiet, perfect house. Downstairs, the kitchen was bathed in soft moonlight, making everything seem gentle and harmless. I poured a glass of water and leaned against the counter, letting the cool liquid soothe my tight throat. But as I stood there, eyes drifting aimlessly, something tugged insistently at my attention. The fridge, that drawing again, its colorful scribbles partially illuminated by moonlight. I moved closer, inspecting it again. The words were still there, clearly written in a child's shaky handwriting. Me and Mommy and the girl in the closet, December 22nd, just 2 days ago. I couldn't let it go. I knew I should go back to bed, forget about it, respect Will's quiet plea to leave things alone, but something deep inside pushed me onward. I needed answers. Carefully, I turned away from the fridge and walked slowly toward the hallway that connected to a small side door, one I'd noticed earlier when Janet had shown me around. She'd skipped past it quickly, mentioning briefly it led to the basement. At the time, I hadn't thought anything of it, but now, it seemed like something worth investigating. The basement door was slightly ajar. My heartbeat quickened as I pushed it open fully, revealing a narrow staircase that descended into complete darkness. A faint chill drifted upward, carrying with it the musty scent of old wood and forgotten places. I hesitated, glancing back nervously toward the empty kitchen, listening carefully for any signs of movement upstairs. When nothing stirred, I reached for the switch beside the doorway, flicking it softly. A single bulb flickered to life at the bottom of the stairs, casting weak yellow light over a concrete floor. I took a slow, unsteady breath, stepped forward and descended carefully, each stair creaking faintly beneath my weight. At the bottom, my eyes adjusted quickly to the dimness. The basement was large, cluttered with old furniture, dusty boxes, and forgotten toys scattered across the floor. I shivered, wrapping my sweater tightly around me. Something about this room felt deeply unsettling, though I couldn't quite pinpoint why. It felt frozen in time, abandoned yet still filled with echoes of life. As I moved cautiously deeper into the room, my eyes landed on something partially hidden behind a stack of cardboard boxes. A small, worn door built into the far wall, barely noticeable, painted the same dull shade of white as the surrounding walls. My stomach clenched with inexplicable dread, but curiosity won out. I had to know what lay behind it. The small handle turned easily beneath my shaking fingers, and the door opened with a soft, protesting groan. Inside was a narrow space, little more than a cramped storage area, but immediately I realized it wasn't empty. On the floor were blankets, scattered toys, and small plates, some still holding crumbs. It was clearly a place someone had spent time recently, someone small. My pulse quickened, blood rushing loudly in my ears. I knelt slowly, touching one of the blankets. It was warm, as if someone had just been wrapped in it moments ago. Panic swelled inside me. Was someone still living down here, hidden from sight? My mind flashed back to the drawing, the strange empty place at the table, the tense silence whenever I mentioned it. My breath caught painfully in my throat. What had I stumbled into? Then my eyes caught sight of something else, a small camera, discreetly tucked into the corner, barely visible unless you knew exactly where to look. My heart skipped. It was positioned perfectly to monitor the space, aimed precisely at the pile of blankets and toys. Someone was watching this room. Someone knew exactly who lived here, knew exactly when they came and went. With trembling hands, I followed the tiny cable attached to the camera, tracing it along the wall until it disappeared into a hidden hole in the corner of the ceiling. If the camera was here, the footage had to be stored somewhere nearby, maybe on a computer upstairs, maybe elsewhere. Either way, someone in this house was closely monitoring whoever or whatever was staying in this hidden place. Suddenly, a soft sound broke the heavy silence, a faint creaking, somewhere above me, perhaps footsteps upstairs. My breath froze in my lungs. Someone was awake, moving around the house. I knew instantly I couldn't be found here. Quickly, I closed the small hidden door, making sure it was exactly as I'd found it, and hurried back across the basement toward the stairs. My heart hammered with each step I climbed, eyes darting nervously upward toward the open doorway above. As I reached the top, I paused, listening carefully. Silence again. Maybe I'd imagined the noise, or maybe whoever had been moving was back in their room. Either way, I didn't risk lingering. I flipped off the basement light and moved swiftly through the kitchen, up the stairs, back down the hall toward the guest room. Will was still fast asleep, breathing deeply, completely unaware of my late-night exploration. I slipped quietly back into bed beside him, heart still racing, mind reeling. I'd found something terrifying hidden in the heart of Will's seemingly perfect family home, a secret room, a hidden camera, and evidence that someone else lived silently, secretly, in the basement. And worse still, I was certain Will's family already knew. Janet stood in front of me, her eyes steady but cautious, the tension in the air between us so thick it felt suffocating. Her forced smile trembled slightly at the edges, and I could tell she knew exactly what I'd been doing, exactly what I'd heard at the basement door. But neither of us spoke for a long moment, letting the silence stretch into something uncomfortable and heavy. "Clara," she finally said, her voice careful, controlled. "I thought Will mentioned that we keep the basement off limits. It's dangerous down there, old wiring, rusty nails, things you could hurt yourself on." I nodded slowly, my heart still racing, but I forced my expression into one of naive acceptance. "I'm sorry. I just got curious. Old houses, you know." She softened slightly, her posture easing, though suspicion lingered behind her eyes. "I know. But please, next time, ask first. We don't want you getting hurt." With that, she turned back toward the kitchen, leaving me standing alone in the hallway, my pulse still thrumming. I glanced back at the basement door one last time. Whatever or whoever was down there clearly needed help. Yet, confronting Janet now would only deepen her suspicions. I had to be smarter about this. Will reappeared soon after, looking anxious. "Are you all right? What did my mom say?" "Not much," I whispered back. "Just a gentle warning about the basement. She acted like she was worried about me getting hurt." Will's expression clouded, his eyes darting nervously toward the kitchen. "That's good. Just be careful. They're already watching you closely, Clara. My parents don't like when people start asking too many questions." I stared at him, feeling a fresh pang of doubt. Then what should we do? Someone was tapping at the basement door. It wasn't random noise, Will. It was intentional. "Someone's down there." He hesitated, clearly conflicted. "I believe you, but let's wait until tonight. After everyone's asleep again, we'll check together. If someone's in there, we'll deal with it then." I reluctantly agreed, knowing I couldn't handle this alone. For the rest of the day, we moved through the house pretending normalcy. We helped decorate the living room tree, wrapped last-minute presents, and tried to laugh along with Emily's jokes. Every smile felt forced, every laugh hollow. The cheerful facade was becoming nearly impossible to maintain. At dinner, the empty place at the table remained hauntingly untouched, carefully arranged with a full meal and silverware. This time, though, everyone's eyes flicked toward it nervously, as if sensing my lingering suspicion. No one mentioned it, but the air grew strained. Janet spoke brightly, too brightly, about plans for Christmas morning, her eyes darting to me repeatedly, watching for reactions. That night felt endless. I lay awake, watching shadows flicker on the ceiling, waiting for the house to settle into quiet. Eventually, silence fell, and Will sat up carefully, motioning to me to follow. My nerves twisted as we crept from the bedroom down the hall and quietly descended the stairs to the basement door. Will paused, listening carefully, then opened the door slowly. The stairwell was dark and empty. As we descended, each step creaked softly beneath our feet. At the bottom, we stood motionless, letting our eyes adjust to the dimness. "Show me," Will whispered finally, his voice tight with anxiety. I led him across the basement, past boxes and dusty furniture, until we reached the hidden door. It was closed exactly as I'd left it, almost invisible in the low light. Will stared at it, visibly shaken, as if he couldn't believe this hidden space had existed in his home without his knowledge. With a trembling hand, he opened the door slowly, revealing the same tiny room I'd seen before: blankets, toys scattered haphazardly, and plates of half-eaten food. He stepped inside cautiously, picking up a small stuffed bear from the floor, eyes filled with disbelief. "How is this possible?" he whispered, clearly disturbed. "I had no idea this was here. Clara, you have to believe me. I swear, I never knew." "I do," I said gently, touching his shoulder. "But someone's been living here, someone small. Maybe it's Maddie, Will. Maybe she never left. Maybe they hid her." He shook his head slowly, overwhelmed. "Why would they do that? It doesn't make any sense." I moved to the corner, pointing toward the tiny hidden camera still fixed to the wall. "They're watching whoever it is, Will. They're aware of it. They're feeding this person. They must know exactly who's in here." Will's face went pale, realization dawning sharply. We have a security setup. My dad has cameras installed around the house, connected to a monitor in his office. That's how he keeps an eye on things when we're away. Then that footage must be upstairs, I said urgently. We need to see it. We have to know who's down here. He nodded, determination replacing his shock. Follow me. We hurried back up the stairs and through the house to Robert's home office. Will switched on the small lamp beside the desk, casting a dim, cautious glow over the room. The computer sat silently on the desk, surrounded by neatly organized papers. He moved quickly, turning on the monitor, fingers trembling slightly as he navigated the desktop. After a few tense moments, a security application opened, showing multiple camera feeds around the house front door, driveway, backyard. My heart jumped as he selected the basement camera. The footage appeared, grainy and dim, showing the hidden room clearly. We skimmed backward through recordings, our breathing tense, until something moved. There, I whispered urgently. Will stopped the footage, leaning closer. A small, shadowy figure appeared on screen, sitting in the corner, clutching a blanket tightly. It was unmistakably a young girl, maybe 8 or 9, her face obscured by tangled hair. She rocked slowly, silently, surrounded by stuffed animals. "Oh my God," Will whispered hoarsely. Could it be her, Maddie?" My chest tightened painfully. It has to be. We stared in silent horror as the footage continued, watching Maddie move quietly around the room, occasionally looking toward the camera, as if aware she was being watched. Suddenly she stood quickly, startled, backing into a corner as a figure entered the frame. Janet. Will gasped quietly, his eyes wide with disbelief. We watched silently as Janet approached Maddie, placing a plate of food on the ground. Maddie shrank away fearfully, not speaking, not moving until Janet left the room again, locking the door behind her. Will leaned back slowly, his face ashen. They've kept her hidden down there for years. I nodded slowly, dread flooding through me. They never let her go. They never told anyone. Will buried his face in his hands, voice shaking. "What are we supposed to do now?" Before I could answer, footsteps sounded behind us. We turned sharply to see Robert standing in the doorway, his face dark, eyes cold and dangerous. "You shouldn't have done that," he said softly, stepping slowly into the room, blocking our exit. Robert stood in the doorway, silhouetted by the dim hallway light behind him. The quiet menace in his posture chilled me to the bone, and the expression on his face was one I had never seen: calm, cold, utterly controlled anger. He stepped forward slowly, filling the doorway, and folded his arms. It was clear he'd seen exactly what we were looking at on the computer screen. "Will," Robert said quietly, his voice a heavy mixture of disappointment and warning, "I thought you knew better. We raised you to respect our privacy, our rules." Will stood slowly, facing his father, his expression wavering between fear and betrayal. "Dad, please, you have to explain this. You have a child locked in our basement. Maddie, you've kept her hidden for years." Robert didn't flinch, didn't look away. "You're misunderstanding the situation, son. Maddie is safe here, protected." Will shook his head sharply, clearly horrified. "Protected? You mean trapped, hidden? This isn't protection, Dad. It's cruelty. Why would you ever do this?" I remained frozen beside Will, barely breathing, hoping Robert would continue talking. If we were going to get out of this, we needed him distracted. Robert's eyes moved slowly to mine, hardening further. Clara, I'm sorry you had to become involved in this. You were never meant to know. I swallowed hard, forcing my voice steady, despite the fear clawing at my chest. But I do know, and we can't pretend otherwise. You've been keeping her prisoner. Your family fostered her, then lied when she went missing. This isn't normal, Robert. Robert sighed, glancing briefly at the floor before meeting my eyes again. It's not what you think. Maddie came to us already broken, traumatized from experiences you can't even imagine. We took her in, tried to help her, but she was troubled, dangerous. She'd hurt herself, hurt others. She didn't respond to treatment or therapy. After a while, there was nowhere else to send her. I shook my head in disbelief. So your solution was to lock her away, pretend she vanished. He held my gaze firmly. Our solution was to protect her and others from harm. We made sacrifices to keep her safe, to keep her away from prying eyes and judgment. Safe? Will's voice cracked, strained with disbelief and horror. She's down there alone, scared, living like an animal. Robert's expression softened slightly, showing a flash of genuine sadness. We tried everything else, therapy, medication, specialists, but nothing worked. Maddie wasn't meant for the world outside these walls. Downstairs, she's cared for, fed, monitored. Janet takes care of her every need. She's your prisoner, Will whispered, stepping closer, eyes blazing with anger and pain. No matter how you justify it, it's wrong. Robert shook his head slowly, his voice quiet yet forceful. Sometimes the right thing doesn't look the way you expect. If Maddie were out there, she'd be institutionalized, abandoned by everyone. At least here, she has a home, stability, a family. Will's fists clenched, his entire body shaking with rage. This isn't family, it's imprisonment. You taught us to be honest, decent. But all this time, you were lying, hiding a child in our basement, pretending everything was normal. What else have you lied about? Robert's jaw tightened sharply, eyes flashing dangerously. Be careful, son. You have no idea how difficult this has been for your mother, for me. The sacrifices we've made. Sacrifices? Will said bitterly, voice trembling. Like sacrificing our integrity, our humanity? I can't believe I ever trusted you. Robert took another step forward, voice hardening once more. That's enough. I understand your shock, but you'll see it differently once you've calmed down. Clara, you're going to stay here for now. We'll discuss how to handle this later. I shook my head sharply, panic flooding through me again. You can't keep me here. People know where I am. My family, friends, they'll notice if I don't return. Robert's gaze softened, though only slightly. You misunderstand. No one is harming you, Clara. But we need you to stay until we sort this out. You need to understand how important secrecy is. Everything we've done is to protect our family, Maddie included. Dad, please, Will whispered desperately, clearly sensing the threat behind Robert's words. Let Clara leave. She won't tell anyone. I promise. Robert's eyes never left mine, carefully weighing my reaction. She knows too much, Will. She's seen things no one outside the family has ever seen. Will moved protectively between us, shielding me. Then we'll leave together. Clara and I will both go. You won't have to worry about either of us again." Robert's jaw tightened even more, the silence stretching between us painfully. Finally, he sighed deeply, the tension easing just slightly. "I'm sorry, son, but I can't let either of you leave. Not yet. You'll stay here until I'm certain you understand the consequences." He stepped closer, hand raised slightly as if to calm us. "Go back to your room, rest, give yourself time to think clearly. Tomorrow, we'll discuss this rationale as a family." He moved aside slightly, motioning toward the hallway, a quiet but firm gesture that made it clear refusal wasn't an option. I exchanged a desperate glance with Will, who squeezed my hand tightly. There was no choice, not right now. We moved past Robert slowly, my heart racing, eyes fixed firmly on the floor as we passed him, feeling his stare follow us out of the office. Once we were back upstairs, Will shut the bedroom door, leaning against it heavily. His breathing was ragged, eyes haunted. He met my gaze with raw pain. "I'm so sorry, Clara. I had no idea." I took his hand, squeezing it gently. "It's not your fault, Will, but we have to find a way out of here. They're not going to let us leave willingly." He nodded slowly, his eyes suddenly determined again. "I know. Tonight, when they're asleep, we'll go straight to the police. We'll show them the footage. They'll have to believe us." I hesitated, dread churning in my stomach. "Will they? Your parents are respected here. They might dismiss us as crazy, especially if your family denies everything." He shook his head firmly. "The footage doesn't lie. We have proof. We just need to get out of here with it." We waited silently for hours, listening for any signs of movement in the house. When it finally fell silent, we cautiously slipped from the bedroom once more, moving quickly toward the office. But this time, we froze at the bottom of the stairs, our hearts stopping. The office door stood open, light pouring out into the dark hallway. Robert sat at his desk, waiting, the footage already playing silently behind him. He raised his eyes slowly, meeting ours without surprise. "I had hoped you wouldn't try this," he said quietly, voice filled with genuine regret. "Now we'll have to do this the hard way." Before we could react, footsteps approached rapidly from behind. We turned sharply just as Janet stepped forward, a needle in her hand, eyes wide and sorrowful. "I'm sorry," she whispered softly, stepping toward us, "but it's for your own good." My heart stopped as Janet moved swiftly toward us, the needle glinting ominously under the dim hallway light. Before either of us could react, Robert was already on his feet, stepping out from behind the desk, his face stern and controlled. "Don't fight this," Janet pleaded quietly, her voice shaking slightly as she approached Will. "Please, Will. Honey, it won't hurt. It'll just help you sleep. When you wake up, everything will make sense again." Will backed away instinctively, eyes wide with disbelief and betrayal. "Mom, no. Please don't do this." But she stepped forward resolutely, determination replacing the sorrow in her gaze. "You left us no choice. We tried to do this gently. We tried to protect you from the truth for your own sake, but you kept pushing." Her eyes flashed to mine, full of regret and frustration. "And now you've dragged Clara into it. We can't risk everything we've worked so hard to protect." Before I could move or scream, Robert stepped behind me, gripping my arms firmly, holding me in place. I struggled violently, but his grasp was iron-tight, unyielding. I watched helplessly as Janet quickly took hold of Will's arm, pressing the needle expertly into his shoulder. He flinched, gasping softly in pain, his eyes locking onto mine for a final panicked second. "I'm sorry," he whispered, his voice thick with despair, before his eyelids fluttered closed, and he collapsed limply into Janet's waiting arms. My heart shattered, tears spilling helplessly down my cheeks. "What did you do to him?" I cried, trying desperately to wrench free from Robert's grip. "You can't do this." Janet turned her gaze back to me, remorseful but resolute. "He'll be fine, Clara. He'll sleep for a few hours. When he wakes up, we'll explain everything again. He'll understand why we've had to do these things, why Maddie has to stay hidden." I stared at her in horror, unable to believe what I was hearing. "Understand? You've imprisoned a child. Now you've drugged your own son. You're out of your minds." Janet flinched visibly, hurt flickering through her eyes. But Robert's grip only tightened, his voice stern beside my ear. "We didn't want this, Clara. You forced our hand. If you'd stayed out of things, none of this would have happened." "Stayed out of things," I snapped, anger temporarily overpowering my fear. "You mean ignored the little girl trapped in your basement? Pretended your lies were okay?" Janet gently laid Will onto the sofa in the office, brushing his hair from his forehead with a motherly tenderness that seemed disturbingly at odds with her actions. She straightened, turning back toward me slowly, expression carefully blank. "Maddie wasn't the first," she admitted quietly, eyes holding mine steadily. "This family has been caring for troubled children for years. We took them in when no one else would. Maddie was special but complicated. She couldn't handle the outside world, Clara. She was dangerous to herself, to others. So your solution was locking her away forever." My voice trembled, disgust dripping from every word. Robert answered for her, his tone firm and defensive. "You don't understand. Maddie wasn't just troubled. She was violent, unpredictable. She hurt herself, attacked other kids at school. We tried therapy, medication, specialists. Nothing worked." Janet stepped closer, imploring me to see reason in her twisted logic. "We saved her from institutions, foster homes where she'd be mistreated or forgotten. Downstairs, Maddie has a home, food, warmth, family. She's safe, and the world is safe from her." My stomach churned violently. "You're justifying imprisonment. You drugged your son. You're manipulating everyone around you." Robert sighed heavily, frustration evident. "We never wanted Will to know. We never wanted him involved. He was supposed to stay unaware, protected. You complicated that. Now we have to decide what to do with you." My blood ran cold. "Do with me." Janet's expression shifted to pity, mingled with sadness. "You know too much, Clara. You can't leave, not now. If you tell anyone, our entire family will be destroyed. Maddie would be institutionalized. Everything we've built, everything we've sacrificed, will have been for nothing." I struggled again, desperate panic flooding my veins. "People will come looking for me. You can't hide me here. Someone will notice I'm gone." Robert shook his head grimly. "We'll make it believable. Your family and friends will think you simply chose to stay here longer. We'll keep your phone active, reply to texts for you." Eventually, we'll make it look like you moved away, started fresh somewhere else. Tears blurred my vision, despair washing over me. They had planned this thoroughly, coldly. Janet reached gently toward my face, wiping a tear softly from my cheek. Please, Clara, make this easy for yourself. For Will, cooperate with us. We'll make sure you're comfortable, safe. In time, you'll understand. My voice cracked, quiet with defeat. I'll never understand. You're monsters. Robert sighed heavily, guiding me toward the hallway again. I hoped you'd see reason. Unfortunately, it seems we'll need to keep you restrained for now. Panic surged anew as he led me down the hall toward another small room, this one on the first floor, a rarely used guest room. He ushered me inside gently but firmly, shutting the door behind him. Before I could react, I heard the lock click firmly into place. The room was comfortable but sparse, a single bed, a small desk, a window with heavy curtains. I ran to the window immediately, trying desperately to open it, but it had been sealed shut. My heart sank as reality crashed heavily around me. I was trapped. Hours dragged on, marked only by my growing panic. I paced the small room, thoughts racing. Was Will okay? Was Maddie? Did anyone outside suspect the truth about this twisted family? Eventually, the door unlocked softly. Janet entered, carrying a tray of food and water. She placed it carefully on the small desk, eyes gentle but wary. Clara, she began softly, hesitating as if choosing her words carefully. I know this is difficult, frightening, but fighting won't help. Please, eat something. Rest. Where's Will? I demanded sharply. She sighed, sitting slowly on the edge of the bed. Sleeping. He's safe. When he wakes, we'll talk again. Explain everything clearly. He'll understand eventually, just as you will. I shook my head bitterly. I won't. I'll never accept this. Her eyes softened sadly. I didn't either at first. But family is complicated, Clara. We do things we never imagined to protect the people we love. Eventually, even the darkest choices become easier. She stood slowly, moving toward the door again, pausing just before leaving. Please, think about it. The sooner you cooperate, the sooner you'll have a life here. Refuse, and we'll do what's necessary. The door locked again, leaving me alone with the echo of her words and the crushing weight of my reality. I sank slowly onto the bed, heart heavy, mind racing. I knew beyond doubt that my only hope of survival lay in escaping. But how when every door was locked, every window sealed? Yet, deep down, beneath despair and fear, something stronger stirred determination. They couldn't break me. I wouldn't let them. One way or another, I would find a way out. I barely slept that night. My thoughts raced relentlessly, torn between fear, desperation, and a determination I couldn't quite explain. Every sound in the house, every creak of the floors, whisper of voices through the walls, set my pulse racing. The small guest room had become a cell, a beautifully furnished cage that offered no comfort, only isolation. I stared blankly at the sealed window, knowing I had to find another way out. Just after dawn, the door opened again. This time it was Janet, looking weary, her gentle face etched deeply with exhaustion and worry. In her hands was a tray of breakfast food toast, fruit, a steaming mug of coffee. It smelled inviting, but the sight of her filled me only with dread. "How are you feeling?" she asked softly, setting the tray down beside me. "How do you think?" I responded bitterly, glaring at her. "I'm locked in a room. You've kidnapped your own son. You've kept a child prisoner. None of this is okay." She sighed deeply, sitting across from me on the edge of the bed. "I know how it looks, but Clara, everything we've done—" "Stop," I interrupted sharply. "No more explanations. You can't justify this." She stared at me, her eyes glistening slightly with tears. "Maybe not, but we did it to protect our family. When Maddie came to us, we loved her, but she couldn't be part of the world outside. Every attempt to help her ended badly. We made terrible choices, yes, but always for her sake, and now for yours and Will's too." I shook my head, refusing to listen. "You drugged your son. You imprisoned an innocent child. Don't pretend this was ever about protecting anyone but yourselves." Janet stood quietly, clearly shaken by my words. She looked away, unable to meet my eyes any longer. "I'm sorry it had to come to this, Clara, but if you refuse to see reason, there's nothing more we can do." As she turned to leave, I called out desperately, "Please, at least let me see Will. Let me know he's okay." She hesitated, then slowly nodded. "All right, but only for a few minutes." Moments later, Will entered the room. He looked exhausted, disheveled, his eyes haunted with guilt and confusion. Janet stayed outside the door, leaving it slightly ajar, listening to every word we said. "Are you okay?" I asked gently, my voice shaking. Will sat beside me, his hands trembling. "I'm so sorry, Clara. I had no idea they would do this. I don't even know who they are anymore." "It's not your fault," I assured him quietly, taking his hand. "But we need a plan. We can't stay here. They're desperate, Will. Who knows what they'll do next?" He nodded slowly, squeezing my hand reassuringly. "I know. Last night, when they thought I was unconscious, I overheard them talking. They said they needed to move Meta, take her somewhere else, away from here, because of us. We don't have much time." I glanced quickly at the open door, then leaned closer. "If they're moving her, we have one chance. They'll be distracted. We have to get out and get help." Will agreed, determination sparking again in his eyes. "Tonight, we'll make our move then. Be ready." As promised, the opportunity came just after midnight. Through the wall we heard faint noises, footsteps, whispers, and the basement door opening. My heart pounded. It was now or never. Moments later, Will quietly unlocked my door with a key he'd stolen from his father's desk earlier that day. We moved silently into the hallway, listening carefully. "They're downstairs," he whispered urgently. "Maddie's room is empty. They're loading her into the car. Let's go." Hand in hand, we crept through the dark house, every step tense, every shadow feeling like a threat. At the front door we hesitated, breathless with fear. This was it, the moment we escaped, or were caught again. I turned the handle slowly, wincing as the door creaked slightly. Outside, the cold night air greeted us sharply. But just as freedom seemed within reach, headlights snapped on, blinding us. Robert stood beside the car in the driveway, Janet holding Maddie tightly by her side. Maddie was pale, small, her eyes wide with fear and confusion. Janet's face was tear-streaked, pleading silently for us to understand. Robert's expression was cold, resigned. "You can't run from this," Robert warned sternly, stepping forward. "This ends now." But before either of us could respond, flashing red and blue lights filled the street. Police cars pulled quickly into the driveway, officers emerging swiftly. Janet cried out, panicked. Robert looked momentarily stunned, his composure finally breaking. "Put your hands up," an officer commanded sharply. "Step away from the girl." Relief flooded through me as we stepped toward the officers. Robert and Janet hesitated, frozen by shock and disbelief. As the police approached, one officer took Maddie gently into his arms, soothing her quietly. Janet broke down, sobbing quietly as handcuffs were placed around her wrists. As the chaos settled, an officer explained. Earlier, after Will had woken from the sedative, he'd managed to sneak a message from his father's phone to the local police, sending them a brief but urgent plea for help. They'd arrived just in time to witness our attempted escape, confirming the disturbing story we had to tell. The next several weeks passed in a blur of police interviews, statements, and news coverage. Will's parents faced charges: kidnapping, imprisonment, endangering a child. Maddie was moved to a specialized care facility, receiving proper help and support for the first time in years. Will was shattered emotionally, but resolved to rebuild his life on his own terms. Finally, the day came when we left that town behind, the place that had nearly broken us both. As we drove away, Will reached over, taking my hand gently. "Thank you," he said softly, his voice rough with emotion. "You saved me, Clara. Saved Maddie, too. I don't know how I'll ever repay you." I squeezed his hand tightly, looking out at the open road ahead of us. Freedom finally ours again. "You don't have to repay me. We survived together. That's enough." In the months that followed, life slowly returned to normal, or as normal as it could be. Maddie gradually recovered, learning to trust again in the safety of her new home. Will and I continued to heal, supporting each other every step of the way. Yet, despite everything, sometimes at night, when the house was quiet and shadows played tricks on the walls, memories lingered. Memories of that hidden room, the secrets and lies that nearly destroyed us all. But with each passing day, those shadows faded a little more. And eventually, all that remained was the strength we found within ourselves, the courage to face darkness head-on, the resilience to move forward, and the promise of brighter days ahead. We'd escaped, we'd survived, and at last we were free. I did not set out to buy a freezer full of nightmares. Honestly, I just wanted something for extra storage. My apartment in Buffalo is small, and I do a lot of meal prep, so I figured, hey, a deep freezer would be useful. There was this guy who ran auctions for abandoned storage units. Not fancy ones, just random lots from people who stopped paying the rent. Sometimes you'd get lucky. Most of it is junk, broken furniture, old baby clothes, but every once in a while there's something useful. This one unit had a few beat-up dressers, a mattress with questionable stains, and in the back, a white chest freezer. It was dented but not terrible, no smell, still had the power cord. The auctioneer knocked $50 off the starting price if you agreed to haul everything out by the next day. So I bought it, the whole unit, cleaned out the garbage, got the freezer loaded into the back of my friend's truck. We got it into my place the same night, wiped it down, and plugged it in. It worked, hummed to life like it had never been left in some forgotten corner of upstate New York, cold and quiet. I didn't put anything in it yet, wanted to let it run for a while first. Make sure it held temperature. The first 2 days were fine, no noise, no weird smells, just this new bulky appliance sitting in the corner of my kitchen like a silent roommate. Day 3, though, that's when it started leaking. At first I thought maybe I had spilled something. There was this brownish line of liquid trailing from underneath it. It smelled off, not rotting exactly, but not clean either. Like old rainwater mixed with rust. I cleaned it up and figured maybe there had been something spilled inside it before I bought it. Something sticky that thawed a little once it got running again. But by the evening the puddle was back, bigger this time, and darker. So I opened it. The top layer was just a plastic bin, empty, clean. Underneath that was a false bottom, like someone had taken a thin sheet of painted wood and dropped it into place. It took a second to notice it. There were no handles or hinges, but it came up easy once I pried at the edge with a butter knife. Beneath it was, I don't know. At first I couldn't tell what I was looking at. There was this heavy-duty plastic lining, like a waterproof bag, sealed tight and wedged into the bottom of the freezer. Inside that was a black duffel bag, big, like military grade. It was locked with one of those thick combination locks you get at a hardware store. There was no writing on the outside, no name, no label, just the lock and the smell. I didn't know what to do. My first instinct was to just drag the whole thing outside and throw it away, but curiosity got the better of me. I told myself it was probably drugs, or cash, or something left behind by someone running from something. So I cut the lining, pulled the duffel out, and stared at it for a long time before trying the lock. It was set to 000. I spun the dials slowly. 001, 002. I was about to give up when I flipped to 007 and the lock popped open. Inside were Polaroids. Stacks of them. They were wrapped in plastic, bundled tight, and arranged almost like a photo album. No names, no captions. Just these full-color instant photos, one after the other. The first few showed a girl. Young, maybe late teens, sitting on a mattress, wearing an oversized t-shirt. Her face was blurred slightly, like she had moved while the photo developed. Behind her, there was a bare wall. Cement. In every photo, the same calendar was taped to the bricks. Red X's crossed through each day. At first, she looked fine, tired maybe. Her hair was messy, eyes wide. She wasn't smiling, but she wasn't bruised either. But then you flip a few more, and things change. The girl starts to look thinner, paler. The calendar fills up with more red X's. Her arms are pulled tighter to her chest. There are marks on her neck, scratches on her arms. The lighting stays the same, always cold and fluorescent, like a basement or a windowless room. There must have been over 100 of them. Toward the end, she is barely sitting up. Her eyes are swollen shut. One of her teeth is missing. Her lips are cracked and dry. In the second to last photo, she's lying on her side, curled in a way that does not look comfortable. Her hand is reaching toward the edge of the frame. And the last photo, that one is different. In the final photo, The girl is gone. The mattress is empty. The calendar has no red X's. It just says one thing, written in thick black marker across the bottom. Last day, keep her cold. That was not even the worst part. Inside the duffel, tucked beneath the stack of photos, was a folded piece of yellow paper. It was laminated, like someone wanted to make sure it would never get damaged. The note read, "Do not thaw her out. She'll remember." That's when I stood up, stepped back from the bag, and realized my hands were shaking. Not a little. Like really shaking. I do not know how long I stood there. I don't even remember setting the photos down. I just know I went to the sink, ran my hands under the water, and tried to breathe. The freezer was still humming. Still cold. Still plugged in. I thought about calling the police. I really did. But something about it felt wrong, like I wasn't supposed to. Like whatever this was, it was bigger than me. Like if I reported it, something would happen I couldn't take back. So instead, I sat at the kitchen table and stared at that last photo. The empty room, the black marker words. Last day. Keep her cold. I didn't sleep that night. I tried. I got into bed, stared at the ceiling, tried to count breaths, tried to act like everything was normal. But my brain just kept replaying the same few images. The girl's face in the photos, that room, that damn calendar. And especially the last one where she was gone and someone had written those words like a warning. Last day, keep her cold. And then the note. Do not thaw her out. She'll remember. I got up around 4 in the morning and went back to the kitchen. The freezer was still there, quiet in the corner like it had not done anything wrong. I opened it again. Not to look at the duffel this time, just to see it. I needed to be sure I had actually seen what I thought I saw. It was still there. The bag, the lock, now hanging open, the smell, faint but there, and the Polaroids, still in the exact order I had left them. I picked up the last one again, held it under the overhead light, and tried to make sense of it. The handwriting on the calendar was the same as the handwriting on the note. Sharp and thick, like it had been written with a marker by someone in a hurry, or someone angry. I sat on the floor for a long time, not thinking, just existing next to the freezer, waiting for something to make this make sense. By morning, I had decided to keep everything as it was. I did not throw the photos away. I did not burn the note. I did not tell anyone. I wrapped the duffel back up in the plastic lining and resealed it into the bottom of the freezer, just like I found it. Then I turned the freezer back on. I don't know why. Part of me told myself it was just to preserve evidence, in case I changed my mind and called the police, in case I needed to show someone. But that wasn't the full truth. The full truth was that I was afraid to leave it off. There was something about that note that got inside my head, not the logic of it, just the way it was written, so sure, so final. It did not feel like a warning written by someone unstable. It felt like something meant to be followed. I started hearing things the next night. Just small sounds at first, nothing dramatic. A thud here, a soft shuffle there. I live in an old building, so creaks and settling are normal. But these weren't random. They were close. Repetitive, like something moving just out of view. I got up to check the freezer at one point, and I swear to God the lid was open. Just a crack. Not fully, but enough to notice. I know I had closed it. I remember pushing it down with both hands. I even sat something on top of it, a small stack of cookbooks. They were now on the floor. I closed the lid again, gently but firmly, and stood there for a long time watching it. Nothing happened, no movement, no sound. But from that point on, the apartment felt different, like something was watching me, like I was not alone. I started keeping the lights on at night. I never used to do that. I'm a light sleeper, but now I needed them. I left the kitchen light on, and sometimes even the hallway light too. It helped a little, but not enough, because now I was dreaming about her. The girl from the photos. At first it was just flashes, her face, pale and bruised, right before I woke up. Then it got worse. I started dreaming about the room she was in, that bare mattress, that concrete wall. I could see the calendar clearly in the dream, the red X's growing darker, the black letters bleeding into the paper. She never spoke in the dreams. She just stared at me, eyes wide, unmoving. Sometimes she was sitting up, sometimes lying down. Once, she was standing behind the calendar, like she had walked through the wall. I started waking up at the same time every night. 3:13. I do not know why. Just a number, maybe, but it was always that time, every single night. My eyes would open, and I would feel it before I moved, that pressure in the air, like the apartment was holding its breath. One night, I got up and walked into the kitchen. I told myself I would open the freezer and take the bag out and call the cops. I told myself I would end this. But when I got there, the lid was already open again. And inside, the plastic had shifted. The duffel was still there, still sealed, but one of the Polaroids had worked its way loose and was sitting at the edge. It was a new one. I swear to you, it was new. I know every single photo that came with that bag. I counted them. I looked at every one. This one was different. It showed the same girl, but she was standing. Not on the mattress. Not in that basement room. She was standing in a hallway I recognized. It was my hallway, right outside my bedroom. Her eyes were wide, her arms were at her sides, and behind her, on the wall, someone had scratched something into the paint. It said, "I'm cold." I dropped the photo, slammed the freezer shut, pulled the cord from the wall. The light went out. The hum stopped. And then from the hallway, I heard something move. Not a creak. Not a shuffle. A step. The sound of that step was soft, but it was there. Just one single shift of weight on floorboards I knew by heart. It came from the hallway outside my bedroom, the same hallway I had walked 1,000 times. I froze in place. I did not call out. I did not move. I just stood there in the kitchen, staring at the darkened doorway, waiting for something else. Nothing happened. No voice. No shadow. Just that silence again, thick and waiting. I do not remember deciding to move, but at some point I walked forward, step by step. I passed through the doorway, into the hall, flipping the light switch with the back of my hand. The light came on instantly, too bright, too normal. And there was nothing there. The hallway was empty. My bedroom door was closed. The air felt still, but I knew what I had heard. I was not imagining it. There was a weight to that sound, a body behind it. It had not come from the freezer. It had come from the hallway. I stood there for maybe 10 minutes, listening, breathing slow, trying to keep my thoughts from spinning out. Eventually, I opened the bedroom door, stepped inside, checked the closet, checked under the bed, nothing. But something had changed. I went back to the kitchen, unplugged freezer still sitting in the corner. The photo I had dropped was still on the floor, face down. I picked it up, carefully. My hands were shaking again. It was still the same. The girl, my hallway, the scratched wall behind her with those words. I'm cold. That night, I stayed on the couch with all the lights on and a hammer in my hand. Not a weapon, really, just something to hold. I do not think I slept. The next day, I went to work like nothing happened. I kept telling myself maybe I was just tired, that it was a stress dream, that maybe the photo had been buried deep in the duffel and just shifted when the plastic warmed up. But that didn't explain the hallway, or the scratching, or the noise. I stopped talking to people that week, not because I was hiding anything, but because I didn't trust myself to speak without letting something slip. What was I going to say? That I found a bag of photos under a freezer, that one of them now shows a girl standing outside my bedroom. No one would believe me. I barely believed it myself. 3 nights later, I tried to throw the bag away. I waited until midnight, loaded the duffel into a garbage bag, tied it 3 times and walked it to the alley behind my building. I tossed it into the dumpster like it was just trash. For a moment, I felt this weird mix of guilt and relief, like I had just broken a rule but also done something necessary. I went back inside, closed all the windows, locked the door, slept with a fan on to drown out any noise. The next morning, the bag was back. I swear to you, it was back. I walked into the kitchen, groggy, rubbing my eyes, and there it was, sitting on the floor in front of the freezer, the plastic still wet, the lock still open. I did not scream, but my whole body recoiled. I stepped back like it was going to move, like it might try to crawl toward me. I checked the door, still locked, windows closed, no sign of a break-in. But the bag was back. So I did what I had done the first time. I put it back in the freezer. I sealed the plastic. I pushed it down into that lower compartment. I closed the lid and plugged the cord back in. And the hum returned. Later that day, I sat on the edge of my bed with my phone in my hand, debating whether to call the police. I thought about every headline I had ever read. Man finds disturbing photos. Family discovers mystery in storage auction. They always ended the same way, with cops, with questions, with something being taken away. But the truth is, I was not afraid of getting in trouble. I was afraid they would not believe me. I mean, how do you even explain something like this? How do you hand over a photo of a girl in your own hallway when the night before she was not real? I didn't call. I didn't tell anyone. That weekend I stayed mostly in the bedroom. I stopped opening the freezer. I taped the lid shut. I shoved heavy books on top of it and put a chair against it just to be sure. It was ridiculous, I know. Like putting up a fence to stop a flood, but it made me feel better. Then, on Sunday night, the dreams changed. This time I was in the room, the one from the photos. I could see the girl lying on the mattress. She was breathing, but slow. Her eyes were open, but barely. I wanted to speak, but my mouth would not open. I just stood there while she looked at me. Behind her, the calendar was almost full, only one square left unmarked. In that last square, someone had drawn a red circle. When I woke up, my mouth was dry and my hands were clenched into fists so tight my nails had left marks in my palms. I walked out to the kitchen, dread sitting heavy in my chest. The chair was tipped over. The books were on the floor. The tape had been peeled back. And the lid to the freezer was open. Not fully, but enough. Just a crack. Inside, something new had surfaced. A single photo. This time, it was just the mattress. Empty, but the calendar was gone. In its place, scratched into the concrete wall, were 3 words. She is waking. Didn't want to look at the photo. I really didn't, but I did. It was sitting right on top of the bag, like someone had placed it there intentionally. Same Polaroid size, same faded tone, but this one was different. There was no girl, no calendar. Just the bare mattress, the concrete wall, and scratched into the cement, barely legible under the bad lighting, were those 3 words. She is waking. It was the first time I felt something cold crawl under my skin, like it was moving up my spine without touching it. Not fear exactly, more like a knowing. Like I had passed some invisible line I didn't even realize was there until I was already on the other side of it. I didn't touch the photo. I didn't touch anything. I closed the lid of the freezer slowly, without sound, and backed away. The hum kicked back in, soft but steady. That same low sound I used to find comforting. Now it just sounded like a whisper with its mouth pressed against the wall. I spent the rest of the morning sitting at my kitchen table, holding a cup of coffee I didn't drink, staring at the freezer without blinking. The sun moved across the floor. My phone buzzed once. A weather alert. I didn't check it. It occurred to me, finally, that I was afraid of something that might not even exist. That all of this could be the result of a mental break I had never seen coming. I even Googled it. Visual hallucinations. Auditory hallucinations. Stress-induced episodes. The internet offered plenty of possible explanations, but none of them explained the photos, or the fact that the tape had been peeled back, or the scratch marks that hadn't been there before. And the worst part? I had stopped questioning whether the girl was real. She was real. I didn't know how I knew that, but I did. The calendar was not just marking time. It was counting down. To something. By Tuesday night, the freezer had started making a new sound. It was subtle, like water shifting behind metal, not a mechanical rattle, not something a dying appliance would do, more like something stirring, moving inside the lining. I stood beside it, one hand resting on the top, trying to convince myself I was imagining it. Maybe the lining was wet, maybe the motor was freezing up. Maybe it was a normal sound I had just never noticed before. But it didn't stop. I taped the lid shut again, tighter this time, layers of it. Then I dragged an old bookcase in front of it. I turned on the television, left every light on. Sat with the remote in my lap like it was a weapon, like the glowing images on the screen might somehow protect me. Somewhere around 2 a.m, I dozed off. I don't remember what woke me, but I know what I heard. The tape peeling. That sharp, slow rip of adhesive coming free from plastic, one strip at a time. Then the sound of the lid lifting. And then nothing. I sat frozen, eyes wide, breathing through my nose, heart beating so loud I thought I might pass out. I didn't want to move, didn't want to look. I kept telling myself that if I just stayed still, whatever it was might go away. But I couldn't stay like that forever. Eventually, I got up. Slowly. I walked to the kitchen. The bookcase had been pushed aside. The tape was hanging in strips off the edge of the freezer. And the lid was open. The bag was gone. I stood there for a full minute, unable to breathe. Then I noticed something on the floor. A new Polaroid. I picked it up. This one showed my living room, taken from high up, like from a corner near the ceiling. In the photo, I was asleep on the couch. The television was still playing. The light from the screen cast a weird bluish glow across the room. But it was not just me in the photo. There was someone standing behind the couch. Bare feet, pale legs, a white nightshirt, hair hanging down over the face. The girl. She was there, standing behind me, watching. I dropped the photo. I started to shake. My mouth felt too dry to scream. I turned in place, looking around my own apartment like it was unfamiliar. My ears were ringing. My thoughts were loud, overlapping. I could not tell what was real anymore. I went into the bedroom, closed the door, locked it. Not that it mattered. I did not sleep. Just sat with my back to the wall, staring at the crack under the door, listening for movement. Nothing came. By morning, the bag was back. Inside the freezer. Same position, same plastic seal, and resting on top, another photo. This one showed the freezer itself. Closed, taped, the bookcase still in front of it. The photo had been taken from inside the apartment. It was dated. That morning's date. Written in black ink on the bottom border, which meant someone had taken it before I even woke up, which meant someone was still here. I don't remember eating, or showering, or speaking. I just remember wrapping that photo in paper towels, stuffing it into my desk drawer, and pacing back and forth across the apartment until my legs went numb. There was something about the way she was appearing now. Not angry, not violent, just present. Like she was watching, like she was waiting. I started to think about the note again. Do not thaw her out. She'll remember. What if it wasn't a warning about her being dangerous? What if it was about guilt? Memory? What if the person who wrote that note had done something terrible and was afraid of being remembered? What if the freezer had been used to preserve not just a body but a secret? What if I had opened something that was never meant to be opened? I walked back to the freezer, opened it again. No new photos this time, but the bag was warm. Not hot, not steaming, just not cold anymore. Whatever had been inside it, it was thawing. By the time I realized the bag was warm, I was already past the point of pretending any of this was explainable. There was no fix, no cleanup, no neat way to end it. Something had been set in motion the moment I opened that freezer, and now I was stuck with it. I closed the lid again slowly. I did not tape it shut. I did not move the bookcase. I did not even unplug it. I just stood there with my hands flat against the top of the freezer, feeling how the cold no longer pressed up through the plastic. The hum had changed too. It was louder now, uneven. It sounded tired, like it was trying too hard to keep doing what it was meant to do. But it was losing. I think I knew that. I sat down on the floor and stared at it. The same freezer I had bought for cheap. The one that, for a couple of days, had just been a useful appliance. I started thinking about how casually I had plugged it in, how I never once questioned where it came from, who it belonged to before, what it had held. I never thought about how something so normal could carry something so wrong. I don't know how long I sat there. At some point I turned off my phone, not because anyone was texting, but because I was tired of seeing the lock screen and not knowing what to do with it. There was no one I could call. I was not ready to hear another voice say, "You should get help," or "You should tell someone." It was too late for that. This thing was mine now. That night, I decided to go outside. I hadn't left the apartment in over a week. I walked down the block just to feel air that hadn't been filtered through my vents. I didn't bring my phone. Didn't tell anyone where I was going. Just wandered. It was cold, not freezing, but sharp enough to make my eyes sting. I didn't walk far, just enough to remind myself the world still existed, that I could leave if I really wanted to, that there were still cars passing and stores open and strangers going about their lives. I think that helped a little, until I came back. There was something taped to my front door. Not a note. A photo. Another Polaroid. It was a picture of my hallway, taken from the far end, facing toward my bedroom. In the photo, the bedroom door was cracked open. Just a sliver. And inside that sliver, just barely visible, was the same pale shape. The girl. Hair hanging forward, arms at her sides, head tilted like she was listening. I pulled the photo off the door with numb fingers and went inside, locking every bolt behind me. My ears were ringing again, that high sound you get when your body knows something before your brain does. I didn't bother checking the bedroom. I just sat down on the couch and stared at the photo, trying not to blink. She was getting closer. That was the feeling. Not just that she was in the apartment, but that she was moving. Like each time I saw her, she was a little less still, a little more aware. And now she was watching me back. I went to the freezer again, even though I didn't want to. I don't know what I expected. Maybe another photo, maybe nothing. What I found was a name. Scratched into the inner wall of the freezer, just above the bag. It was not there before. I would have seen it. The scratches were shallow but clear. 5 letters. I read them over and over again. The name meant nothing to me. I said it out loud, just to hear how it sounded. Larai. I didn't know if that was a first name, a last name, or something else. But now it had weight. She had a name. She was not just the girl in the photos anymore. She was someone who had been taken, kept, hurt, and then, what? That question started to dig deeper. What had actually happened to her? Was she dead when they sealed the bag? Or had she been frozen alive? Was that the whole point? The calendar, the note, the countdown, the instructions to keep her cold. What if they were not preserving a body but stopping something from finishing? What if she had never died? What if she had just paused? I leaned against the counter and felt the room tilt slightly. There were too many pieces now, too many signs that none of this was random, and I had seen enough horror movies to know where it usually goes from here. But this did not feel like a story. It felt like a memory that was slowly starting to come back to someone who should not remember. That night I heard footsteps again. Not one, not two, multiple. Moving from the kitchen to the hallway, from the hallway to the bedroom, then stopping. I turned on every light. Walked slowly into the bedroom. Nothing. I left the door open, sat on the bed with my eyes on the hallway, waited. At some point I must have drifted. When I opened my eyes, the room was darker. I looked around. The hallway was empty, but something was in the corner of the room. Another photo. Not on the floor this time, not tucked into the freezer. Pinned to the wall, right above the head of my bed. It showed me. Asleep. From above. And in the corner of the photo, blurry but unmistakable, was a hand. Reaching. The caption under the image had been written in red ink. It said, "She knows now." I didn't move right away. I just sat there, staring at the photo on the wall above my bed. The red ink felt fresh, almost wet. My breath came in short, shallow bursts. I didn't want to get closer. I didn't want to confirm what I already knew. She had been in the room. Not just watching me, not just showing up in photos. She had stood over me while I slept, and now she remembered. That is what the photo meant, what the red caption confirmed. She knows now. The name carved into the freezer, the new photos, the way the hum had changed. It was all part of something waking up, slowly and intentionally. This wasn't a haunting. It wasn't even revenge. It felt like something older, like a truth rising back up through layers of lies, and I had been the one dumb enough to dig it up. But I couldn't undo it. It had already started. I finally stood and peeled the photo off the wall. My fingers trembled, but I forced myself to touch it. The paper was cool and stiff. It didn't smear. The ink was dry. Someone had placed it there hours ago, maybe even minutes ago, while I slept under it. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat in the hallway outside my bedroom, knees pulled up, back against the wall, eyes on the door. I had no plan, no grand idea of what to do next. Just one clear, heavy thought: this had to end. In the morning, I put on a sweatshirt, wrapped my hands in towels, and opened the freezer for what I decided would be the last time. The bag was still there, barely cold now. The lining had softened. The edges sagged like wet paper. Inside, I could hear a soft slosh, like melted ice shifting. I pulled it out, set it on the kitchen floor, and unzipped it. There were no new photos. No final note. No bones. No body. Nothing but water and a single piece of fabric, folded neatly, almost reverently. It was a girl's nightshirt. The same one from the photos. White, thin, still damp from the thaw. I held it carefully, expecting it to fall apart, but it didn't. It felt solid, real, just like she had been. I stood there in the kitchen holding that fabric, and for the first time in weeks, I felt something settle. Not peace exactly, just a kind of clarity, a decision forming behind the fear. I needed to know who she was. So I started looking. Not for ghosts, for records. I went to the public library, the city archives, even the police station downtown. I asked for old missing persons files. I told them I was doing research for a project. Most people didn't ask questions. I guess I looked like someone who belonged in front of a microfiche machine. I searched every case in Buffalo from the 1980s through the early 2000s. Any girl around 16 to 20 years old, any cases that went cold, anyone who disappeared and was never found. I found her in an article from 1997. Her name was Lori Hennings. She was 17. Last seen leaving a bus stop on the east side. She never made it home. Her parents put up flyers for 2 years. The police followed every lead they had. Then it just stopped. She became another line in another file drawer, a face in a binder. That was all. But it wasn't all. Someone had taken her, kept her, photographed her as she faded, watched her suffer day after day until the last photo. Last day. Keep her cold. I went home with the article printed in my hand. I sat at the kitchen table and read it over and over until I knew the lines by heart. Then I pulled out every photo I still had, every Polaroid. I laid them out one by one across the floor. It was her. The same eyes, the same tired, defiant stare. Even near the end, even when she could barely sit up, there was something in her that never broke. Someone tried to erase her, tried to seal her in silence. But she remembered, and now so did I. I burned the photos that night. All of them. It took hours. I used a metal trash can, tore the pictures slowly so they would catch faster. The smoke filled the apartment, sharp and chemical, but I didn't stop. I burned the bag too. And the nightshirt, and the name card. I turned off the freezer, unplugged it, rolled it out to the curb and left it there. The next morning, it was gone. I thought maybe that would be it. I thought maybe once it was all destroyed, I would be free of it. But Lori came to me one last time, not in fear, not in warning, in thanks. It was a dream, but I think it was more than that. She was standing in the hallway again, but she looked different, healthy, whole. She was not reaching. She was just there, looking at me like I had finally done what needed to be done. And then she was gone. After that, the noises stopped. The dreams stopped. The freezer never came back. The photos never reappeared. It was just me again. And a name I would never forget. I still think about her. Sometimes I light a candle. Sometimes I just sit quietly and say her name out loud, like a reminder, not of the fear, but of what was taken from her, and what she made sure no one could ignore. She was not a ghost. She was a girl, and she remembered. So I did too. We weren't the kind of people who hired strangers off the internet. We were the background check, reference call, ask our neighbors kind of parents. Cautious but not paranoid, realistic. So when my husband's boss invited us to a formal dinner party, something we couldn't say no to, did what we thought was the responsible thing. We found a sitter through a reputable app. She had reviews. 5 stars. A verified profile. 3 families in our neighborhood had apparently used her. And she seemed perfect. Her name was Elle. She arrived at 6:45 p.m., 15 minutes early, wearing a neat blue sweater and jeans, polite but not robotic, smiled warmly at our daughter, Emma, and crouched to her level to say hello. I liked that. Emma's a shy kid, usually takes a while to warm up, but she gave Elle a little wave almost immediately, which honestly surprised me. I chalked it up to Elle's calm demeanor. She didn't talk down to Emma, just treated her like a person. We gave her the rundown: bedtime at 8:30, snack drawer in the kitchen, emergency numbers on the fridge, and of course, please call us if anything feels off. Elle nodded the whole time, never interrupting. "You can count on me," she said. "I love working with kids this age. They're honest." I remember that word, no honestand, how I didn't think anything of it at the time. But it's been echoing in my head for days now, like some kind of code I didn't understand. The night went fine. At least, that's what we thought. We got back around 11. Elle was reading on the couch, soft music playing through the baby monitor, which she'd turned on to listen for Emma. She told us Emma had gone to bed without fuss. Even asked if it was okay that she left a note with some bedtime observations things she noticed about how Emma liked her blanket arranged, which stuffed animal she fell asleep with. "Some kids don't say those things out loud," Elle had said, "but I like paying attention." It felt thoughtful. Overkill maybe, but thoughtful. We paid her in cash and walked her out. I remember she didn't say goodbye to Emma, just gave a small wave toward the hallway and said, "Tell her I said sweet dreams." That stuck with me for some reason. I don't know why. The next morning, Emma seemed normal, sleepy, a little groggy, but happy enough. She asked for pancakes and curled up on the couch to watch cartoons while we cleaned up the house. I didn't think about Elle again for a few days. Not until Thursday. I was organizing Emma's playroom, trying to finally go through the toy bins she never touched anymore. I found an old puzzle box under her little table, one I didn't recognize. Inside wasn't a puzzle, though. It was a small spiral notebook. Pink cover, stickers peeling at the edges, her name Emma, scrawled in that uneven handwriting kids have before they really figure out spacing. It was her handwriting. I smiled at first, flipping through it like it would be filled with scribbles or doodles. But it wasn't. It was journaling. Pages and pages of dated entries, all written in that same shaky hand, some words misspelled, others crossed out and corrected like she'd been learning how to write better as she went. Most of it was innocent, stuff about breakfast, cartoons, what she did at preschool. I figured her teacher must have encouraged it. But then I saw the first entry that made my stomach flip. Elle made me eat something funny. It tasted like toothpaste and bread. I stopped flipping. Okay, maybe it was a weird snack. Maybe Elle gave her something she didn't like. Still weird, but not sinister. The next one was dated the same night we were out. She said not to tell Mommy because they wouldn't believe me, but I remember it anyway. That's when my skin crawled. The entry was written in bigger letters, like she was trying harder, like she wanted to make sure someone read it. I turned the page. I don't like when she says goodnight like that. She whispers like someone else is listening. I had to sit down. This wasn't just childhood imagination. This wasn't pretend. I knew my daughter. I knew the way she spoke, the words she used. These were hers. My hands were shaking when I flipped to the next one. She keeps pretending to be you when I'm asleep. She wears your sweater and sits in the dark. I dropped the notebook. I sat there on the floor, staring at it, heart pounding, ears ringing. I didn't know what to think, what to do. Call the police, call the app, call my husband. Was it a joke? A prank? But who would do that? And why? And then I remembered something. That night, when we came home, the sweater I'd planned to wear to the dinner party was missing. I'd blamed myself, assumed I'd left it at work, or shoved it in the laundry. I wore a different one. But now I wasn't so sure. I waited until Emma went to bed before showing it to my husband. He read it silently, didn't say anything until he finished. Do we still have her number? I opened the app, pulled up her profile. It was gone. No history, no review, no confirmation of the booking, like we'd never hired her at all. We tried calling the emergency number listed on the fridge, the one she'd written down. It rang once, then went straight to a disconnect message. We called the company's support line. They confirmed a sitter had been booked under the name LM, but when they cross-referenced the phone number and email, it came up flagged. Not banned, flagged. I asked what that meant. The woman on the phone paused. That's something we pass along to the authorities. I asked who she really was, and the woman said something that chilled me more than anything else. We can't tell you who she was, but I can tell you who she wasn't. Her real name, the identity attached to those glowing reviews, belonged to a woman reported missing 6 months ago in another state. A woman who'd vanished while working as a nanny. The police said they'd look into it, but it's been 4 days now. And last night, Emma woke up crying. I went in to check on her, asked what was wrong. She looked at me half asleep and said, "Why are you calling yourself Mommy again?" I haven't slept since. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I kept hearing Emma's voice. "Why are you calling yourself Mommy again?" I kept replaying it in my head, trying to convince myself she'd just been dreaming. Kids say weird things when they're half asleep, right? I'd read enough parenting forums to know imagination can get tangled with dreams. But the way she said it, the way her brow furrowed, the way she looked at me, confused but not scared, that part didn't feel like a dream. It felt like memory. In the morning, she acted like nothing happened. She was chatty, normal. She asked for waffles, drew pictures of our cat with stars around his head. When I asked how she slept, she just shrugged and said okay, like she didn't even remember waking up. But I remembered, and I couldn't stop thinking about that notebook. I told my husband we needed to talk to someone more than just the police or the app support line. I wanted answers. Not canned apologies, not vague promises to investigate. I wanted someone to believe what I felt in my bones. That whoever had been in our house wasn't who she said she was. and she'd been playing a part. That evening, while Emma napped, I went online and started doing my own digging. The app still had a profile for the real LM, the one who'd gone missing. There were cached reviews from other families, all dated before she vanished, all glowing. I clicked through some of the usernames who'd left reviews, hoping one might be a real person. Something more than just a generic user 1088. Finally, I found one that looked legit, a mom from a suburb 2 hours away. She had a public blog linked in her profile. Her name was Megan, and she'd posted a heartfelt entry about the real Elle going missing, how Elle had been her go-to babysitter for almost a year, how she vanished after taking a job for a new family one weekend. The police had found her car, purse still inside. The house she was supposed to sit at had been vacant. I sat there staring at the screen, stomach flipping. Whoever had been in my home wasn't just using a fake identity. She was using the identity of someone gone, and somehow she knew enough to act just like her. I took a screenshot of the blog post, then scrolled down. Megan had included a few photos of Elle smiling, holding a toddler, crouching next to a sandbox. And it hit me like a punch. It wasn't the same woman who came to our house. Not even close. Different face, different build, different everything. So who the hell was she? I couldn't sit still. I printed the screenshots, grabbed the notebook, and drove straight to the police station. I asked to speak to the same officer who'd taken our initial statement. They said he was off duty, but would leave a note. I left the printouts, the blog, everything. When I asked if they'd follow up with the missing persons case, they told me that case had been transferred to another jurisdiction, and there's only so much they can do unless a crime had occurred in our county. I don't know what I expected. Maybe I thought someone would take the notebook seriously, that they'd read Emma's words and feel what I felt, that creeping unease, that sense that something had been done to her, or at least near her. Instead, they photocopied it and handed the original back like it was a school assignment. That night, my husband and I sat on the couch after Emma went to bed. We didn't speak for a long time, just stared at the baby monitor, even though she was fast asleep. I think we need to talk to a child psychologist, I finally said. He nodded slowly. You think she's been traumatized? I don't know. I don't think she understands it like that, but something happened, something weird, and it's not going away. He rubbed his face. What do we even say? Our babysitter might have been someone impersonating a missing woman, and now our kid thinks she's still in the house. I didn't laugh, neither did he. We both knew it didn't sound right, but it felt true. The next day, Emma said something else. We were coloring together, just the two of us. She was drawing what looked like a stick figure inside a house. I asked her who it was. That's Elle, she said without looking up. I froze. Elle's not here anymore, sweetie. She tilted her head. She comes back sometimes. I tried to keep my voice steady. What do you mean? Emma picked up a red crayon and started coloring big looping circles around the stick figure's head. When I'm asleep, she talks to me. She tells me you used to be her. I couldn't speak. I didn't want to push, but I had to ask. What does that mean, baby? Emma shrugged. She says I'm hers now. I excused myself to the bathroom and sat on the toilet lid, gripping the edge of the sink, trying not to cry. That night, I went through the house top to bottom. I checked every closet, every crawl space. I opened the attic, even though I hate that narrow pull-down ladder. Nothing. No signs of entry, no tampered windows, no missing items. Except one thing. A tiny pair of socks that weren't Emma's, stuffed deep inside the bottom of her toy bin, beneath the dolls and puzzles and plastic food. They were child-sized, old, faded pink with little ruffles. Not ours. Not bought by us. Not from any set I remembered. I took them to the police the next morning. The woman at the front desk gave me a look like I was spiraling. Maybe I was. "Ma'am, do you want to file another report?" she asked. I just stood there holding the socks in a Ziploc bag. "Do you keep records of fingerprints?" She nodded slowly. "If there's an investigation, was there a break-in?" "No," I said quietly, "not a break-in. Just a break. In reality. In trust. In whatever thin line separates normal from wrong." Later that afternoon, Emma started crying during her nap. I ran in, heart pounding. She wasn't in bed. She was sitting on the floor holding that notebook. I hadn't seen her touch it in days. She looked up at me, tears on her cheeks. "She wants you to stop calling me Emma." My blood turned to ice. "What does she want to call you?" Emma held the notebook to her chest and whispered one word. "Lila." That wasn't her name. But it was the name of the missing babysitter, the real Elle's last client. I had seen it once. Buried in the last post on Megan's blog. Lila Harper, age 5. Gone without a trace. I stood there in Emma's doorway, frozen. The word echoed inside me like it had weight. Lila. It didn't belong in our house. It didn't belong in my daughter's mouth. She couldn't have known it. Wouldn't have known it. I knelt down slowly, trying to stay calm. "Where did you hear that name, baby?" Emma wiped her nose with her sleeve, eyes wide and shiny. She told me. I hesitated. "Who told you, sweetie?" She looked down at the notebook she was still holding tight against her chest, like it was a shield. Elle. I reached forward and gently took the notebook from her. She didn't resist. I flipped through it. No new entries, just the ones I'd read before. Still the same pages that made my stomach twist. Still that shaky, innocent handwriting telling stories no 5-year-old should ever be able to write. "I don't want her to come back," Emma whispered. The worst part was that I didn't know what she meant by that. Did she mean a dream, a game, a memory, a hallucination? I wanted to believe it was imagination, the way any mom would, that she'd overheard me talking about the case and pieced together some story. But it didn't fit. Emma had never heard the name Lila. I never said it out loud. Not to her, not even to my husband. That night, I couldn't sit still. I waited until my husband was asleep, then got out of bed and went into the kitchen. I brought the laptop with me and opened Megan's blog again. I reread everything, this time slower, hunting for details I might have skimmed over before. She'd written that Lila had vanished from a house during the babysitting weekend. The parents had gone away overnight. Elle had been watching the child. When they came back, Elle was gone. The front door was unlocked. The house was spotless. No signs of struggle. Lila's room looked like she'd never been there. No fingerprints, no footprints, just silence. And then I saw it, a sentence I'd missed before, maybe because it hadn't meant anything at the time. Lila's favorite thing was drawing suns with faces. We still find them around the house sometimes. My heart sank. I stood up slowly, left the laptop on the counter, and walked toward Emma's room. I didn't want to wake her, but I needed to see something. I opened the door quietly. She was asleep, breathing soft and steady. I tiptoed to her art desk and pulled out her sketchbook. I flipped through page after page. Sun with a smile. Sun with a frown. Sun with big eyes and red cheeks. Over and over. The same face, the same thick rays. Emma had never drawn suns like that before. I would have noticed. I backed out of the room, shutting the door gently, trying not to panic. I wanted to call someone, scream, do something. But who would I even call? The police already thought I was spiraling. And maybe I was. But I wasn't wrong. The next morning, I asked Emma what she dreamed about. She looked up from her cereal and said, "We were playing in the basement." I blinked. "We don't go in the basement, baby. It's full of boxes." "I know," she said simply, but it was different. She made it bigger. "She who?" Emma shrugged. "The other mommy." I felt dizzy. After I dropped her off at preschool, I went home and opened the basement door. I hadn't been down there in months. We mostly kept old furniture and out-of-season clothes down there. It smelled musty, like cardboard and cement, but it felt colder than usual. I stood at the bottom of the stairs and turned on the light. It flickered for a second, then stayed on. Everything looked normal. Stacks of boxes, old coat racks, bins of baby clothes. Nothing strange. Until I turned around to go back up. There were drawings on the wall. Crayon, faint and scrawled. 3 stick figures, a woman, a little girl, and a third shape, larger, with long arms and no face. I stepped closer. Beneath the drawing, in barely legible letters, were 2 words. Not you. I dropped my phone. I don't remember going back upstairs. I don't remember shutting the door. But the next thing I knew, I was in the kitchen again, standing over the sink, breathing hard and gripping the edge of the counter like it was the only thing keeping me upright. I called the preschool. Told them I was picking Emma up early. When I got there, she was fine, happy. She ran to me like nothing was wrong. "Can we get a snack?" she asked, her voice light. We drove in silence. When we got home, I watched her like a hawk. At one point, she walked over to her dollhouse and started whispering to her dolls. "What are you saying?" I asked from across the room. "Nothing," she said, "just asking if Elle's still here." I crouched down beside her. "Emma, sweetie, why do you think Elle is here?" She paused, then looked at me in a way that made my skin crawl. "Because she keeps trying to wear your face." My mouth went dry. I didn't know what to say. That night, I asked my husband to sleep in Emma's room. I told him it was just for comfort, that she'd been having bad dreams. I didn't tell him what she'd said. Not yet. I stayed up, pacing the hallway. Around 3 a.m, I heard whispering. I crept to Emma's door and pressed my ear against it. Silence. Then, soft, high-pitched humming. I cracked the door open. Emma was asleep. My husband was too. But the baby monitor, the one on the dresser, still turned on, was blinking. I picked it up, took it to the living room, turned up the volume. Whispers. Too quiet to make out, but not Emma's voice, and not mine. I played it back. There it was again. She's still trying to remember who she is. I dropped the monitor. It cracked on the floor, screen going black. And when I looked up just for a second, I saw my reflection in the window. But it wasn't doing what I was doing. It was smiling. The worst part about realizing something is wrong in your own home is that you stop trusting the walls, the doorknobs, the mirrors, the silence between sounds. It's like the house knows, and it's waiting for you to admit it too. After I saw my reflection smile when I didn't, I backed away from the window like it could reach through the glass. My legs felt rubbery. I dropped onto the couch and stared at the blank TV screen, trying to breathe normally. Inhale, exhale. You're just tired, I told myself. It's stress. You've been on edge since Emma said that name. That's all. But in the back of my mind, I knew. There are certain things a 5-year-old doesn't make up, especially not over and over, especially not names she never should have heard, especially not sentences like, "She keeps trying to wear your face." I picked up the baby monitor off the floor and turned it back on. It was dead. Not low battery, just dead. No blinking light, no static, nothing. It had been plugged in all day. The next morning I went into the basement with gloves and a flashlight. I didn't tell my husband. I told Emma she wasn't allowed down there anymore. She didn't ask why. She just nodded and kept coloring in her notebook. Not the one I found in the toy box, a new one. This one was purple, and I hadn't bought it. I crouched at the bottom of the basement steps and examined the wall with the crayon drawing. I rubbed at the stick figures with a towel. They smudged, faint but real, not just imagination. Someone had drawn them, and not recently. I started checking every corner of the basement. Nothing, until I opened the storage cabinet under the stairs. It was a small crawl space, too small for an adult to get inside, but just enough space for a child, or for someone curled up tightly. I don't know what I expected to find. Maybe I hoped it'd be empty. It wasn't. There were scraps of fabric in the back corner, bits of yarn, a cracked plastic mirror propped up with books. One of the books had been torn apart. Another had handwriting inside. Child's handwriting. "I miss my name. She said I was her favorite. She said I'd be safe in the walls." I didn't cry. I wanted to, but I didn't. I took photos of everything, sent them to a burner email I created on the spot. I don't know why, just in case, for documentation, so if something happened to me, someone would know. I tried calling the police again that afternoon, but the officer who came by didn't even come inside. I explained everything: the notebook, the name Lila, the basement, the drawing, the babysitter who wasn't who she said she was, and he just nodded like he was ticking off boxes in his head. Said without a crime or threat, there wasn't much to do. I asked if they'd followed up on the identity of the fake L. He said the case was still open, and they'd be in touch. Then he told me I should get some rest. That night, I pulled out old baby videos of Emma on my phone, ones from before that night, when things still made sense. I just wanted to hear her voice, remind myself of the real version of her. Not the one who whispered about other mommies or saw things in dreams. But as I was scrolling, I found something else. A video I didn't remember recording. It was dated the night we hired Elle. The thumbnail was dark, but I recognized the room Emma's. I played it. The camera was facing the ceiling, soundless at first, then a soft creaking. A figure walked past the camera, bare feet, long pants. Then the whispering started. Not Emma, not me, not anyone I recognized. The voice was soft and low, feminine, but not gentle. Do you know who you are? Say it. Say your name. Then silence. A tiny voice. Emma's voice. Lila. The video ended. I stared at the screen so long it dimmed. When I turned it back on, the video was gone. I checked my recently deleted folder. Empty. I checked my cloud backup. Nothing. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the hallway outside Emma's room, back against the wall, holding the broken baby monitor in my lap like it might start working again. Around 3 a.m., I heard her talking in her sleep. I crawled to the door and pressed my ear against it. Just her voice. Whispers. But she wasn't alone. Two voices, hers and someone else's. I opened the door. She was sitting upright in bed, eyes closed, whispering to the empty air in front of her. Her hands were resting in her lap, calm, too calm. Emma, I said softly. She didn't answer. I stepped closer. Emma, honey. Her eyes snapped open. She blinked at me, confused. Where'd she go? Who, baby? She looked around the room, her mouth trembling. She was here. I pulled her into my arms. Her skin was cold, not sweaty, not flushed, just cold. She cried for a few minutes, but never told me anything else. Just kept saying she was here over and over. The next morning, she didn't remember. Said she slept fine. Said she hadn't had any dreams. But I saw the way she avoided the hallway mirror, the way she glanced over her shoulder while brushing her teeth. She remembered. She just didn't want to talk about it. And honestly, neither did I. Not until later that night when I found the photo. It was tucked inside one of the picture frames on the living room shelf. A new photo. Not printed, not developed, just a plain sheet of paper with an image printed on it in grainy black and white. It was our living room. Me and Emma sitting on the couch. Except I wasn't facing the camera. And Emma wasn't looking at me. She was looking behind me, and in the far corner of the room, where the shadows met the wall, was the shape of a woman, watching us. I sat there staring at the photo for what felt like forever. My hands wouldn't stop trembling, and the edge of the paper curled slightly where my fingers gripped too tight. I studied every inch of it, the couch, the throw pillows, the faint blur of Emma's hand as she reached for something, but I kept coming back to the corner. That shape. It wasn't a shadow, not exactly. It had form, shoulders, maybe, the outline of long hair, like someone standing just out of focus, barely real, but still there, watching. I checked the timestamp printed at the bottom of the page. It wasn't a time I remembered anyone taking a picture. No visitors, no phone in sight. But it lined up almost to the minute with the night I sat up with Emma, the night I thought I heard her talking in her sleep. The night I thought we were alone. I took the photo and shoved it deep in the drawer of the hallway table, under old birthday cards and appliance manuals. Out of sight. That would be enough, I thought. If I didn't see it, maybe it wouldn't be real. The next morning, Emma asked if she could sleep in my bed that night. "Why, baby?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light. She looked at her cereal. "I don't want her to come into my room again." I didn't answer. I just kissed the top of her head and said, "Okay." That day I called in sick to work, said I had a migraine. My boss barely listened before approving the day off. I think my voice scared her. I needed time to think, to breathe, to figure out if I was losing my mind or if something had really taken root in our house. I spent most of the morning searching through old receipts, documents, anything I could find from the night we hired Elle. But nothing lined up. No payment history, no messages, no ride requests, no trace of her profile. Even the confirmation email I know I received was gone from my inbox. Just a gap where a date should have been. Like she was never there. And then I remembered something. The doorbell camera. We'd only installed it 2 months ago. Motion activated. Stored footage for 30 days unless manually downloaded. It had a small, glitchy interface, but it worked. I opened the app and scrolled back to the night she arrived. It took a while. The footage had gaps, weird skips, almost like pieces had been deliberately removed. But then, at 6:45 p.m., there she was, standing on our porch. Same sweater, same polite smile, her hand raised in a friendly wave. But as the video played, I noticed something I hadn't before. Her reflection in the glass. It didn't move, not even slightly. While she waved and smiled and tucked hair behind her ear, the reflection stood frozen, arms at her side, face blank. I felt something tighten in my chest. I paused the video and stared at the screen. Screenshot. Saved it to my phone. I didn't know what I was going to do with it, but I needed proof. I needed to remind myself this was happening. That night, I let Emma sleep in our bed. I read her a story, kissed her forehead, and waited until she fell asleep. I stayed up with the lights on, pretending to read, pretending everything was fine. It wasn't. At 3:14 a.m., the lights flickered. Not off, just dimmed, like someone was playing with the voltage. I held my breath. Then came the creak of a floorboard. Not in our room. From Emma's. I got up slowly, careful not to wake her, and stepped into the hallway. The door to her room was half open, swaying just slightly like it had been touched. I didn't go in. I couldn't. I stood there, frozen, listening to the faintest sound. Breathing. Not mine. Not hers. Just breathing. I backed away and shut our bedroom door, wedging a chair under the knob like they do in movies. It didn't feel ridiculous. It felt necessary. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I found another drawing in Emma's room. Not in her sketchbook. This one was taped to the back of her door. 3 figures again. But this time the stick figure meant to be me had no face. No eyes, no mouth, just an empty circle. When I asked Emma who drew it, she didn't answer. She just whispered. She said if I don't play right, she'll make me stay. That day, I packed a bag. I called my sister and told her we were coming for a visit, a long one. I didn't explain. She didn't ask. Maybe she heard something in my voice. Maybe she already knew something was wrong. Before we left, I went into the basement one last time. The drawings on the wall were gone, but in their place, in red marker, was a sentence. You can go, but she stays. I grabbed Emma and left the house without looking back. We've been staying at my sister's place ever since. Emma's sleeping through the night again. No drawings, no whispers, no dreams about Elle. But last night my sister found Emma in the hallway, sitting in the dark. She asked her what she was doing. Emma said, waiting for Mommy. My sister said, but your Mommy's right here. And Emma looked up and said, not that Mommy. I don't know what I've brought with us, but I don't think it stayed in the house. I didn't know what closure looked like anymore. After 3 weeks at my sister's, I was still waking up at 3 a.m., sitting straight up in bed like my body had memorized something I hadn't agreed to. Emma, at least, seemed better. Her appetite returned. The circles under her eyes faded, but every now and then she would pause mid-play and look at nothing for a few seconds too long, like she was remembering something and trying to forget it at the same time. I wanted to believe we were safe now, but safety started to feel like a story I told myself at night. I had done what any rational person would do. I left the house, protected my kid, reported everything. And still, I couldn't shake the weight of it. The idea that something had sunk its claws into our lives and didn't want to let go. So I went back. Not for long, just a few hours. I needed to see it again, not in my memory, but in daylight. I asked my sister to take Emma to the park and drove to our house with a pit in my stomach. The yard looked normal, lawn dry from early spring, newspapers stacked on the porch, the welcome mat still crooked. But the second I walked in, I knew no one had been inside. And yet, it didn't feel empty. I walked from room to room. My feet were almost silent on the hardwood, but the house groaned in the kind of way that makes you feel like you're not alone. I didn't bring boxes or trash bags. I wasn't there to pack. I needed answers, or at least a thread to tug at. I started in Emma's room. Her sheets were still tangled from the last night we'd slept there. I touched the edge of her pillow, cold. In the closet, I found the sketchbooks again. She hadn't brought them to my sister's, I made sure of that. They were stacked neatly, too neatly. I opened one. Every page was covered in suns. Hundreds of them, each slightly different, some frowning, some smiling, some with hollow eyes. The last page stopped me. It was a drawing of 3 stick figures. Again, but this time there were names written in shaky, blocky letters beneath each one. Mommy, Emma, her, and above them a sentence. She said she was lonely before. I closed the book and set it down. My hands were sweating. I didn't feel watched, not exactly, but I felt noticed, like the house remembered me, like it was waiting to see what I'd do next. I headed downstairs to the basement. I wasn't even scared anymore. I just felt tired. The cabinet under the stairs still creaked the same way. The crawl space still smelled of dust and something slightly sweet like old perfume or dried flowers. But the mirror inside, the little plastic one that had been propped up with books, it was shattered. In the center of the broken glass, written in red marker across the largest shard, was a word. Mine. I backed out, slowly, carefully, heart pounding. Upstairs again, I stood in the living room, trying to remember if there was something I missed. That's when I noticed it. The framed photo on the shelf, the one of me, Emma, and my husband at the beach, was wrong. I'd looked at it 100 times, but now there was something in the background, barely visible, behind us. A woman, out of focus, watching. I took the frame off the shelf and turned it over. Behind the photo, tucked into the backing, was a folded piece of paper. I opened it slowly. It was a birth certificate. Not Emma's. It was for a girl named Lila Harper, born 5 years ago. Same birthday as Emma. The address listed under place of birth was ours. The handwriting on the line that said mother had been scratched out, but I could still make out the first few letters. L. I left the house. I didn't pack a single thing. I went straight to the police station and handed over the certificate, the photo, the sketchbook page. I told them everything. Again, this time they listened. A detective followed up with the babysitting agency. They finally acknowledged that the L who showed up at our house used stolen credentials. An open investigation was already underway. It turned out I wasn't the only parent who had reported strange behavior, but no one had gone as far as I had. No one else had the drawings, the photo, the fingerprints on the broken mirror they'd eventually dust. They asked me to take Emma in for a forensic interview. She didn't talk much, but when they asked her who Elle was, she said something I'll never forget. She told me she used to be mommy, but she wasn't good at it. The therapist's face didn't even change. She just nodded. Emma's statement was enough to flag the case as a high priority. More digging turned up 2 more families in nearby towns with similar stories. Notes, photos, weird entries in kids' diaries. One even had a video, shaky and dim, of a woman crawling out of a child's closet before quickly retreating when the light flipped on. And the woman always looked just a little different. but the smile was always the same. We don't live in that house anymore. We moved 2 states away. My husband got a new job. Emma started kindergarten under a new name. We don't talk about Elle, not in front of her, not even between ourselves, really. But the house? It was condemned last month. The new buyers backed out after renovations started. The contractor reported something unusual in the walls. Bones. Small ones. And behind a sealed panel in the basement, they found a child's bed, covered in sun drawings. The DNA is still being tested. They suspect it might be Lila, or maybe someone else. Maybe there was more than one. But for me, the scariest part wasn't the bones. It wasn't even the secret room or the forged identities. It was the notebook they found tucked under the mattress. Same pink cover. Inside, the first page had 5 words, written in a new, careful hand. She said I could stay. I never want to know what that meant. Some stories don't need sequels. Some things should stay buried. I never thought I'd be one of those people. The kind who posts late at night on some random forum saying, "Hey, I think I saw something." I always figured if something weird happened, I'd keep it to myself, or maybe tell a friend over a beer. But here I am, typing this out in the middle of the night, because I honestly don't know what else to do. It started like a regular night. I live alone in a small house, just outside a town you probably haven't heard of. It's rural Pennsylvania. Forests, farmland, the occasional 2-lane road that goes nowhere in particular. My neighbors are a few acres away in either direction, and when it gets dark out here, it gets really dark. No city lights, no traffic sounds, just crickets and wind. That night I couldn't sleep, not unusual for me. I get bouts of insomnia every now and then. Usually I'll sit out on the back porch with a blanket, maybe a mug of tea if I'm feeling restless. Sometimes I'll just listen to the woods. I know it sounds weird, but it's peaceful, familiar, like a quiet that knows you. So I was sitting there, just staring off toward the tree line. There's a small stretch of forest that borders the property. Nothing too dense. You can see straight through to the other side in daylight. But at night, it just turns into this solid wall of black. I was sitting there for maybe 20 minutes, just spacing out, when I saw it. A light. At first I thought it was a plane, maybe one of those medevac helicopters that sometimes cuts across the valley, but it was too low, way too low. It was just above the tree line, maybe 30 or 40 feet up, gliding smoothly from left to right, and it was completely silent. No rotors, no engine noise, not even the whoosh of wind, just this huge, soft white glow, like someone had taken a full moon and dipped it in fog. It wasn't casting a beam either, not like a flashlight or a car headlight. The light didn't spill, it just glowed, like the thing was lit from inside, and the light had nowhere else to go. I stood up and walked to the edge of the porch, tried to focus my eyes. It wasn't moving fast, but it wasn't slow either. Just steady, smooth, almost like it was being pulled by something invisible. And here's where it started getting weird. My dog Max didn't react at all. Now, Max is not some lazy old mutt. He's a shepherd mix. Sharp ears, big bark, He usually loses his mind over the sound of airplanes, raccoons, even falling branches. But while I'm standing there, staring at this glowing thing in the sky, Max is asleep in his dog bed just inside the screen door. Not a twitch, not even a head tilt. I called his name, soft at first, then a little louder. He didn't stir. I looked back up. The light had stopped. Dead still, hanging there above the trees, just pulsing slightly, not blinking, not flashing, just breathing. That's the only way I can describe it. The way the light shifted, it felt like it had rhythm, like something alive was keeping time. I pulled out my phone to try and record it. The screen was black. I mean, it was on, but the camera wouldn't focus. I tapped the screen, adjusted the brightness, even flipped the camera a few times. Nothing, just a blur of noise and pixelated garbage. And the weird thing is, the rest of the yard looked fine. Porch lights, fence, even the tree trunks all showed up, just not the light. I gave up after a minute and just watched. It stayed there for maybe 30 seconds. Could have been longer, but time got slippery. I remember feeling like I couldn't move, but not in a scary way. More like I was being told not to. Like everything in me went still because whatever this was didn't want to be interrupted. Then, without warning, it shot straight up. Not diagonally, not fading into the distance. Straight up. Gone. No sound, no wind, just nothing. Like a hole had opened and swallowed it. I stood there for a long time after that, just staring at the sky. It was empty. Stars above, trees below, nothing in between. I could hear the crickets again. I looked down at Max, still sleeping, still undisturbed. Eventually I went inside, locked the doors without really thinking about it, not because I felt in danger, but because something in me said that was the right thing to do. I sat on the couch with the lights off and tried to process it. Every logical part of me tried to explain it away. Weather balloon, drone, reflection. But it wasn't any of those things. I've lived out here long enough to know what a drone looks and sounds like. I've seen weather balloons. This was different. It wasn't just the lack of sound. It was the way it felt. It felt like it saw me. Like it knew I was there, and it let me see it. That's the part I can't shake. It didn't make a mistake. It didn't slip up and let itself be noticed. It let me watch. And now, I can't stop wondering why. Why me? Why then? Why here? I keep thinking about the light, the way it hovered, the way it pulsed, like it was waiting for something or someone. I haven't told anyone in person yet, not because I'm scared they'll think I'm crazy, but because I still don't know what I'd even say. Hey, I saw something that wasn't supposed to be there, and it looked right through me. What do you even do with that? I didn't sleep at all. The sun's coming up now. I made coffee but haven't touched it. Max is finally awake, acting normal, wagging his tail, waiting for breakfast. Like none of it happened. But it did. And I think it's only the beginning. The next day felt wrong from the moment I opened my eyes. I don't mean dramatic wrong, like a horror movie or some eerie omen, just off. Like my body had skipped a beat overnight and was still trying to catch up. I got out of bed slow, even though I hadn't really slept. More like I drifted in and out of shallow dreams that kept looping. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that light again, not in the sky, but in my house, pulsing behind the windows, waiting. Max was acting normal, which somehow made things worse. I kept checking him for anything strange, eyes, ears, behavior, but he was just the same happy dog he always was. That should have calmed me down, but it didn't. If anything, it made me feel like I was losing it a little. I made coffee, sat on the porch, and stared at the tree line. Same view, same breeze through the leaves. No glowing objects, no strange hum, no sense of being watched. Just morning sun and bird song, but my mind wouldn't settle. I kept thinking back to the exact moment when it shot upward, how clean that movement had been. There wasn't even a visual trail. 1 second it was there, then gone. I went back inside and opened my phone. Still no good footage. The video I'd taken was pure black, like the sensor didn't even register light. I took a few photos during the day just to make sure the camera still worked. It did. Everything else showed up fine. Porch lights max, even my reflection in the screen. But that night, just static. Around noon, I decided to drive into town, maybe pick up some groceries, maybe talk to a few people casually. I wasn't planning on bringing it up directly, just testing the waters, seeing if anyone else felt weird or had noticed something unusual. The grocery store was as normal as ever, same cashier with the oversized glasses, same old guy in the corner reading magazines without buying any. I made small talk while bagging my stuff. "Anything weird going on last night?" I asked, trying to sound casual. She shrugged and said not that she knew of, just the usual power flickers. I froze for a second. "Power flickers?" I asked. "Yeah," she said, "right around 2 in the morning. Everything blinked out for a second. Came right back, though. Thought it was just one of those rolling outages." I didn't say anything else, just nodded and paid, but my brain was already spinning. I hadn't noticed any flicker. Then again, I'd been outside and the lights inside were off. Still, something about that detail stuck with me. Power doesn't just blink out in these parts without reason. We're not on a fragile grid. Things here are usually steady, even in storms. On the way back home, I decided to take the long way. There's an old back road that runs past the ridge above my property. It's not paved well, mostly gravel and packed dirt, but from up there you can see down over the tree line where the thing had hovered. I parked near the overlook and just sat there for a while, trying to make sense of what had happened. I kept replaying it in my head, over and over. The size of the light, the way it moved, how it just seemed to glide without effort. Then I realized something I hadn't thought of before: the trees. I never heard them move. That might not sound strange if you've never lived in the woods, but when something big moves low over a tree line, you hear it. Branches rustle, leaves shift, sometimes even snap. But that night, it had been dead quiet. The trees didn't move, not a single one. That light had hovered just feet above them, and the leaves hadn't reacted at all. I don't know why, but that realization made my skin crawl. I got out of the truck and walked to the edge of the ridge, looked down across the tops of the trees, trying to pinpoint where it had stopped. It was hard to say exactly. Everything looked so normal now. Just green and brown and the occasional sway of wind. Still, something tugged at me, a kind of pull, subtle but insistent. I ended up walking down the slope, careful not to lose my footing. There's a narrow deer trail that leads into the woods from the bottom of the ridge, and I figured if I followed it just a bit, I might find something. Burn marks, broken branches, anything that might back up what I'd seen. After maybe 20 minutes of walking, I came to a small clearing I didn't remember being there before. It wasn't huge, maybe the size of a single-room cabin, but the ground looked disturbed. Not dug up, but tamped down, flattened, and the grass in the middle was wrong. It wasn't burned, just faded, almost bleached. I knelt down and ran my fingers over it. The soil felt warm, not hot, just warmer than it should have been for a shaded patch of forest. I didn't have a thermometer or anything, but I trust my gut, and my gut was telling me this place hadn't been like this yesterday. Then I noticed something else. The birds were quiet. Not gone, just silent. It wasn't until I started walking back that the unease really set in. I kept feeling like I was being watched. Not stalked, not hunted, just observed. Like something was taking notes on me as I moved. I glanced over my shoulder more times than I care to admit. Nothing was there. No animals, no people, no sounds. When I finally made it back to the truck, I realized I had no memory of the walk uphill. I must have done it on autopilot, but that blank spot in my memory hit me like a wave. It was just 10 minutes, maybe 15, but I couldn't recall a single detail of it. No thoughts, no sounds, just a void. I drove home with the windows down, trying to shake the feeling. The wind helped a little, but I kept glancing at the sky, looking for something. The rest of the evening passed in a blur. I fed Max, made dinner, tried to watch a movie, but none of it stuck. My thoughts kept circling back to that light, that field, the missing chunk of time. And now, sitting here again at night, typing this, I'm starting to wonder if maybe I didn't just see something. Maybe I was part of it. And if that's true, then I'm not sure it's over. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that field, not how it looked, but how it felt, the silence, the way the air seemed to press inward. I kept hearing that soft, invisible hum that hadn't really been there, but also somehow had. I kept seeing the trees, standing completely still under the glow. And I kept seeing Max, asleep when he shouldn't have been. That detail still nags at me more than any other. Max barks at wind. He howls at the sound of a raccoon brushing the fence. But not that night. That night, he slept like he had been switched off. Around 3 a.m, I gave up trying to rest and sat back on the porch. The stars were out, scattered and sharp. No planes, no lights, just open sky. I didn't know what I was hoping to see. Maybe the light again, maybe proof that I hadn't imagined it, but the night just sat there, quiet and wide, pretending to be normal. I stayed outside until the sun came up. That morning, I decided I needed to talk to someone, not a friend or a neighbor. Someone who might actually understand. I thought about calling the sheriff's office, but what was I going to say? Hey, I saw a silent glowing object float above my yard and my dog didn't bark. They'd either laugh or ask if I'd been drinking. I hadn't, not a drop. I needed someone else. Someone who might have seen what I saw. So I posted online. I found a forum that talked about sightings, not the crazy ones, not the ones where every paragraph is full of capital letters and words like portal and starseed. Just regular people describing strange things in the sky. I made an account and typed out what had happened. I kept it simple, clean, no big claims, just the facts, the light, the silence, the sudden upward movement, and Max. The post went up around noon. I walked away from the computer after that. Didn't want to sit there hitting refresh. I mowed the lawn, did dishes, swept the garage for no reason. I just needed to move. By early evening, I had a few replies. Most were polite, curious. Some said it was probably a drone or a blimp. One guy even suggested it was a weather phenomenon, something about ball lightning. But 2 comments stood out. One was from a woman who said she lived about 20 miles south of me. She had seen something similar around the same time, just a glow moving without sound. She didn't record it. Her power went out right as it passed over her barn. The second comment was shorter. They watch from stillness. That was all it said. No follow-up, no name, just that line. I read it 10 times. It sounded poetic, but it hit me like a gut punch. I thought about the field, the light hovering, the way it didn't make a sound. It didn't move like anything with rotors or engines. It didn't even move like a balloon. It moved with purpose, with awareness. I went back out that night, same spot on the porch, same stars overhead, but now I couldn't relax. Every small sound made me sit up straight. Every breeze in the trees made me think I was about to see it again, but it never came. Just hours of waiting under a sky that didn't care. The next morning I called the electric company, told them I was checking on a recent outage in the area. The woman on the phone said they hadn't recorded any widespread issues, but she paused when I mentioned the time. 2 in the morning, right? Yeah, I said. Why? She said a few people in a scattered area had called in around that time. Lights flickered, phones stopped charging, all small stuff, but it happened close together, like a spike. I asked if that was normal. She said not really. Then she laughed and said, unless the aliens were playing with the switches again. She was joking, but my skin prickled. I started going through old notebooks. I've kept journals over the years, mostly boring stuff. Notes about home repairs, when I got new tires, reminders to get the gutters cleaned. But in the back of one, I found something strange, a short entry from 3 years ago. Woke up at 3:21 a.m. All the lights in the house were on, front door wide open, Max outside, staring at the sky, no memory of getting up. That's all it said. I had no memory of writing it. And I don't remember that night at all. I stared at that page for a long time. The handwriting was mine, no doubt about it. But the event? Nothing. Like someone cut a few minutes out of my life and forgot to glue them back in. That's when I started thinking that maybe this wasn't the first time. Maybe I just hadn't been awake for the others. I went out to the clearing again, took my camera, brought a compass too, just to see if anything would happen. The grass was still pale in the middle, like it had been drained of color. The soil still felt warmer than the ground around it, though less so than the last time. I tried taking photos. They came out fine. Then I set the compass in the center of the clearing. The needle twitched, not a little, a full wobble. It spun slowly for a few seconds, then settled on north, then spun again. I watched it do this 4 times before it finally stilled. I didn't touch it, just walked away. Back at the house, I sat on the porch again, and for the first time, I said the word out loud. Alien. It felt strange, too big, too dramatic, but what else could it be? I didn't want it to be that. I wanted a logical answer, a military test, a power anomaly, a drone with weird tech, something human. But it didn't feel human. I don't think a machine hovers in silence above trees with a light that doesn't shine. I don't think a machine makes your dog sleep when he should bark. I don't think a machine causes memory gaps in warm ground and a compass that can't decide where north is. So maybe it wasn't a machine. Maybe it wasn't a what at all. Maybe it was a who. And maybe it's been here longer than we've been watching. I didn't tell anyone in town. I thought about it. Thought about walking into the diner, grabbing coffee, and easing into a conversation with one of the locals. Maybe one of the older guys who still remembered what stars looked like before satellite clusters filled the sky. But something stopped me. It wasn't just fear of sounding crazy. It was deeper than that. I started to feel like talking about it out loud might somehow invite it back. Like the more attention I gave it, the more real it would become. Instead, I focused on the clearing. I went back every day for almost a week, brought different tools each time, a cheap EMF reader I picked up online, a soil thermometer, a journal. The readings didn't make sense. The EMF meter spiked randomly in the center of the circle, then went quiet like nothing happened. The soil thermometer showed temperatures 4 to 5 degrees higher than the surrounding ground. But only in the center, and only for short periods. It would drop back to normal within minutes, as if something invisible came and went while I wasn't looking. The weirdest part was the wind. There was none. Every time I stood in that clearing, the air went still. Not a single leaf moved. The birds didn't sing. Even Max, when I brought him along, would freeze at the edge of the tree line and refuse to step any closer. He wasn't scared. Not exactly. Just cautious. Alert, like he was standing at the edge of something he didn't understand. One afternoon, I brought a folding chair and just sat there for an hour, listening, waiting. About 30 minutes in, I started to feel wrong. It's hard to describe. Not dizzy, not sick. Just like I didn't fully belong in my own body. My thoughts slowed down. My hands felt heavier. My chest buzzed with something like static, not loud but definitely there. I tried to write in my notebook but couldn't hold the pen steady. My fingers kept twitching. Then it stopped. Just like that, the feeling lifted, the buzzing vanished, and everything went back to normal. I walked home in silence, trying to shake the sensation. That night, I dreamed of the clearing, except it wasn't empty. In the dream, there was something in the middle. Not a ship, not a being, just a presence. A tall shape, blurry at the edges, pulsing with that same white light I'd seen over the trees. It didn't move. It didn't speak. It just stood there, watching. When I woke up, my hands were dirty, like I'd been digging. I ran outside in my pajamas, barefoot, not caring about the cold or the wet grass. I ran to the clearing and found a spot near the center where the ground had been disturbed, just slightly. Like someone had pressed down into the dirt with their palm. There was nothing inside the imprint, just soil, but it matched the size of a human hand, fingers outstretched, not mine. I didn't sleep the next night. I sat by the window instead, watching the woods. No lights appeared, no strange sounds, just the steady rhythm of a quiet forest doing what it always did. By the third day, I started writing everything down, not just the facts, but the thoughts, the weird emotions that would wash over me out of nowhere, a sudden urge to go outside at midnight, a strange calm that would hit me in the middle of the day. I began to wonder if whatever I saw that night didn't just vanish. Maybe it left something behind. That idea scared me more than anything else, because it meant this wasn't just an encounter. It was a connection. I tested it once, stood in the clearing at exactly 2 a.m, the same time I'd seen the light. I didn't bring my phone, didn't bring any tools, just me and the night. I stood there for 10 minutes. Nothing happened. Then the wind stopped. Not slowed down, stopped. The trees around me went still. The air became thick, heavy. The silence pressed into my ears like deep water. I couldn't hear my own breathing. Then I felt it again. That presence. Not in front of me this time, behind. I turned around slowly, heart pounding. There was nothing there. No shapes, no shadows, just empty woods. But my body knew something was there. Every nerve in me lit up. I wanted to run, but I couldn't, not out of fear, because part of me wanted to stay. Then it ended. The wind returned. A breeze brushed through the branches. An owl hooted in the distance. It was like someone had lifted a curtain I didn't know was there. I walked home without looking back. That was the last time I went to the clearing. At least for now. I spent the next few days trying to live normally. Grocery runs, cleaning the house, watching old movies I'd seen 100 times, but there was always something beneath it all. A sense that I'd been marked in some way, not branded, not tracked, just seen and remembered. I started checking the forums again, reading new posts. A few people said they'd seen similar lights. Most were scattered across different states, a couple in Canada. One guy from Maine said he found a circle in his field just like mine. No burn marks, just pale grass and still air. His power had also blinked out for a few seconds. Another message came from someone nearby. Not exact, but close. A town about an hour west. They described seeing a non-directional light hovering low, completely silent. Same night, same time. They also mentioned losing time, about 20 minutes gone, unaccounted for. I sent them a message, still waiting on a reply. That's where I'm at now. Writing this, trying to make sense of something that doesn't seem interested in being understood. Because that's the thing that keeps eating at me. This wasn't a one-off. It wasn't some strange weather balloon or military test or satellite trick of the light. This was real. And I think it's still happening. Not just to me. Not just here. I don't know what they are. But I think they've been here longer than we think. And I don't think they ever really leave. I started noticing patterns. It happened slowly, like I was piecing together a puzzle I didn't know I was building. At first it was little things. Static on the radio when I drove past the ridge above the clearing. Street lights flickering out when I walked Max late at night, always the same two near the intersection. My phone would randomly reboot when I tried to open the weather app, and it wasn't just glitches. I started seeing the number 321 everywhere. Clocks, receipts. My oven timer reset itself to 3:21 one afternoon. blinking like I'd set it on purpose. That was the same time I wrote down in the journal entry from years ago, the one I had no memory of, the one where I woke up with the front door open. Maybe none of it means anything, but maybe it all does. The person from the nearby town finally replied to my message. Their name was Jamie. We exchanged a few emails. Jamie was older, retired, lived on a farm about an hour and 15 minutes west of me. She said she had never really believed in any of this stuff before. Never watched the documentaries, never read about encounters. But after that night, she couldn't stop thinking about what she saw. Her story matched mine almost exactly. A silent, glowing object hovering low above her field. No sound, no flashing lights, just a soft, steady pulse like it was breathing. Her animals stayed quiet the whole time. No barking, no howling. She said even the cows didn't move, which struck her as strange because they usually freaked out over anything unfamiliar. Then she mentioned something else. About a week before the sighting, she started waking up at exactly 3:21 every morning. Not because of a sound, not because of a nightmare. Just suddenly wide awake, like her body knew something her mind didn't. I asked if she'd had any other strange experiences. Dreams, maybe. Missing time. She hesitated, then said yes. She'd had a dream the night before the sighting. Said she saw herself standing in the middle of her field, barefoot, looking up at the sky. In the dream, the stars weren't where they should be. They were moving, shifting into shapes she didn't recognize, and then a light came down, not blinding, just present. She felt warmth, not heat, more like a pressure in her chest. And then she woke up. I told her about the clearing, about the handprint in the soil, and the feeling of being watched. She didn't laugh, didn't doubt. She just said, "I think they're waking us up." That line stuck with me. That night, I sat on my porch with a notepad in my lap, trying to write it all down, not for the internet, not for a forum, just for myself. I wanted to get it all out of my head and onto something real, something I could hold. Halfway through writing, my porch light blinked once and went out. Then my phone buzzed even though it was on silent. I picked it up and saw a new notification. Camera detected motion. I had forgotten I'd set up one of those trail cams near the clearing. It was a cheap one, barely had night vision. I'd set it low on a tree trunk, just as an experiment. I had only checked the card once before and found nothing but deer and shadows. But now it had triggered. I opened the app. No live feed, just a frozen image. A shape. I don't know how to describe it without sounding like I'm making it up. It wasn't humanoid, but it wasn't totally foreign either. The shape was tall, narrow, and blurred at the edges. The camera hadn't focused properly, or maybe it had, and the thing just didn't want to be seen clearly. There was a faint glow around it, the same kind of light I remembered from the original sighting. Soft, white, contained. The image had been taken at exactly 3:21 in the morning. I stared at it for what felt like an hour. I didn't feel scared. I didn't feel anything really, just numb, like my mind had stepped back and let the rest of me process what it couldn't handle. Eventually, I downloaded the image, put it on a USB stick, and locked it away in a drawer. I didn't want to look at it again. The next day, I drove out to the clearing. The air felt heavy before I even stepped out of the truck. Max refused to leave the vehicle. He just sat there, ears down, tail still. I walked into the woods alone. The clearing hadn't changed. The grass in the center was still pale, the soil still warmer than the rest. But something else was there now. A small pile of stones. Not natural. Stacked. 5 flat rocks, placed carefully in the center, each one slightly smaller than the one beneath it. Balanced, deliberate. I hadn't built it. I hadn't seen anyone else out there. No tire tracks. No footprints, just that pile. I didn't touch it. I walked around it once, slowly, keeping my distance. Then I left. That evening, I sat by the fireplace and stared at the blank TV screen. I didn't turn it on. I didn't want noise. I just wanted stillness. But even in the quiet, I felt it. That same presence. Not threatening, not close, just watching. Jamie messaged again. Said she'd had another dream. This time she saw multiple lights, all lined up across the sky, forming a perfect triangle. She said it didn't feel like a warning. It felt like an invitation. She asked me if I'd go back to the clearing at 3:21 and see what happened. I haven't answered her yet. I don't know what I'll do. But I think something's building. Something deliberate. And whatever it is, I don't think it's random. I think they're choosing. And somehow, I think I've already been chosen. I didn't sleep the night before. I tried. I really did. I laid in bed with the lights off, the window open just enough to let in the breeze. Max curled up beside me like usual, but my mind wouldn't slow down. Every minute dragged like an hour, each one inching closer to the time I'd promised myself I would finally go back. 3:21. That was the time. The number that kept following me, showing up on clocks and screens and receipts. The number written into that old journal entry I couldn't remember writing. It felt like a door. Not a metaphorical one. A real one. And I was finally ready to open it. At 3 o'clock, I got up, dressed quietly, and grabbed the flashlight. I didn't bring my phone, didn't bring a camera. I didn't want to record anything. I just wanted to be present. Max watched me from the doorway as I laced up my boots, but he didn't try to follow. It's like he knew this wasn't something he was supposed to be part of. The night was cold and sharp. Stars hung over the trees like pinholes in the sky. Everything around me felt alive, not loud but attentive, like the forest itself was holding its breath. I took the old deer trail out to the clearing. My boots crunched the underbrush. The flashlight stayed off. I didn't need it. The path was muscle memory now. When I reached the edge of the trees, I stopped. The clearing looked the same, still, pale in the middle, but the air was thick, heavier than it should have been. It didn't feel oppressive, just full, like something was waiting. The pile of rocks was still there in the center, 5 stones stacked with care. I hadn't touched them since I found them. I checked the old watch on my wrist. 3:20. 1 minute. I stepped into the clearing and stood in the center, right next to the stones. I didn't speak, didn't move. I just breathed and listened. The moment the watch ticked over to 3:21, everything stopped. No wind, no night sounds, no heartbeat in my ears, just a total, weightless stillness. Then the light came. Not from above, from everywhere. It didn't blind me. It surrounded me, A soft white glow that didn't cast shadows. It didn't burn. It didn't buzz. It just was. The same light I'd seen above the trees that night, but this time I was inside it, wrapped in it. It felt like being submerged without water. And then I saw them. Not people. Not exactly. Shapes. Tall, narrow, shimmering at the edges like heat waves. Not solid, but not empty. I couldn't see faces, couldn't see hands, but I felt presence, intelligence, not cold. Not warm either, just curious, observing. They didn't move toward me, they didn't make a sound, but I felt them speak, not in words but in emotion, a deep, calm resonance that filled my chest like music I couldn't hear. And then I felt the question. Not asked with language, just placed inside me. Are you ready? I didn't answer out loud, I just thought it. Yes. The moment I thought it, everything changed. The light shifted, warmer now. The air grew dense again. I could feel something pressing into me, not physically, but through memory. Flashes of my life played behind my eyes, my childhood. My parents, the night Max came home for the first time, all of it unspooling like film. I didn't feel judged, just known. Then I saw things I couldn't explain. Not memories, not mine. Endless black skies filled with color that doesn't exist here. Massive, impossible shapes floating through space like thoughts. A planet made of crystal, a structure hanging over a storm like a crown. Lights dancing between trees with purpose, with pattern, not chaos, not accident. Everything was deliberate. Everything was connected. I felt something settle inside me then, not knowledge exactly, not a revelation, just understanding. Like a missing part of me had been returned, and now I could finally remember how things were always meant to be. I don't know how long I stood there. Could have been seconds, could have been years, but slowly the light began to fade, not away, just back, like it was retreating behind a veil. And as it did, the shapes vanished too, one by one, not in fear, in peace. I blinked, and the clearing was normal again. Stars above, cool air on my face, the pile of stones still stacked neatly at my feet. But I was different. I could feel it in my bones. I walked home slowly. The trees no longer felt like trees. The night no longer felt like night. Everything was the same, but also more real, more awake. Like I'd been looking at the world through a fogged window, and someone had finally wiped it clean. Max greeted me at the door, tail wagging, calm. I sat on the porch with him and waited for the sun to rise. That was 3 weeks ago. Since then, the number has stopped appearing. The power hasn't flickered once. The clearing feels empty now. Not abandoned. Completed. Jamie messaged me a few days later, said she hadn't had any more dreams, said the triangle lights hadn't returned. I asked her if she felt different. She said yes. She couldn't explain it either. We didn't talk about it again. I still go for walks in the woods. I still live the same quiet life in the same quiet house. But I see things differently now. The patterns in the trees, the way light moves across the sky. The stillness that used to scare me now feels like a welcome. I don't tell people about it, not because I'm afraid they won't believe me, but because they don't need to. This wasn't about proving anything. It was about remembering. Remembering that we're not alone. That maybe we never were. And that sometimes, when the timing is right and the silence is deep enough, something will look back. Not to hurt, not to take, but to remind us that we are seen, that we are part of something far older and wider than we've been told. And that sometimes, if you stand still in just the right spot, they'll let you feel it for yourself. I don't need more answers. Not anymore. I was there. And that's enough. The rental was in a small town tucked away in the foothills, exactly what I needed after months of non-stop work in the city. It was mid-October, and I decided a quiet Airbnb retreat would be ideal for relaxing, catching up on some reading, and getting my head straight. After browsing listings for a few days, one stood out. A modest yet charming 2-story house with plenty of positive reviews praising its cleanliness and coziness. The host, a woman named Karen, had glowing feedback from previous guests, mentioning her kindness and the warm atmosphere she provided. It seemed perfect. When I arrived in town, it was late afternoon. The streets were already quiet, and the air had that crisp autumn chill I always found comforting. The rental was located on a tree-lined street, surrounded by similar quaint homes. Leaves crunched beneath my feet as I approached the porch, carrying my duffel bag and laptop. Karen was waiting by the door, waving gently as I approached. She was probably in her early 50s, dressed neatly in a wool cardigan and jeans, with her gray-streaked hair pulled back into a loose bun. She greeted me with a warm smile that instantly put me at ease. "You must be Jake," she said, extending a hand. "Glad you made it. How was your drive?" "It was fine," I replied, shaking her hand politely. The countryside was beautiful, just what I needed. She nodded knowingly, leading me inside. The interior was clean and homey, filled with the scent of fresh-baked cookies and faint lavender. There was a fire going in the living room fireplace, casting a welcoming glow on the walls. Karen pointed out amenities, the kitchen, bathroom, bedroom upstairs, and showed me around briefly. "I live just across town," she said softly, handing me the keys. "If you need anything at all, just send a message. I usually stop by every other day to bring clean towels or check on things, but otherwise I'll leave you in peace." "Perfect," I replied, genuinely grateful. "Thanks, Karen." She smiled again, her expression lingering just a second longer than necessary. "I'm glad you chose this place. It feels right for you." The comment struck me as slightly odd, but I brushed it off, thanking her again as she waved and walked down the driveway, disappearing around the corner. I locked the door behind her, breathing a sigh of relief. The house was exactly as advertised, cozy, quiet, and private. It was the escape I'd hoped for. My first evening passed uneventfully. I cooked a quick pasta dinner in the small kitchen, then settled into an armchair by the fireplace with a novel I'd been meaning to read for months. Outside, dusk gave way to night, the wind softly rustling leaves against the window pane. It was peaceful, the kind of calm you rarely get in the city. After a couple of hours, my eyelids felt heavy, and I made my way upstairs to the bedroom. The mattress was comfortable, the bedding freshly laundered, smelling faintly of fabric softener. I drifted off to sleep quickly, content in the stillness of my new surroundings. The next morning, I woke early to bright sunlight streaming through sheer curtains. Stretching lazily, I padded into the bathroom to brush my teeth. I paused, toothbrush midair, noticing immediately that something felt off. My toothbrush wasn't in the exact spot I'd left it. It was slightly shifted, resting precariously on the edge of the sink instead of standing upright in the cup. A small thing, easily overlooked, but it bothered me. Shaking off the thought, I took a quick shower, but as I stepped out and reached for my towel, I froze again. It was damp, not soaking, just faintly moist, as though it had recently been used. I stared at it, frowning deeply. I hadn't used it yet. The logical explanation was that Karen had come in early to replace or move something, but she'd promised to always message beforehand. Feeling unsettled, I got dressed and walked downstairs, scanning the main floor. Everything looked untouched. The front door was locked, exactly as I'd left it, and there was no note or message from Karen anywhere. Deciding to give her the benefit of the doubt, I grabbed my phone and sent a polite text. "Hey Karen, quick question, did you happen to stop by this morning?" Within a minute she replied, "Hi Jake, no, not today. Is everything all right?" Unease tightened in my chest. I hesitated, then texted back, "All good. Just checking. Thanks." Throughout the day, I tried to shake off my lingering paranoia. I explored the small town, had lunch at a local diner, and chatted briefly with the friendly waitress about the town's history. When I mentioned where I was staying, her expression flickered for a brief moment before she smiled again, almost too brightly. "You'll love it there," she said. "Karen's place has a lot of personality." I wanted to ask what she meant, but she quickly moved on to another table before I could. That evening, back at the rental, I couldn't escape the nagging sense of discomfort. After dinner, I set up the small portable security camera I'd brought with me, placing it discreetly on the hallway table upstairs, pointing directly toward the bedroom door. It connected wirelessly to an app on my phone. It was probably overkill, I knew, but it made me feel safer. Exhausted from the day's anxiety, I climbed into bed, forcing myself to relax. Eventually, I drifted into an uneasy sleep, the night quiet and still around me. But at exactly 3:14 a.m., I jolted awake, heart pounding. The room felt oddly cold, shadows dancing across the walls. My phone lay silent on the nightstand beside me, screen dark. I reached for it, intending to check the camera feed, but noticed immediately a notification waiting silently on the lock screen. "Security alert. Motion detected. Camera offline. As of 3:14 a.m. My blood ran cold. Quickly, I opened the app, hands trembling. The live feed was down, the camera showing only a blank error screen. Panic surged through me. Was someone else in the house? Cautiously, I rose from the bed, heart hammering against my ribs, listening intently. The house was eerily silent, except for the faint rustle of leaves outside the window. With shaking fingers, I tried to restart the camera feed, but nothing happened. It stayed dark. I stood there, paralyzed by indecision. Part of me wanted to flee the house immediately, drive away into the safety of town. But another, rational side insisted I was overreacting. Perhaps the Wi-Fi had glitched, or the battery died unexpectedly. Yet the memory of the damp towel, the moved toothbrush, and now this. It was all too much to dismiss as coincidence. Finally, with every ounce of courage I could muster, I approached the bedroom door, opening it slowly. The hallway was dark, empty, and silent. I stepped forward carefully, my breath shallow, listening for any sound, any indication I wasn't alone. But there was nothing, just shadows and silence and the cold, creeping feeling that someone or something had been right here, watching me sleep. I stood frozen in the dimly lit hallway, my pulse thrumming loudly in my ears. Every instinct told me I wasn't alone, that something had invaded the fragile privacy of this home while I slept. But the darkness revealed nothing, just silence, thick and oppressive, pressing down on me from every corner. "Hello?" I called out weakly, immediately regretting it as my voice echoed down the hallway. No reply came. Only the low hum of the refrigerator downstairs, a mechanical reassurance that offered little comfort now. I moved cautiously, each step deliberate and careful, toward the small table where I'd set up the camera. It sat exactly as I'd left it, positioned neatly, lens pointing directly toward my bedroom door, but the indicator light was off, completely dark. I picked it up, feeling a cold trickle of dread run down my spine when I saw it had been switched off at exactly 3:14 a.m. My hands shook as I opened the battery compartment, hoping desperately for a logical explanation. The batteries were still there, undisturbed and fresh. It had simply been turned off manually. A chill prickled my skin as I glanced around nervously, half expecting someone to emerge from the shadows, but the hallway remained empty. Taking a shaky breath, I switched the camera back on. Its tiny green light flickered reassuringly, reconnecting quickly to the app on my phone. Immediately, notifications flooded my screen. Security alert. Motion detected at 3:13 a.m. Security alert. Camera offline at 3:14 a.m. A cold sweat broke out along my spine. Someone had been here, deliberately turning off my camera as soon as motion was detected. I played back the short video clip captured before the feed cut off, anxiety tightening my throat. The footage was grainy in the dim hallway light, but I clearly saw the edge of a shadow move quickly across the wall, disappearing just before the camera went black. My stomach twisted violently. Someone had stood outside my bedroom door, watched me sleep, turned off the only security measure I'd brought. Panic surged through me, overwhelming any rational thoughts I still clung to. I had to get out of this place right now. Still clutching my phone tightly, I rushed back into the bedroom and gathered my belongings in a hurry, stuffing clothes hastily into my duffel bag. Adrenaline made my hands clumsy, but within minutes, I was dressed and ready, duffel bag slung over my shoulder, car keys in hand. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, I hesitated, glancing once toward the living room. The fireplace was cold now, the once inviting room dark and unwelcoming. I took one final look around the house that had felt so perfect just yesterday, then opened the front door. Outside, the chill night air hit me sharply, carrying the smell of damp leaves. I locked the front door firmly behind me, eager to leave whatever nightmare lingered here. Quickly, I made my way to my parked car, my footsteps crunching loudly in the silence. I tossed my bag into the passenger seat, climbed in hastily, and started the engine. Relief washed through me as the familiar rumble of my car filled the quiet street. But just as I was about to pull away, headlights appeared behind me. A second car parked directly across the driveway, blocking me in. My heart froze. The driver's door opened slowly and Karen stepped out, her face illuminated by the yellow glow of the street lamp. She looked concerned, confused, holding up one hand apologetically. I rolled down the window only a crack, my voice strained and cautious. "Karen, what are you doing here? It's late." She moved closer, looking genuinely puzzled. "Jake, I got worried. You seemed upset when you messaged earlier, and then I saw your lights on. Are you okay? Why are you leaving in the middle of the night?" My mouth went dry. Someone was inside the house, Karen. My camera caught it. The towels, my toothbrush, they've been moved around. I'm sorry, but I don't feel safe here. I have to go. Her eyes widened in surprise and distress. "Jake, that's impossible. No one else has keys. No one else was here. I swear to you." I shook my head firmly, not wanting to argue. "I appreciate your concern, but something isn't right. My camera detected someone in the hallway. I can't stay." She stepped closer still, leaning down slightly to speak through the gap in the window. "Jake, please, let's go back inside. We'll check together. I can prove nothing is wrong." "It's late. You're panicking. Let me help." Something about her tone set off alarms in my head, a sense that she was almost too insistent, too calm. I hesitated, gripping the steering wheel tightly. "Just move your car, Karen. Please, I just want to go." For a long, tense moment, she stared at me, then nodded reluctantly. "All right, but if you change your mind, call me. I promise you, it's safe here." She stepped back, returning to her car. My pulse thundered as I watched her back out, clearing the way. I drove quickly away, hands still trembling, glancing repeatedly in my rearview mirror to make sure I wasn't being followed. After driving several miles, I pulled over into the brightly lit parking lot of a 24-hour gas station. My heart still hadn't settled, but at least I felt safer here, surrounded by fluorescent lights and the occasional passing car. I sat there, trying to calm myself, still gripping the steering wheel as though it anchored me to reality. To ease my nerves, I opened my phone again, deciding to double-check the Airbnb listing for anything suspicious. At first glance, everything appeared normal, mostly positive reviews praising the coziness and Karen's kindness. But when I filtered by date, starting with the oldest, my blood ran cold. There, buried deep beneath dozens of glowing reviews, were messages from past guests who'd clearly experienced unsettling events like mine. Host was friendly, but I woke up feeling like someone had been in my room, read one review from a year earlier. "My towels were damp, even though I hadn't used them yet," said another. One review made my heart stop entirely. "Woke up covered in bruises. No memory of getting them. Left immediately. Host denied everything." I stared in horror, the dread pooling deeper inside me. How had I missed this? The newer reviews drowned out these warnings, leaving them buried, hidden beneath layers of normalcy and praise. As I sat there, my phone suddenly buzzed. Another notification from my security app. A delayed video upload, marked clearly from 3:14 a.m., had just appeared. With trembling hands, I pressed play. The footage showed me sleeping, unaware and vulnerable, and then, slowly, Silently, Karen emerged from underneath my bed, standing quietly beside me, her gaze fixed on my sleeping face. She leaned down, whispering words barely audible. "Don't leave yet. You were supposed to stay longer." The video stopped abruptly, leaving me alone in the bright, sterile parking lot, shivering uncontrollably, realizing I'd narrowly escaped something unimaginably dark. And suddenly, the cozy Airbnb felt very, very far away. I sat in my car long after the video ended, frozen, replaying it in my mind over and over. Karen, under my bed, the way she had stood so calmly, as if it wasn't the first time. The whisper, "Don't leave yet." My stomach turned. I checked the video's timestamp again. 3:14 a.m., exactly when the motion alert had gone off and the camera had shut down. She'd known where it was. She'd turned it off. My hands were trembling, but I opened the phone again and began typing a review. I wasn't going to let this slide. People needed to know. I needed to warn them, even if I couldn't fully explain what had just happened. I wrote the truth that something was wrong with that place, with her, that she'd been in the house at night without permission. I didn't care how insane it sounded. When I tried to submit the review, a notification popped up. "This host is currently under review. New submissions are temporarily disabled." My chest tightened. It was possible other people had already reported her. Or maybe she had some way of keeping those reviews buried, flagged as false or removed. I checked the earlier ones again, the ones I'd found buried deep before, and noticed something I'd missed earlier. Most had no responses from Karen. But one, posted months ago, had a single reply under it: "You weren't supposed to remember." My mouth went dry. It had to be her. She was replying to people she'd targeted, people who'd gotten too close to the truth. I needed to talk to someone. I wasn't sure if it was the police or the platform or someone else entirely, but I couldn't just drive home and pretend none of this happened. I had a video, I had proof. I just didn't know what to do with it yet. The nearest police station was only a few miles from the gas station. I drove there, still gripping the steering wheel too tightly. When I arrived, the place was nearly empty, quiet except for the hum of the lights and the soft voice of the night shift officer behind the desk. He looked up as I entered, his face impassive. "Can I help you?" he asked. "Yeah, I need to report something," I said, walking to the counter. "It's kind of weird, but I think I was being watched, or followed. I was staying at an Airbnb nearby, and someone, the host, came into the house, at night, while I was asleep." His expression didn't change. "Do you have proof of that?" "I do. I set up a small camera in the hallway. It caught her coming out from under the bed. I have the footage on my phone. It's real." "Let me see it," he said calmly. I handed him my phone. He watched the video, brows furrowing slightly, but never looking surprised, just quietly processing. When it ended, he looked up, his tone carefully neutral. "That is unsettling." "Yeah," I said, swallowing hard. "That's why I came here. I don't know what she's doing or why, but I wanted to make a report. In case someone else stays there and something worse happens." He nodded slowly, then turned to type something on his computer. "And you said her name was Karen? Karen Wilson?" I blinked. "Yeah. You know her?" He didn't answer right away. Then slowly, he stood and disappeared into a back room, telling me to sit tight while he looked into something. I waited. 5 minutes, then 10. The quiet of the station was unbearable, the flickering overhead lights buzzing faintly. My phone buzzed in my hand, an unknown number, no caller ID. I didn't answer. Then a text came through. "You shouldn't have shown anyone." My chest tightened. I looked toward the hallway where the officer had disappeared. Still no one. The door hadn't even creaked open. I stood up, walking cautiously to the counter, then leaned over slightly to peek through the hallway. Empty. I backed away and looked at the front door. For a split second I considered leaving, just walking out and calling a different station. But before I could move, the officer returned. He was holding a folder thick, aged, and he set it down gently on the counter. "She's been reported before," he said quietly. "A few times, all from out-of-towners. People passing through, staying a night or two. Claims just like yours." "What happened with them?" I asked, heart pounding. "Nothing," he said. "Reports vanish. No follow-up. Review sites get wiped. In one case, the guest himself disappeared, checked in, never checked out. His car was found 2 counties over, burned out." A cold chill ran through me. "And she's still renting out the place." "She never owned it," he replied. "Property is in her brother's name. Long criminal record. He's never been seen in town, not in years. Everyone just deals with her. No one asks questions." My throat was dry. "So what do I do now?" He looked me dead in the eye. "You leave, tonight. You don't come back to this town. You don't write reviews. You don't post that video. You forget it happened. That's how you stay alive." I stared at him, stunned. "You're telling me to do nothing?" "I'm telling you this isn't the kind of place that listens. And she's not someone you want to challenge. People who do don't stay gone for long." I took a slow step back. "You know what she is, and you're still letting her do it." He didn't respond. I turned and walked out, my body buzzing with adrenaline and disbelief. The night air outside was ice cold, and I pulled my jacket tighter around me as I climbed back into my car. I drove straight through the night, my hands never relaxing on the steering wheel. Every time a car appeared behind me, I flinched, afraid it would be hers, afraid she'd somehow gotten ahead of me. It wasn't until sunrise broke over the highway that I finally exhaled. I still have the video. I keep it saved in 3 places: my phone, my cloud storage, a flash drive in a drawer I never open. I haven't shown it to anyone else, haven't shared it online, haven't tried to warn anyone again. But sometimes in the middle of the night, I'll get a message from a stranger. "Do you know anything about a woman named Karen?" And I don't respond. Because she's still there. And she still has room for one. It's been a month since I left that town, since I pulled out of the gas station parking lot with my heart pounding, still reeling from what I'd seen. I've tried to settle back into my life, to find the rhythm I had before all of it. Work, gym, errands, sleep. But it's not the same. Something changed that night. I changed. I still wake up at 3:14 a.m. without fail, every night. Not from nightmares. I don't remember dreaming at all. I just wake up, wide-eyed, breath held. Listening. as if some part of me expects her to be there, watching from the shadows. I've done everything I can to forget it, deleted the Airbnb app, canceled the accounts I used for travel booking, removed every notification tied to that town, but some things won't stay buried. You don't just forget something like that. You don't unsee a woman crawling out from under your bed. The worst part? Sometimes I wonder if it really happened. I look at the video, I still have it, but it's grainy. The lighting is poor. The shape is vaguely human, sure, but I could almost convince myself it was just a trick of the shadows. The mind plays games when it's scared, but then I remember the whisper, that voice, the words. Don't leave yet. I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And even now, that dread hasn't gone away. A few days ago, I got another message. Anonymous, just like the others. The subject line was simple. Karen's place. No body text, no attachments, just the name. It came through my personal email, one I hadn't used for anything related to the trip. That's when I knew she wasn't done. I debated blocking the sender, deleting the message, pretending I hadn't seen it. But curiosity got the better of me. I clicked reply and typed just one line. What do you know? No response came that day, or the next. But on the third day, a new message appeared. Different address, but probably the same person. She's been doing this for years. Attached was a link to a zip file. I didn't open it right away. I ran antivirus software, scanned everything. Paranoia is second nature now, but eventually I clicked. Inside were screenshots, dozens of them. Old reviews, pulled from archived pages. Some were barely legible, old browser screenshots with text warped and blurred, but the pattern was unmistakable. Woke up with scratches I didn't have before. Heard someone breathing in my room. My boyfriend thought I was imagining it. Only stayed one night. Something was wrong. My phone was moved, charger unplugged. I didn't tell anyone, but I've never felt safe again. Each review came from a different year, a different name, sometimes a different listing title altogether. Cozy getaway in Maple Ridge, secluded artist's loft, warm rustic stay, but always the same host. Karen. The photos showed different houses, slightly different furnishings, but there was always the same hallway, the same guest room, the same neatly made bed. I scrolled through more files, police reports, at least 3 names, guests who had filed complaints but later withdrew them. One case involved a missing persons report. The man had checked into a short-term rental, last seen picking up groceries the night he arrived. His car was found 2 weeks later, burned out on a logging road miles from town. No body was ever recovered. The case went cold. One file stood out, a blurry image from a home security camera. It showed a woman crouched low, partially obscured by a bed frame. The angle was just off, the lighting poor. But her hair, it was identical. The same gray-streaked bun, the same sweater I'd seen her wear when she greeted me on the porch. Karen. I clicked through the rest of the folder, my heart pounding harder with each file. The last document was a text transcript, just a single exchange. You still do this? They keep coming. They always need a place to rest. I slammed the laptop shut, heart hammering. It wasn't just paranoia. I hadn't imagined it. This was real. That same night I received another message. This one was short but clear. She knows you're watching. I didn't sleep at all. The next morning, I packed a small bag and drove across town to my brother's place. I didn't explain why, I just said I needed a break, time to clear my head. He offered the spare room without asking questions, and I've been staying here ever since. But even now, the feeling follows me. It's in the way I check the locks 3 times before bed, how I look under the bed, behind the curtains, even inside the closet. I don't feel safe anymore. Not anywhere. Then today, something new happened. I got a package. No return address, no markings. Just a plain brown box sitting on the porch, waiting for me when I came back from grabbing coffee. My stomach turned the moment I saw it. I took it inside, opened it slowly. Inside was a single object, a key. Attached to it was a note, written in handwriting I didn't recognize, but I didn't need to. Room for one. You left too soon. The key was old-fashioned, iron, the kind you'd see in a historic home, or a place that hadn't been updated in decades. And I knew, deep in my gut, it belonged to that house, her house. She was still reaching out, still watching. I stared at the key for a long time, then placed it back in the box, sealed it, and threw it in the dumpster behind the complex. But I knew that wasn't the end of it. Throwing it away didn't erase the message. It didn't undo what had already been done. Now every time I hear a floorboard creak, every time I wake at 3:14 and stare into the dark corners of the room, I wonder, is she here? Is she under the bed? Somewhere out there, Karen still has her listing. It might be under a different name, a different town, but the hallway will be the same, so will the room. And someone else will book it. Someone will think it's just another getaway, a cozy weekend escape. They'll settle into the bed, fall asleep thinking they're alone. And at 3:14 a.m. they'll wake to the sound of whispering. Don't leave yet. You were supposed to stay longer. I survived, but I don't know how many others will. It was supposed to be over. I had left, driven away, deleted the apps, blocked the number, burned the damn key after fishing it out of the trash because I couldn't sleep knowing it was still there. I even contacted Airbnb again from a different account, using a VPN, hoping I could bypass whatever filters Karen seemed to have wrapped around herself, but I never got a reply. I wasn't sure anyone on the other end even saw the message. I was trying to move on, back at my brother's house, still pretending everything was fine, that I just needed a break from the noise, and for a while things quieted down. I was still rattled, still checking locks and peering into closets, but I thought the worst had passed. Until last Tuesday. It started with a voicemail. No caller ID, of course. The message was short, 7 seconds. Just the sound of breathing, slow, deliberate, close. Then faintly, almost too quiet to hear, the whisper I'd been trying to forget. Don't leave yet. I dropped my phone. For a second, I thought maybe it was my mind playing tricks again. I replayed the voicemail over and over, each time catching just a few more syllables. Stay longer. My brother found me sitting in the living room, pale and wide-eyed, gripping the phone like it might bite. You okay? he asked cautiously. I nodded, lied. Yeah, just got some bad news. But I knew it wasn't news. It was a warning. That night, I turned on every light in the house, every single one. I stayed in the guest room with a flashlight in one hand and a metal bat in the other. I didn't sleep. At 3:14 a.m., the lights flickered. Only for a second, maybe two, but they flickered. No power outage in the neighborhood, no bad weather, just my room, just my clock resetting. And when I checked the camera I'd mounted on the door, yes, I had another one, of course I did, it showed nothing. Nothing at all. Except it had been turned off at exactly 3:14 a.m. The same timestamp, always the same. I sat in the dark for hours after that, no longer trying to deny what I'd known deep down all along. This wasn't about a bad rental. It wasn't just a creepy host or a glitchy camera. This was deliberate, coordinated, targeted. Karen, if that was even her real name, hadn't just been watching me during that weekend. She was still watching, and I wasn't the first. So I started digging. Harder than before. I spent days scouring old travel forums, web archives, anything that hadn't been buried or erased. I searched names, addresses, descriptions of the property. I found fragments. Posts deleted hours after they were created. Blog entries that vanished mid-sentence. Even a Reddit thread that simply said, "Don't book the cottage near Maple Ridge," followed by nothing but blank space. I tracked down one username, a guy named Darren who'd posted in a hiking forum about his strange Airbnb experience in the same area. His account had gone inactive 2 years ago. I sent him a message anyway. He replied 2 days later, a single sentence. "You saw her too, didn't you?" I typed out everything, the towel, the toothbrush, the camera, the video, the key. He didn't respond for a full day. When he did, he asked for a phone call. I hesitated, then agreed. We spoke for 35 minutes. Darren's voice was low and hoarse, like someone who didn't talk to many people anymore. He lived in another state now, no social media, changed his name. His story mirrored mine almost exactly. One night stay, strange behavior, subtle intrusions. I left after the first night, he said, thought I was being paranoid, but she followed me. Followed you how? I asked. The same way she's following you now. Messages, packages, visitors. I nearly dropped the phone. She showed up at your house? No, he said flatly, but someone did. A man, clean cut. Said he was with the property management group. Asked a lot of questions. Wanted to know if I enjoyed my stay. What did you do? I moved. Never stayed anywhere without cameras again, but they always find a way back in. They. He said it like it wasn't just Karen, like there was a network, a group, people who were all part of it. Have you ever gone back? I asked. To the house? A pause. No, but I thought about it. I think that's what they want. What do you mean? They want you to go back. It's not about the house. It's about you. They pick people who won't be believed, people who are alone, travelers. They make you question your memory, your sanity. And then when you go looking for answers, that's when it gets worse. That night, I barely spoke to my brother. I told him I wasn't feeling well, that I needed some time to myself. I sat in the guest room with my phone on the desk, watching the camera feed, waiting, daring something to happen. At 3:14 a.m., the app glitched, just for a second. No motion alert this time, just static. And then, in the corner of the screen, a face. Not fully visible, just part of it, eyes staring, close to the camera, so close I could see the reflection in one iris. It was me. The feed cut to black. I slammed the laptop shut, heart hammering in my chest. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. For a moment I felt paralyzed, like the fear had sunk its claws into me completely. But I knew what I had to do. I packed a bag, left a note for my brother, and I drove. Not back to the house, not yet. To the town, to the diner where that waitress gave me that strange look, to the gas station where I'd first felt safe, to the police station where the officer had warned me, quietly, calmly, to disappear. And I realized something they all knew, maybe not all the details, but enough to stay quiet, to look away. Maybe because they were afraid, or maybe because they were part of it. But I wasn't afraid anymore. I was going back. Not for revenge, not even for answers. Just to end it, one way or another. Because I couldn't live like this anymore. Because I knew wherever I went, at exactly 3:14 a.m., she would still be watching. And she would always whisper, "You were supposed to stay longer." I arrived back in Old Town Ridge just after noon. The sky was overcast, casting a gray hush over the sleepy town, the kind of day that felt half-finished, like something important had been forgotten. The streets were mostly empty, a few cars here and there, a couple of people walking their dogs. No one looked up as I passed. No one recognized me, or maybe they did, and they just chose not to show it. The diner was still there. Same chipped paint on the windows, same dusty neon sign flickering on and off. I parked across the street and watched it for a minute before heading in. The same waitress was behind the counter. Her hair was different, but I knew it was her. I didn't expect her to recognize me. To her, I was probably just another guest from a long list of faces she'd served. But the second our eyes met, something passed between us. Not surprise, just acknowledgement. I sat at the counter. She brought me coffee without asking. "You came back," she said. I had to. She didn't nod, didn't blink, just stared into her notepad like it had something important to say. "You're not the first," she added. I figured. She scribbled something, then tore the page out and slid it across the counter toward me. It was an address, not the one I remembered, but close, a few blocks off the edge of town. "They move it sometimes," she said quietly. "The furniture changes, the name on the mailbox, but the room stays the same." I didn't ask how she knew. I didn't ask why she was helping. I just took the paper, finished the coffee, and left a 20 on the counter. The new address brought me to the edge of a quiet residential street, lined with trees that had already shed most of their leaves. The house was smaller than before. White siding, one story, a porch swing creaking gently in the wind. No cars in the driveway, but the front door was unlocked. I stepped inside. The layout was different, new wallpaper, new furniture, but the hallway was the same. I walked slowly down the narrow corridor, passing the framed art, the coat hooks, the creaky floorboard just before the guest room. The door to the room was open. The bed was made. Neatly, perfectly. A single key sat on the nightstand, next to a folded note. I didn't touch either. I just stood there for a moment, taking it in. This was the place. Maybe not the same structure, but the place. And she was still here. I pulled my phone from my pocket and opened the camera app. It was already recording. I'd started filming back in the car. No more glitchy footage, no more shadows. Just me, here, walking through this house, with the truth. I turned slowly and walked back to the living room, where the fireplace flickered. There was no firewood, no switch. It burned anyway. I sat in the chair across from it, facing the hallway, waiting. 3:14 wasn't far off. As the clock on my phone ticked closer, the temperature in the room began to drop, not dramatically, just enough to notice, enough to make the hair on my arms stand up. I checked the camera. Still running. And then, without warning, I heard the sound. The whisper of a door moving. Footsteps, soft, bare, coming from the hallway. I didn't move, didn't speak. I just raised the phone, steady hands capturing everything. She stepped into the room. Same sweater, same face, Karen. Her expression was calm, almost kind, as if we were old friends reuniting. "I knew you'd come back," she said. "I had to," I replied. She looked at the camera, then back at me. Her eyes were strange, too calm, too clear. There was no guilt, no fear, just acceptance. This place, it chooses people. Some don't even know why they book it. They just feel the pull. "What is it?" I asked. "Why me?" She smiled, faint and tired. "It's not about you. Not really. It's about the story. Some people come and they forget. Some never leave. But you remembered. You saw it for what it was." I didn't speak. She walked to the fireplace and crouched beside it, running her hand through the flames. They didn't burn her, just flickered around her fingers. "I don't make the rules," she said. "I just keep the room ready." "Ready for what?" Her smile faded slightly. "For the ones who need it, the ones who've been touched by it already. It doesn't let go. You carry it, whether you want to or not." My throat tightened. So what now? She stood, brushing her hands off like she'd just finished gardening. "Now you leave. For good. You've seen what it is. That's enough." You walked into the fire and walked back out. "And if I don't?" Her eyes hardened. "Then the room gets another guest." We stood there for a long moment. Then I nodded. I turned and walked back down the hallway, past the key, past the bed, out the door. The air outside was colder now, the wind sharper, but the sky was clearing. I drove straight to the county police department 2 towns over, told them everything, showed them the footage, gave them the address, names, dates. I don't know what they did with it. Maybe nothing, maybe everything. I went home. The messages stopped. The nightmares faded, and slowly I started living again. Weeks later, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. I let it go to voicemail. When I finally listened to it, the voice was one I didn't expect. The waitress. "They shut the house down," she said. "Came in with a warrant, took everything. She's gone, don't know where. But the house is sealed, cameras, lights. No one's booked it since." She paused. "You ended it, you know, whatever it was." And then she hung up. That night, for the first time in months, I slept straight through. No wake-ups, no whispering, no shadow at the foot of my bed. Just silence. The good kind. I don't know what Karen really was. I don't know if she was part of something bigger or just a symptom of it. But I know this. Some houses don't want to be homes. Some places hold on to the people who pass through, like a sickness that refuses to let go. But if you shine enough light into a room like that, sometimes it lets you go. Sometimes it sets you free. And if you're lucky, you never have to check under the bed again. I first saw her on a Tuesday. It was early, probably 5:30 in the morning. I'd gotten in the habit of waking up before the kids, not to be productive, but because I liked the quiet. There's this weird, weightless window of time before the rest of the world kicks on. No emails, no cartoons, no toast burning in the background, just stillness. That morning, I poured myself a cup of coffee and stood at the kitchen window like I always do, looking out over the backyard. That's when I noticed her, just standing there at the back fence. Our yard backs up to a small patch of woods. Nothing dense, just a few skinny trees, some brush, the occasional squirrel. Between the yard and the trees is an old wooden fence about shoulder height. It was here when we moved in. Nothing fancy, just enough to say this part is ours. She was standing on the other side of it, not in the woods, but right at the edge, perfectly still, hands at her sides, wearing what looked like a long coat or maybe a dress, dark brown, like something you'd wear to a church service in the fall. At first I figured she was just passing through, maybe someone's lost aunt or a neighbor cutting across the woods to get somewhere faster. But she didn't move, didn't fidget, didn't seem cold, just stood there, facing the house. She was too far away to make out her expression, but I could tell she wasn't watching the trees or looking around. She was looking straight at our window, at me. I didn't wave or say anything, just stood there with my coffee, watching her, trying to figure out if I should call someone or open the back door. But I didn't want to wake anyone else up, and honestly, I wasn't even sure what I'd report. Eventually, the sky started to brighten. Not full sunrise, but that soft gray blue that means morning's on the way. I looked down to check the time, 5:42, and when I looked up again, she was gone. No rustling, no footsteps, just gone. I stepped outside and looked around, but the woods were still. The grass was wet with dew, no footprints. Weird, but not alarming. Not yet. The next morning, she was back. Same time, 5:30 on the dot. Different outfit this time, a pale green blouse with a tan skirt that hit just below the knee. Her hair was down, neatly combed, almost too neat for that early in the morning. Again, she stood there without moving, just watching the house. This time, I stepped out onto the porch. I didn't go down the steps, just stood there and stared back at her. I thought maybe she'd wave, or speak, or do anything to make this make sense. But she didn't react. She didn't even blink. I raised a hand halfway, not quite a wave, more like a cautious hello, and she still didn't move. When I called out, "Can I help you?" her head tilted just slightly to the right, like she was studying me or recognizing me. That was the moment I felt the first real thread of unease. Not fear, not yet, but something that made me step back into the house without fully realizing I'd done it. I watched her through the window again, waiting to see if she'd leave, or at least shift her weight. She didn't. And just like the day before, as the light started creeping in, she was gone. I told my wife about her that night. Jen laughed at first. "You've got a little fan club forming," she said. But when I told her how long the woman had stood there, how she didn't move or speak, her smile faded. "You think she's homeless?" Jen asked. "Maybe," I said. "But she looks too, put together. Her clothes are always clean, hair brushed. She doesn't have a bag or anything. It's weird." "Should we call someone?" I shrugged. "She's not on our property." That's what I kept coming back to. She wasn't doing anything technically wrong. She was just there. And the next morning, she was there again. 5:30 sharp. This time she wore a red sweater, same length skirt as the day before. Her shoes were always flats, modest, practical, like she dressed for a very specific kind of appointment every day. I stepped outside again. This time, I walked all the way down to the edge of the yard. She didn't move. I stood about 10 feet from her, only the fence between us. Up close, she looked even more ordinary, early 50s maybe. No visible scars or dirt, no signs of injury. Her eyes were pale, almost colorless in the dawn light. "Why are you here?" I asked. She blinked, once, maybe twice, then said in a quiet, even voice, "I used to live here." Her tone wasn't angry, wasn't sad, just matter of fact. I didn't know what to say. I waited, thinking she'd explain, tell me she grew up here, or that she was confused, but she didn't. She just said, "He said I could come back when I'm ready." I asked, "Who?" But she didn't answer. She turned her head slightly to the left, like she was listening to something deep in the woods, then back at me. And then, as the sky began to brighten, she turned and walked into the trees. No rush, no fear. Just left. That was the first time I felt afraid. Not because of what she did, but because of how calm it all was. That kind of calm only comes from believing you belong somewhere. And I couldn't shake the feeling that she thought she still did. She didn't come the next morning. I got up early, like usual, still groggy from staying up too late reading the same news stories on my phone. I stood at the kitchen window with my coffee, watching the fence line. 5:30 came and went. Nothing. Just dew on the grass and the slow crawl of morning light through the trees. I waited longer than I'd like to admit. At 6, I stepped out onto the porch, half expecting to see her walk out from behind a tree like she'd been hiding there the whole time. But no. The yard was still. The woods were quiet. And I told myself I should be relieved. But I wasn't. All day, I couldn't stop thinking about her. Not in an obsessive way, at least not at first. Just a quiet itch at the back of my mind, like a riddle I hadn't solved. Who was she? What did she mean by he said, I could come back when I'm ready? I checked the county records online during nap time. Our house was built in the early 90s, 2 owners before us. A couple with no kids, and before that a family who'd been here since it was first constructed. Their name was Riddick. I didn't find any mention of a woman, no news articles, no obituaries, just sales records and mortgage info. That night, after we put the kids to bed, I brought it up to Jen again, told her what the woman had said. She told you she used to live here? She asked. Yeah, and that someone told her she could come back, when she's ready. Jen frowned. That sounds like, I don't know, like something out of a movie. I nodded. She wasn't threatening. She was just there, like she belonged. We sat with that for a minute. You think she's confused? Jen asked. Maybe, or she thinks we're the ones in the wrong. Should we call the cops? She hasn't trespassed. We left it there, but I could tell Jen was worried now. Not just about the woman about me, the way I was talking, the way I couldn't let it go. The next morning, I woke up even earlier. 5:15. I didn't even make coffee. I just stood in the dark kitchen watching the yard. My eyes had adjusted to the gray light enough that I could see the tree line clearly. At 5:30, like clockwork, she was there. Same posture. Same stillness. Different clothes. This time it was a navy blue sweater with pearl buttons and a floral skirt. Her hands were folded in front of her, not at her sides like before. Her hair was pulled back. She looked neater somehow, more formal. I didn't go outside. I just stood behind the glass, hidden in the shadows, watching her. She didn't move. Didn't blink. I checked the time again. 5:35, 5:40. She still hadn't moved. But I started to notice something. Her gaze wasn't just directed at the house anymore. It was angled upward, toward the second floor, toward the kids' window. That did something to me, something sharp. I pulled the curtains shut. I went upstairs and checked on them, both asleep, both safe. The room was quiet, nothing unusual. But when I came back down and looked outside again, she was gone. That's when I called the non-emergency police line. I told them there was a woman standing at our back fence every morning at the same time, that she wasn't threatening us, but she was watching, that she said something strange about having lived here. The officer on the phone sounded tired, polite, but detached. He said unless she stepped onto our property or made some kind of verbal threat, there wasn't much they could do. If you can get a photo or video of her, That might help, he added. But standing on the other side of a fence doesn't really qualify as harassment. That was that. I tried to explain it to Jen that night. She was looking at the kid's window. Jen's face tightened. Are you sure? She wasn't looking at me. I know what I saw. She didn't argue, but she didn't say much after that either. Just nodded and started picking up toys from the living room floor like it was any other night. But the next morning, she woke up with me. She stood beside me at the window, both of us wrapped in our robes, silent. At 5:30, the woman was there again. Different outfit, white blouse, pale gray skirt, same flats. This time, she was holding something. A piece of paper. She didn't wave it or lift it high, just held it loosely at her side like a school teacher carrying a lesson plan. I reached for my phone and zoomed in through the window. The picture came out blurry, useless. The low light didn't help. Jen said, "What is that?" And I said, "I don't know." And before we could say anything else, the woman slowly lifted her free hand and pointed at the house. Not the upstairs window. The kitchen. Right at us. Then she turned and walked back into the trees. Jen stepped away from the window. "I want you to talk to someone," she said. "I am talking to someone. You." "No," she said. "A professional." That stung. I didn't respond. She put her hand on my arm. "I believe you. I'm not saying this isn't real, but you're getting obsessed. You're not sleeping. You're jumping at shadows. I'm trying to keep us safe." "I know," she said, "but it's starting to feel like she's not the problem anymore." That hurt more than I wanted to admit. I told her I'd drop it, but I didn't. The next morning I was out there before 5. I brought a folding chair and sat at the edge of the lawn with a flashlight and a thermos full of coffee, like I was on some kind of stakeout. I didn't care how it looked. I wanted to be close enough to see her face clearly, to ask her why. At 5:29 I felt it. That subtle shift in the air, like a curtain lifting. And there she was. Right on time. Only this time she wasn't standing. She was kneeling. Hands clasped, head bowed. Like she was praying. She was kneeling. I didn't move. She stayed like that for 6, maybe 7 minutes, perfectly still. Head bowed, hands pressed together, knees sunk into the soft ground just beyond the fence. She didn't flinch, didn't look up, didn't react when I turned on the flashlight and aimed it directly at her face. It was like I wasn't even there. And that, somehow, was worse than if she'd acknowledged me. She rose slowly at 5:43 and walked back into the woods, disappearing behind the same clump of trees as before. By the time I stood up, my coffee was cold. I didn't tell Jen that day. I was already towing the line between concerned and concerning. I knew it. She knew it. Every time I brought it up, I could see that flicker behind her eyes, that little "I'm worried about you" look. So I didn't say anything. I just went about the day like normal. Changed a diaper, made toast, folded laundry, rewatched the same episode of Bluey for the fourth time. But my mind stayed fixed on her. Why had she knelt? Why now? Was it ritual? Was it a signal? The next morning, I was back out there, before 5 again. Folding chair, thermos, flashlight. This time I brought my phone on a tripod, facing the woods, recording. At 5:29, nothing happened. At 5:30, still nothing. 5:31, 5:32. She stepped out from the trees like she'd never left, walking slowly like she'd been underwater. Different outfit again. Light blue dress with tiny white buttons. Her hair was up in a low bun. She didn't kneel this time, just stood with her hands at her sides. But she was closer. A step or two, maybe. Not much. But I knew. I felt it. I turned the flashlight on and aimed it toward her again, and this time I saw her face clearly. It wasn't blank, not expressionless. She looked sad, not weeping, not dramatic, just this quiet, heavy sadness that settled into her features like it had always been there. And then she smiled, barely, just the corners of her mouth tugging up like a memory she didn't trust. Then she lifted her hand, not waving, pointing, upstairs again, at the kid's window. I stood. "What do you want?" I asked. She tilted her head. I stepped closer. "Why are you here?" She didn't answer. "Who told you you could come back?" This time she did respond. Her voice was barely audible, calm, almost like a lullaby. "You'll remember soon." I froze. What does that mean? But she was already turning, walking away, slow and unbothered, her pale dress catching the morning light in a way that made it glow. Back into the trees. Gone. When I checked my phone, the recording had stopped halfway through. Storage full. Even though I'd cleared it the night before. I deleted everything, cleared the cache, emptied the trash, reset the camera app. The space wouldn't free up. I ran a factory reset. Still said, storage full. The video was gone, but the space it occupied stayed. That day, I couldn't stop checking the windows. Every reflective surface made me jump. A flash of movement across the lawn, a bird in the brush, a neighbor walking their dog. It all felt too loud, too fast. Like the world was spinning just a little harder around me than it was for everyone else. That night, Jen found me sitting at the kitchen table with the lights off, just staring into the backyard. "You're doing it again," she said gently. I saw her face today. Jen sighed and pulled out a chair. "Do you think maybe she's part of your past? Something you've forgotten?" I looked at her. "Why would you say that?" She hesitated. "You keep saying things like it's personal, like she's here for you." "She is." She pointed at the kid's window. She told me I'd remember. Jen was quiet for a moment. "Do you remember what happened the year before we moved here?" I blinked. "What?" "Do you remember what happened in May the year before we moved?" I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. I couldn't remember. Not clearly. Just flashes, boxes, a hospital, a quiet room with a window that didn't open. But those were dreams. They felt like dreams. Jen touched my hand. You got help. You're okay now. But maybe something's getting stirred up again. She's real. I believe that you believe that. No, Jen, she's real. Okay, she said, not agreeing, not disagreeing, just trying to keep the peace. She went to bed not long after. I stayed downstairs. I pulled out every photo album we had, every storage bin, every moving box from the garage. I dug through them until my hands were covered in dust and old paper cuts. Looking for what? I didn't know. Something, anything, a clue, a name. And then I found it. In a manila envelope at the bottom of a box labeled Old Mail. An envelope addressed to me from a rehab center 3 counties over. I didn't remember going there. But it had my name, my signature, a discharge date, exactly 1 year before we moved into this house. Inside was a thank you note. Not from the center, from someone named L. Written in shaky blue pen. I hope this place gives you peace. You deserve it more than I do. I'll wait as long as it takes. No last name. No return address. Just L. I stared at it until the sun started to rise. I looked out the window. She was already there. She was there when the sun came up. Same place, same stillness. But everything felt different now. I stood at the window, envelope in one hand, coffee forgotten on the counter behind me. I didn't wake Jen. I didn't move. I just stared out at her and tried to line her up with the words on the paper in my hand. I'll wait as long as it takes. That was what the note said. And now here she was. Had she waited? I tried to remember, really remember anything about someone named L, but nothing came. No face, no moment, just that constant sense of almost, like a song you can hum but not name. The woman stood like she always did, hands folded, posture straight, eyes fixed on the house. She wore a pale yellow sweater today, tucked into a brown skirt with pleats. Her shoes were the same, always the same, and her hair was down again. It looked familiar. I stepped away from the window and pulled the curtain closed. I didn't know what scared me more, that she was watching us, or that some part of me might have invited her. The kids were up by then. I made breakfast like normal, or tried to. Toast burned. I poured juice into a coffee mug by mistake. Jen noticed, but didn't say anything. She watched me from across the kitchen, waiting to see if I'd bring it up. I didn't. After breakfast, I went out to the garage and found an old trail camera we'd bought back when we thought we were going to become one of those hiking families. I mounted it in the tree closest to the back fence and angled it down. Motion activated, night vision, should have been enough to catch something. Just in case. Just so I'd have proof. That night, I lay awake for hours. My mind kept circling the same drain. Who was she? What did I forget? Had we met before? Had I promised her something? Had I hurt her? Or worse, had I loved her? The next morning, I didn't go outside. I stayed inside, lights off, curtains cracked just enough to see. She came at 5:30. Same spot. New clothes. White blouse, dark green skirt. But something was different. She wasn't looking at the house. She was looking at me. Not at the window, not at the upstairs room. At me. She met my eyes through the sliver in the curtain and just stood there, blinking slow, like she'd been waiting for me to really see her. I wanted to go out there, but I didn't. I don't know if it was fear or guilt, or maybe both. My hand was on the doorknob, but I stayed still. At 5:46, she turned and left. That afternoon, I checked the trail cam. The screen said, motion detected, 5:31 a.m. I opened the clip. There was nothing. No figure, no movement, just a 30-second shot of an empty yard, the fence, the woods behind it, quiet, still. No woman. No proof. I stared at it, trying to make sense of the footage. Did I aim the camera wrong? Did something glitch? But I knew what I saw. She'd been there. I put the trail cam back in the garage. That night, I sat on the porch alone with a blanket over my lap and a flashlight in one hand. I watched the tree line like it owed me answers. I didn't sleep. I didn't blink for long. At 5:28, I heard it. A soft shuffle in the leaves. And then she was there. Not walking out of the woods this time. Just appearing. Like she'd always been standing there and the world had finally caught up. I stood slowly. Walked to the fence. She didn't move. Up close, she looked tired, not disheveled, just worn. Her eyes weren't threatening, they weren't demanding, they were asking. I cleared my throat. What's your name? She tilted her head. You used to know it. I don't. A soft smile. Not yet. You keep coming here, why? She looked up at the house. Because he said I could. Who's he? You. I swallowed. I never said that. You did, a long time ago. I took a step back. My voice was shaking now. You can't be here. I know. She looked down at her hands, but I don't have anywhere else to be. We stood like that for a while. She never crossed the fence. And eventually, like always, she turned and walked into the woods. Jen was waiting in the doorway when I came back in. She didn't say anything. She just pulled me into a hug and held on longer than usual. The next day, I made an appointment. A therapist. Someone new. Someone who wouldn't start the conversation with how long has it been since your last visit. I didn't tell them about the woman right away. I started slow. Just talked about the unease, the guilt I couldn't place, the memory gaps, the feeling that something was waiting for me to catch up to it. We talked about my past treatment, about the breakdown, the hospitalization, the weeks I didn't remember. They told me it was okay. That forgetting is sometimes what the brain needs to survive. I nodded, but I wasn't sure I agreed, because whatever I'd forgotten, it hadn't forgotten me. That night, I went back through the mail again. Every envelope, every piece of paper, every scribbled note in every old notebook we still had stuffed into drawers. And I found another one. Different handwriting this time. Smaller, tighter. Just 3 lines, written in pencil on the inside of a greeting card that said, "Thinking of you" on the front. He told me to wait here. He said this would be home. I don't know how long that means. It wasn't addressed to anyone, but I knew who it was from, and I knew who it was for. The next morning, I didn't wait for her. I woke up late, slept through my alarm. Jen let me sleep in, which she never does, especially on weekdays. When I finally rolled out of bed, the kids were already halfway through their cereal, and the sun was pouring in through the back windows like nothing had ever been wrong. I went to the kitchen window without even thinking, the way you reach for your phone first thing, and stopped when I realized I'd missed it. She was gone. If she'd come, I hadn't seen her. There was no note, no trace, no impression in the grass near the fence. Just an empty yard and the distant sound of a lawnmower from 2 houses down. But that didn't bring relief. It brought something else. A hollow, buzzing weight in my chest. Like I'd forgotten to show up for something I didn't know I agreed to. Jen asked me how I was feeling that afternoon. We were standing in the garage, the door open, kids riding scooters in lazy loops down the driveway. I shrugged. "Better," I said, "just tired." She handed me a folded sheet of paper. "I found this in the laundry room. It was tucked behind the dryer." I opened it carefully. Notebook paper, lined, torn at the edge, same tight handwriting as the card. This one was longer. He said not to knock, said the house was fragile now, said they wouldn't understand yet. I promised to wait where it's safe, where I used to sit before everything broke. I remember the fence. I remember the light in the kitchen. I remember his hands shaking. I read it twice, then folded it again and tucked it into my back pocket. Jen didn't ask what it said. She just looked at me, like she already knew. And maybe she did. That night, I sat outside again, no chair, just the grass beneath me, damp and cool, like the earth wanted to remind me I was still part of it. She didn't come at 5:30 or 5:40, but at 5:52 I felt her. Before I saw her, that same shift in the air, that hush, that invisible thread pulling the space between us tight. When I looked up, she was already there. Closer now. Maybe 3 feet from the fence. Not kneeling, not standing straight, just leaning slightly forward, like she was tired, or like she didn't want to scare me. She wore a light gray sweater buttoned up to her throat, long black skirt, hair in a low bun, pale hands folded in front of her like she was waiting her turn to speak. "Your letters," I said. She nodded. "Why did you leave them?" To remind you. Of what? That I was here, that I still am. I felt something slide into place behind my ribs. A quiet truth. I rubbed my hands together. Did I know you? She tilted her head. You do. I don't remember. You will. Were we, I started, then stopped. The word tasted wrong. I don't know, I said instead. I don't know what's real anymore. She took a small step forward, just enough that I could see her more clearly. Her face was soft, no makeup, no lines that didn't belong. She looked like someone I should have known. Someone whose photo I might have glanced past in a forgotten album. You said I could come back when I was ready, she said. When was that? You didn't know at the time. What did I say exactly? She closed her eyes. You said, when I get better, when things are safe again, you can come back, and I waited. I felt the air thicken around me. My legs felt rooted to the earth, like I couldn't have stood even if I wanted to. You never came inside, I said. I promised I wouldn't. You kept that promise. She smiled, and for a moment I felt something warm, familiar. Like I'd seen that smile before, across a table, or in a hospital room, or in a photo that got thrown away. I swallowed hard. Are you real? Her smile didn't change. You're asking the wrong question. What's the right one? She paused, then said softly, Why did you forget me? I felt dizzy. I don't know. She stepped closer. I think you needed to. I think you had to let me go, but you didn't know how, so you pushed it down until it stopped knocking. I didn't mean to. I know. I sat in silence, the morning cold starting to settle into my skin. Behind us, the trees were starting to shift color, the edges of fall creeping in. She looked at the house. Is it different now? Yes, I said. Better? Sometimes. She nodded. I'm sorry I scared you. You didn't, I said. But we both knew that wasn't true. You're not coming back again, are you? I asked. No. Because I remember now. No, she said, because you're not mine anymore. I didn't know what to say to that. She stepped back, and for the first time she smiled fully. No sadness, no questions, just a quiet goodbye that didn't need to be spoken. Then she turned and walked into the woods, and this time I didn't feel afraid, because I knew she wasn't lost. She was done waiting. I sat in the grass until the sun came up. When Jen came outside with a blanket draped over her arm and 2 mugs in her hands, I looked up at her and felt something I hadn't felt in a long time. Here, present, unburied. I took the coffee. She sat next to me. Neither of us said anything. We didn't need to. Inside my pocket, the letter stayed folded, still warm. And for the first time, it didn't feel like a secret. She didn't come back after that morning. I watched for her, of course. The first few days, I still got up early, still sat in the kitchen with the lights off, watching the tree line like I always did. But the fence stayed empty. The woods were still, and a strange thing started to happen. I missed her. Not in a literal way. I wasn't longing for her to return, or for the things she said, or the eerie quiet that came with her presence. I missed the weight of her, the tension, the way her presence had pointed me toward something I didn't want to face until I had no choice. Now that she was gone, there was nothing between me and the truth. And it was quiet. Too quiet at first. For a few days, I wandered the house like I was waiting for something to snap back into place. Jen kept her distance, gently. She didn't press. She just stayed nearby, bringing me coffee, checking in with her eyes more than her words. I think she knew I was finally facing something I'd kept buried long enough to forget I'd buried it. I kept that letter, the one I found behind the dryer, in my pocket for a while. Then I moved it to a drawer in the hallway, then to a small box in the closet. I wasn't hiding it. I just didn't need it to be close anymore. The memories didn't come all at once. They never do. But little things began to surface. The sound of a voice I couldn't place, a small silver necklace knotted in the bottom of an old toiletries bag, a memory of a hospital room that wasn't mine, but felt familiar. Someone crying softly while I stared out the window. Someone telling me I needed time, that I needed space. The grief came later. Not sharp and loud, like I thought it might. Just slow, like water through a cracked ceiling. A steady drip of realization, of acceptance. She was someone I'd known. Someone I'd loved. I didn't need the details to feel the loss. The absence was enough. Jen was the one who finally said it out loud, a few weeks later, when the kids were with her parents and we were sitting out back in the early evening. The sun was low, casting long shadows across the grass. I was staring at the fence just out of habit, and she said, her name was Lila. I didn't say anything at first. She continued, "It was a long time ago, before me. You were both very young. You told me about her once, during your recovery. When we first met, you said she was the reason you got better, but also the reason it got so bad." I looked over at her. She wasn't dangerous, Jen added quickly, not in the way people usually mean. She was unstable, not well, but she loved you, and you loved her. My throat felt tight. What happened to her? Jen hesitated. She left, voluntarily, checked herself into long-term care. You said you told her to come back when she was ready, that you'd wait, but when she got out, you were already with me. I nodded slowly. Something in my chest pulled tight, then let go. You didn't remember any of it, Jen said. Not until now. I think I needed to forget. I think you had to. We sat in silence for a while. I looked at the fence again, not with fear, not with expectation, just with a kind of reverence, like you'd look at the edge of a page before turning it. I didn't want to hurt her, I said. I know. I thought I was doing the right thing. You were. The crickets started chirping as the sky darkened. "I kept seeing her," I whispered. "I believe you." It felt so real. Jen took my hand. Maybe it was. I've thought about that moment a lot in the time since. Whether Lila was really there, or if she was something my mind conjured to finally make me remember. I've read about that trauma taking shape, manifesting, giving your memory something it can look at until you're ready to let it back in. But the truth is, I don't need a definitive answer. Because whatever she was, hallucination or haunting, memory or ghost, she helped me heal. She stood at that fence every morning because part of me still owed her something. Not an apology, not a second chance, just recognition. The kind that comes from finally saying, "I remember." I haven't seen her since that last day. But I still think about her sometimes. When the wind moves through the trees just right. When the kids run through the backyard and their laughter echoes in the woods. When I wake up early and find myself looking out the window before the sun rises. I don't expect her to come back. She doesn't need to. The promise was kept. Not in the way either of us imagined, but still. We both waited. And in the end, we both remembered. There's peace in that. Now, our home feels whole again, not in some magical way, just settled, balanced, as if a room that had always been locked quietly opened itself and let in some air. I think healing is like that. Not loud, not immediate. Just small changes in direction. The fence is still there. I haven't fixed it or painted it or changed it in any way. Sometimes I leave a light on in the kitchen overnight, and when I wake up in the morning and glance outside, I can almost believe I see her there. Not as a threat, not as a question, just as someone who came back one last time, and then moved on, like I did, like I had to. This is going to sound fake, I know that. If I were reading this, I'd think someone was messing around or making up office creepypasta, but I'm not here to impress anyone. I'm writing this down because I need to get it out of my head. Like if I don't document it, it'll keep slipping, like it already has. I work in one of those bleak mid-size offices you only see in the back corners of cities. Not downtown, not flashy, just 3 floors of beige hallways and break rooms that smell like burnt coffee and anxiety. We process insurance claims. That's all. I've been here for 5 years. Same cubicle, same terrible chair, same 4 co-workers in my row. We never switch desks. You know how some offices do that hot desk thing where you float around? We're not like that. Everything's fixed. So when I say there was a guy in the cubicle next to me, I mean that literally. He was always there. Always. His name was Jim. I didn't know his last name. I don't think anyone did. He was the quiet type, nodded when you said hi, didn't join in on office birthdays or bagel Fridays, but he wasn't rude. He always wore a red tie, not bright red, more like that faded maroon color, same one every day. I think he must have had 5 of the same tie. It became kind of his thing. Red tie, brown folder, black coffee, always black, no sugar, no milk. just poured straight from the break room pot into a chipped white mug that said number 1 something. I could never read the rest, because the glaze was cracked. Every morning he got in before me. That's saying something because I'm usually here by 7:15. He'd already be sitting down, typing quietly, face blank, screens already lit. I asked him once how early he got in, and he just shrugged. Said he liked the quiet before the phones started ringing. And then yesterday, he was gone. I didn't think much of it at first. People take sick days. But something about the silence from his cubicle felt different, wrong somehow, like the shape of the room had changed. It's hard to explain. The kind of quiet that feels deliberate. At 10:30, I asked Janice, she sits 2 rows behind me, if she'd seen Jim this morning. She blinked at me like I'd asked her if she believed in ghosts. "Who?" she said. "Jim," I repeated. "Cubicle to the right of mine, red tie, quiet guy." She tilted her head like she was trying to place it, then shook her head. "I think you mean Rick. You sit next to Rick." I laughed a little, waiting for her to smile. She didn't, and she was dead serious. "There is no Rick in our row. There has never been a Rick." I got up and walked the floor, asked 2 more people. Same thing, blank stares. One guy said, "Are you thinking of someone from another floor?" I told him I'd sat next to Jim for 5 years, that we started around the same time, that we shared a desktop printer, that Jim once let me borrow his space heater in the winter when the vents were busted. Nobody knew what I was talking about. So I went back to the cubicle. And it was empty. I don't mean someone's out for the day empty. I mean no computer, no monitor, no chair, no lamp, no desk calendar. Just dust rings on the floor and a lone Ethernet cable snaked against the wall, unplugged. I checked my own drawer, thinking maybe I had something, a post-it note from Jim, a pen he lent me, something to prove he existed. That's when I found the note. It was in my top drawer, under a stack of forms. I didn't put it there. It wasn't folded. Just sitting there like it had been dropped in last second. In thick, uneven handwriting it said, "Don't ask about me. They'll notice you next." No signature, no punctuation. The ink looked smudged, like whoever wrote it did it in a hurry or with shaky hands. I stared at it for probably 5 full minutes. I haven't told anyone about it. I don't know who I'd even tell. HR? The police? I feel like if I say the words out loud, something will shift. Like I'll cross a line I can't uncross. Because here's the thing, the cubicle Jim sat in, it's not in our seating chart. I checked the printed map we all get during onboarding. Every desk is labeled. Mine is B12. Janice is B14. B13, Jim's desk, is just listed as spare, but it's not a spare desk. It was his. I saw him at it every day. I heard him typing. I heard him clearing his throat. I've passed him coffee creamer during our 3 p.m. lull. And now it's like he never existed. I looked through my work inbox. No emails from him. I swear we exchanged at least 5 or 6 password resets, printer jams, calendar stuff, all gone. His name isn't in the directory, not first or last. And when I asked IT if I could submit a ticket on behalf of the person who sat next to me, the guy gave me a weird look. "There's no active user assigned to that port," he said. "Nobody's logged in there since last summer." "That doesn't make sense. I saw Jim yesterday morning. Or at least, I thought I did. I don't know what this is. A glitch? A prank? A nervous breakdown on my end? But when I came in this morning, I swear the air smelled like his coffee. That same burned, bitter edge that only happens when you let it sit too long on the burner. And I keep catching something out of the corner of my eye, a shape, right in the space where his cubicle used to be. I haven't thrown the note away. I keep it in my jacket pocket. And I'm not asking anyone else about him. Not yet. I laid in bed with the light on, fully dressed, like some part of me expected to get pulled back into the office. Or like I was afraid if I closed my eyes too long, I'd wake up and the apartment would be gone too. That's how off everything feels now. Like the world is made of layers, and one of them just shifted a little too far out of alignment. I kept checking the sticky note in my pocket. "Don't ask about me. They'll notice you next." The handwriting still looked uneven, left leaning, a little shaky. I kept trying to picture Jim writing it, hunched over his desk, glancing over his shoulder. The part I can't get past is how it ended up in my drawer. I didn't see him the day before he disappeared. At least, I don't think I did, but maybe that's the point. Maybe he was already fading. This morning, I told myself I wasn't going to look for more clues. I was going to show up, do my work, keep my head down, no questions, no notes. Just finish my shift and go home. Pretend I never knew Jim, but that lasted maybe half an hour. The silence in that part of the floor is different now. It's not the usual office quiet where you can still hear typing and low phone calls. It's deeper, more hollow, like the sound just doesn't land right. I started noticing little things, like the cubicle wall next to mine, the one that used to separate my space from Jim's. It's slightly warped now, like it was taken down and reinstalled wrong. And there's this tiny ripple in the carpet where his chair used to roll back and forth. Nobody seems to see it. Around 10, I pretended I needed to fix my printer settings and walked past HR. I looked through the frosted glass at their little corkboard. That's where they post birthdays and anniversaries and welcome signs for new hires. The board was clean, too clean, like it had been wiped. I could have sworn Jim's 5-year anniversary had been listed there just a few weeks ago. But now, the pins are all in odd places, like something was ripped down in a rush. I didn't go inside. I was too scared someone would see me looking, and I don't know what I'd say if they asked what I was looking for. Back at my desk, I opened our internal directory again, typed Jim into the employee search. Still nothing, not even a list of terminated employees. I typed in his full name, or what I thought was his full name. I wasn't even sure anymore. It's like my brain's already starting to file him under dream. Around lunch, I noticed another thing that shook me more than I expected. There's a coat rack at the end of our row. It's built into the wall. Kind of an ugly thing, beige metal. 3 hooks, never fully straight. Every day, Jim used to hang his coat there. Same charcoal jacket, a little too tight in the shoulders. I know, because it used to brush against mine when we both arrived early. Today, the rack was gone. Not empty, Gone. The wall where it used to be was patched and painted over, badly, like someone did it in a rush with the wrong shade of beige. You can still see where the screws used to go, 4 faint holes like pinpricks. When I asked maintenance about it, the guy just looked at me and said, "What rack?" And I swear he meant it. He wasn't being sarcastic. He genuinely didn't know what I was talking about. That's when I started watching other people more closely. Just little things. How they moved through the office, who they nodded to, what names they dropped in conversation. Most of them avoided the space beside my cubicle completely. They'd circle around it, like it wasn't there. A few glanced at it, confused, like they expected something else. But none of them stopped. Then around 3 in the afternoon I noticed something else. The guy 2 rows down, Marcus, his phone rang. He answered it with his usual claims and billing, Marcus speaking. Then he paused, and I saw it, just for a second. This flicker of confusion in his face. Like he didn't recognize the voice on the other end. He kept nodding, saying, "Uh-huh," but his eyes were scanning the room, like he was looking for someone who wasn't there anymore. Then he hung up, looked around, and his expression was completely blank, like he had already forgotten the call. I waited until he went to the restroom and checked his phone. The display showed no recent calls. That's when I realized it's not just about Jim. Something's spreading. I remembered what the note said. They'll notice you next. I don't know who they are, but I think noticing is the trigger. Like attention feeds whatever this is. The more you remember, the more you ask, the more the edges of reality start to give. I think that's what happened to Jim. He must have known something, or seen someone else disappear, and he tried to hold on to it too long, tried to push back. And the system, the building, the floor, whatever corrected itself. I think this place is erasing people. Not killing. Not relocating. Just removing. And once they're gone, it rearranges itself to fit the new reality. Cubicle layouts shift, calendar entries vanish, even memories start to feel like guesses. I don't know how far this goes, or how many people it's happened to already, but I'm starting to feel it creeping toward me. Little things. My badge glitched at the door this morning. Said access denied for half a second before unlocking. My nameplate was crooked when I got in. I never leave it like that. And just now, as I was finishing this, the sticky note is missing from my pocket. I didn't drop it. I checked the floor. I checked my jacket. Gone. The air feels heavier now, like the office is watching me breathe. I left work early that day. I didn't ask. I just stood up, walked toward the elevators, and told myself if anyone stopped me, I'd pretend I was going to a meeting, but no one looked up. No one asked anything. The receptionist at the front desk didn't even blink. It was like I had already started to become invisible, and nobody cared. That was somehow worse than being confronted. I didn't go straight home. I sat in my car with the engine running and just stared at the building through the windshield. I watched the windows of my floor, wondering if I'd see a flicker of movement, some small sign that the thing in that office knew I was trying to stay ahead of it. There was nothing. The weird part was, Even though I should have been panicking, my head felt blank, like the fear had turned into something heavier, something tired. I didn't want to solve it. I just wanted to survive it. I knew if I went home and started Googling weird memory gaps or workplace disappearances, it would all unravel faster. So I made myself stop, just tried to breathe. I drove to a diner on the edge of town and sat there with a coffee for 2 hours. I watched people come in and out, normal people doing normal things. I felt like I was underwater, watching a world that didn't know it was thinning at the edges. When I finally went home, I checked everything in my apartment. Nothing missing, no notes, no signs of entry, but my calendar app had changed. An event I didn't recognize was there, review prep with Marcus, listed for 3 in the afternoon that day. I hadn't had a meeting. I hadn't spoken to Marcus at all. But now it was showing as completed, with a little check mark. I tapped it to open more details, and the app crashed. I opened it again, and the event was gone. Not moved, not archived, just gone. I sat there for 20 straight minutes, staring at my screen, willing the event to come back. It didn't. The next morning at work, I noticed Marcus wasn't in yet. I waited. He always gets there before 9. 9:15, nothing. 10 o'clock, his desk was empty. But his stuff was still there. Jacket on the back of the chair, coffee mug with the chip on the handle, notepad open with some numbers scribbled across it. That made my stomach twist. Because it meant the process hadn't finished with him yet. He wasn't erased. Not completely, just paused. I looked around to see if anyone else noticed. They didn't. In fact, one guy even said, "Hey, anyone seen Dennis?" I blinked. "You mean Marcus?" He frowned. "No, Dennis." Tall guy, brown hair, sits next to the copier. There is no Dennis on our floor. I checked the internal directory again, no Marcus. But now, suddenly, there was a Dennis H. listed under our department. I clicked on the name. The profile had one line. Started 3 months ago. Billing analyst. I leaned back and stared at the ceiling tiles. It was happening again. And this time I was watching it in real time. Marcus had been wiped and replaced, and no one knew it except me. Around noon I checked his desk again. Now the jacket was gone, the mug was gone, his chair was pushed in, the monitor was dark, the notepad was clean, not a single pen in the cup holder. Like it had never been used. I stood there too long and someone passed behind me and asked, looking for a seat. I shook my head and mumbled something about printer access. My voice didn't sound right, like it belonged to someone else. I spent the rest of the day trying not to blink, trying not to forget. I wrote Marcus's name on my palm with a pen, just one word, Marcus, over and over. But the ink kept smearing. By 3, it was just a blur. My hands were clean, but the name was gone. I started to wonder if I had made him up too, if Jim had been the first stage, and Marcus was the second, and I was next. At 4:30, I heard a whisper. Not in my ear, not behind me, from inside the cubicle where Jim used to sit. It was faint, barely more than breath. But it said my name. Not loud, not urgent, just present. I didn't move. I stared at my screen and held still like a kid hiding from something in the dark. The whisper didn't come again, but the temperature dropped, just slightly, like a cold breath had passed through that space. I left exactly on time. Not early, not late, just at 5 o'clock sharp. I didn't say goodbye to anyone, didn't lock my drawer, just walked straight out. Again, no one looked at me. When I got home, I checked my voicemail. One missed call. Unknown number. The message was 2 seconds long. No words. Just the sound of quiet breathing. Not heavy, not threatening, just there. Like someone was standing nearby, waiting for me to speak first. I deleted it. Then I checked the one photo I had on my phone of the office. It was from a birthday last year. Janice brought cupcakes and made everyone pose. Jim was in that photo. I remember clearly because he stood all the way at the edge, half turned, awkward but smiling. I pulled it up. He wasn't there. Everyone else was. Same background, same cupcakes, same lighting. But the far right edge of the photo was empty space, like someone had been cut out perfectly. No glitch, no blur, just a clean absence, as if the space had always been like that. I didn't sleep that night either. I kept the lights on again. I kept the closet door shut, even though I never do. And when I closed my eyes, I swear I heard typing. Not in my apartment, from somewhere else, but close enough to hear. I didn't want to go back the next day, but skipping work wasn't something I ever did. It would draw attention. And attention, I was starting to realize, was the one thing I couldn't afford anymore. That seemed to be how this thing worked. It didn't come for people screaming in the middle of the office. It came for the quiet ones, the ones who noticed too much and said too little. The ones who hovered right on the edge of remembering. I walked in right at 7:50, the same time I always did. The elevator was empty. The hallway smelled the same stale coffee, carpet glue, and printer ink. Nothing looked different at first. But when I turned the corner and saw our row of cubicles, I knew something was off again. The lighting was colder. Maybe not visibly dimmer, but it felt harsher. Like someone had replaced the bulbs with copies that weren't quite right. The color was just a little too flat. My desk was untouched. That's what scared me the most. Everything was exactly the way I had left it. Keyboard tilted slightly, second monitor unplugged because it kept shorting out. But I noticed something strange under the edge of my desk. The carpet was cleaner than the rest, a perfect rectangle of newer fibers, like something had been sitting there until recently. A chair, maybe, or a bag. I checked under the desk and felt around, even though I already knew nothing would be there. At 9:15, the phones started ringing, but only some of them. Ours never rang much anyway, but now the sound was thinner, like half the office wasn't calling out anymore. Like the people on the other end of the line had started disappearing too. Janice didn't show up for work that day. No one mentioned her. Not even once. I stood near the break room and waited to hear someone say her name, but all I got were a few passing conversations about reports and deadlines and someone from payroll moving offices. Nobody said her name. I checked her cubicle. It was still full: coffee mug, paper clips, a little cactus she always said she forgot to water, but her photo was missing. The one she kept pinned to the felt wall, her and her dog, back when he was still alive. It had been there every day for years. Now the pin was still in place, but the photo was gone. I asked a guy from accounting if he'd seen Janice. He said Janice, and just repeated the word back to me like it was a question he didn't quite understand. Janice, I said again, sits by the copier, usually wears those green earrings. He blinked. You mean, Carol? I just nodded. That was the safest thing now. Nod and move on. Carol is not a real person. She's a placeholder. So was Dennis. So was whatever name comes next. I went back to my desk and started writing everything down by hand. No typing, no emails, just a notebook. I wrote Jim's name, then Marcus, then Janice. I wrote down everything I could remember about each one, the way Jim's chair used to squeak when he leaned back, the gum Marcus used to chew even though it was against policy, the little hum Janice made when she was focusing, not a song, just a low sound in her throat, barely audible. I filled 6 pages. I kept the notebook in my coat pocket. Not my drawer, not my locker, on me. At 12:30, the cafeteria was quiet. Usually there's some noise trays, microwaves, the hiss of the coffee machine. But today it felt like walking into a rehearsal space after everyone packed up. The vending machines were lit, but not humming. There was a sandwich in one of the racks that looked familiar, like the same one that had been there the day before, and maybe the day before that. I sat down with my packed lunch, which I hadn't packed. That part messed with me more than I want to admit. I didn't bring anything from home that morning. But at noon, there was a plastic container in my bag. Turkey sandwich, mustard, exactly the way I used to make it when I still cared enough to prep lunches. But I hadn't made this one, not recently. The bread was too dry, like it had been sitting in a fridge for a while. I didn't eat it. I threw it in the trash and walked out. When I got back to my desk, the cactus from Janice's cubicle was now on mine. No one saw it happen. No one else noticed. It was just there. Same chipped pot, same slightly tilted soil, same faint scent of decay. I didn't touch it. I didn't move it. I just wrote down another note in my book. The more I write, the more I remember. That's the only thing I've found that works. Everything digital gets wiped. My phone camera stopped working this morning. Not broken. It just won't open the app. The memory fills up, then empties itself. Even my contacts are starting to shift. Names I don't recognize, people I never met. I called one number by accident, one that used to belong to my sister, and a man answered, not just any man, a man who knew my name. And when I asked who he was, he said, "You're almost out of order." I hung up. I threw the phone in the trash behind the building. I didn't even watch it fall. I just turned and walked away. I don't know how much time I have. I can feel the edges getting thinner. Words start to stutter when I talk too fast. Like the air around me can't keep up. I saw my reflection in the monitor go dim today, not shut off. Just dim, and my reflection didn't blink when I did. I think the building is absorbing us, not the company. The place itself. The cubicles, the walls, the old carpets with their chemical-smelling fibers, it's all part of it. And the ones who ask questions first. They get noticed. And when they get noticed, they go quiet. The lights flickered again this morning, only in our row, just for a second, enough to make the bulbs blink and reset the monitors. I waited for someone to comment, maybe a joke about the building falling apart, but no one said anything. I glanced over at the cubicle across from me and realized it was empty. I used to know who sat there. The name's on the tip of my tongue, but when I try to focus on it, it slips sideways like a word in a dream. I remember the person's laugh, that's all. A short, sharp sound like they were always halfway to choking on it. But their desk is gone now. Not just empty gone. The cubicle wall is there, but the inside is bare. Carpet flattened, cable unplugged, nothing to mark anyone was ever there. The cactus moved again. It's on my desk now, not just next to the monitor, right in front of the keyboard, sitting like a warning or a placeholder. I tried to move it once, just to push it to the side, but my hand froze halfway there. My fingers curled without touching it. I can't explain why. It's like something in my body refused. I spent most of the morning avoiding eye contact with anyone. There are fewer people now. The floor used to feel comfortably busy. That low drone of typing, phone calls, the occasional throat clear or laugh. Now it's hollow. Every noise feels isolated. Every conversation feels like the last one of the day. Around 10:30, I went looking for old files. There's a storage room near the copy center. Hardly anyone uses it anymore since everything went digital, but I remembered that HR used to keep backup records in there. I pretended I was looking for toner and slipped inside. It was cold, colder than I expected, like the air hadn't moved in weeks. Dust layered across the shelves, boxes lined up neatly but unlabeled. I started flipping through them. Most were filled with outdated training binders and payroll slips from more than a decade ago. But in the back, under a stack of discarded nameplates, I found a folder. No name. Just a deep scratch across the cover like it had been dragged against concrete. Inside were printouts of ID photos, all black and white, all slightly out of focus, dozens of them, some familiar, some not. I recognized Jim, I recognized Marcus, I even saw Janice, her head turned slightly to the side like the camera caught her off guard. At the bottom of the stack was a single page of typed notes. I copied it into my notebook word for word. I don't know why. Maybe because I knew it wouldn't last if I didn't. The page said, Stage 4 initiated. Memory saturation confirmed. Targets reverting to placeholders. Primary observer still active. Proceed with caution. System compensating. That was all. No names, no signature, just those lines, like someone had been tracking this from the beginning. I didn't hear anyone come in, but when I looked up, the door was closing. I left the room without checking the hallway, just walked back to my desk, sat down, and stared at the cactus. It looked different, like it had grown, just slightly. The base was wider. A small crack in the pot hadn't been there before. I checked my email. Nothing, no meetings, no assignments. Just one flagged message that read, "Reminder, your orientation is scheduled for tomorrow." That makes no sense. I have worked here for 5 years. There is no orientation. Not for me. I clicked the message. It was empty. Just white space. Then the screen blinked and the email was gone. That afternoon, someone new sat in the cubicle next to me. I didn't hear them arrive. Just looked up, and they were there. Young, maybe late 20s, plain dress shirt, no jacket, clean face, no expression, typing steadily, no hesitation. I leaned over slowly, trying not to seem obvious. "Hey," I said. The person looked up, not startled, just mildly curious. "Do you know who was here before you?" They tilted their head. "I've always been here." They smiled, but their eyes didn't match the smile. Something in their face didn't move right. "What's your name?" I asked. They paused, then said, "I'm Jim." I didn't respond. I just stared at them until they turned back to their screen. That wasn't Jim. It wasn't even close. But the name was the right one, the first one I remembered disappearing. This thing, whatever it is, it's starting to recycle, filling spaces with something close enough to pass until no one questions it, replacing memory with suggestion, swapping people with placeholders. I don't think I have much time left. I can feel the edges starting to blur. The words on this page look slightly off, not the spelling, the letters themselves, like the font is subtly changing, one letter at a time. Like it's trying to convince me I made them up. Tomorrow's the day, I think. Orientation. That's what the message said. I don't know what that means. But I think it's the end. Or the start of something worse. I got up early this morning, not because I had to. I didn't sleep. I haven't, really, in days, not in the way that counts. I keep drifting off for seconds at a time, long blinks where the room looks different when my eyes open. My bedroom ceiling creaks like something's breathing behind it. I leave the lights on now, not because I'm scared of the dark, but because I'm afraid of waking up and not recognizing the shape of things anymore. When I stepped outside, the sky looked thinner than usual. Not gray, not overcast, just faded, like the blue had been washed out and stretched too far across the sky. It reminded me of the old computer wallpapers from a decade ago, the ones that looked realistic until you stared too long and noticed they were fake. I stood there for a few minutes, looking up, and I thought, this is what the edge looks like. The office lobby smelled the same. Disinfectant, coffee that had been burning on the warmer since 6 in the morning, paper that had been stored too long in sealed boxes. The security guard nodded at me like he always did, but he didn't say anything. I didn't say anything either. I don't think his name exists anymore. I know it used to, but it's gone now. Not on his badge, not in my head, just gone. When I got to my floor, I walked past the desk where Janice used to sit, Now it belongs to someone else. A man in a navy sweater with no name tag. He doesn't look up. He types steadily, hands never stopping. I keep walking. The cubicle next to mine is empty again. No chair, no monitor, no cactus. That's how I know it's today. My calendar says orientation, just that word. No time, no details. I didn't add it. I don't know who did, but I'm not going to ignore it. If I have to disappear, I want to see how it happens. At 9:30, the elevator dings. It shouldn't. No one ever comes up to this floor that late. Anyone who works here is already in by then. Anyone who doesn't shouldn't be here. But the door opens, and someone steps out. A man in a gray suit, clean-shaven, maybe in his 40s. I've never seen him before, but he walks like he belongs here. He doesn't look left or right. He walks straight toward me. And when he reaches my cubicle, he doesn't speak. He just places a small white envelope on my keyboard and walks away. I wait until he's gone. Then I open it. Inside is a card, plain, no logo, just one sentence typed neatly in the center. You are ready. I put the card in my notebook. I don't need to pack anything. There's nothing to take with me. I walk down the hallway past rows of cubicles that feel too quiet. I don't hear phones ringing anymore. I don't hear keyboards. Just the sound of the lights buzzing faintly and the air vents clicking on and off. I pass the copier room. The light is off. The smell of toner is strong. Stronger than usual, like the machine has been running non-stop even though no one uses it anymore. I reach the end of the hall. There's a door there now. I've never seen it before. It's painted the same color as the walls that washed out beige that's supposed to look clean but always feels a little sickly. The handle is metal, cool to the touch. I pause, hand hovering just above it. For a second, I think about leaving, just turning around, walking out, and never coming back. But then I hear a voice behind me. It says my name. Not loud, not aggressive, just patient. I don't turn around. I open the door and step through. It's not what I expected. No machines, no control room, no glowing lights or rows of screens. Just a small office, desk, chair, another chair across from it, a single plant in the corner, fluorescent lights overhead, and sitting behind the desk, Jim. Or someone wearing Jim's face. He looks up and smiles. Not forced, not cruel, just calm. Have a seat, he says. I sit. You've done well, he says. You remembered. I want to ask what that means. I want to ask who he is, what this place is, why people vanish, but I don't. Because I already know. It's not about answers. It's about replacement. You'll be moved to the other side, he says. You'll sit in the next row, the ones behind the copy room. I nod. He hands me a nameplate. It has a different name on it. Not mine. But it still feels like me. That's how I know I'm ready. I stand, walk back out. Everything feels easier now. Lighter. When I reach my new desk, Someone else is already sitting next to it. They look nervous. They glance at me, about to say something. I smile. They smile back. Their name is already fading. And the cactus is back, right where it should be. This is going to sound like the start of a bad urban legend, or like one of those weird half-true stories people post just to get attention. I wish it was. I wish I could say I made it up, but I didn't. It happened a few months ago, and I haven't been able to sleep properly since. Every time I think about it, there's this twitch in the back of my neck, like something's still close. Like I forgot to lock a door I didn't know I had. It started with small noises. That's always how it starts, right? I rent this one-story house out in Mobile, tucked between two others on a block that's mostly quiet. I live alone, unless you count my cat, and I work remotely, so I'm in the house almost all the time. I started hearing sounds beneath the floor a few nights in a row, nothing big. Just the occasional creak or scrape. At first I thought it was the pipes, or maybe raccoons. I'd seen them in the alley behind the trash bins before. The noises would always come late, around that stretch of time when the world starts to shut down. Midnight, maybe a little later. It wasn't every night, and it wasn't loud enough to keep me awake, just enough to make me notice. The weird thing was, it wasn't always the same kind of sound. Some nights it was scratching. Other nights it sounded like chewing. Once, I swear I heard breathing. Slow, uneven, almost like someone trying not to be heard. But you can always tell the difference between an animal and a person. It's in the rhythm. I told myself it was nothing, that maybe I was just getting too used to the quiet, and my brain was filling the silence with nonsense. But after a while, it got harder to ignore. I'd wake up and find my outside trash can tipped over, not torn apart, just gently laid down, like someone was being careful. One morning the gate to the side yard was unlatched. I always latch it. Always. I finally decided to check under the porch. The crawl space isn't tall, just barely enough room for someone to squeeze into on hands and knees. There's a small wood panel that slides out from behind the bushes by the front steps. I had to move some ivy and a couple stones to get to it. I grabbed a flashlight and a broom, figuring I'd poke around, maybe chase off a possum or something. The second I pulled the panel off, I smelled it. Not rot, not garbage, just stale, like sweat soaked into old blankets, like something lived down there and didn't want to be found. I got down on my stomach and slid the flashlight in first. It caught something shiny right away, a food wrapper, one of those foil chip bags. I pushed the light further and saw more plastic bottles, crumpled paper bags, a pair of shoes, and a mattress. Not a full one, just a thin pad rolled out on top of a folded blanket. There was a pillow, too, and next to it, plugged into my outdoor outlet, was a white phone charger. That's when it hit me. This wasn't a raccoon. Someone had been living down there. I backed out so fast I scraped my elbows on the brick, pulled the panel shut, shoved a stone in front of it, and locked every door and window in the house. My heart didn't slow down for an hour. I sat with the phone in my lap, staring at the crawl space entrance through the blinds like it was going to open again. Finally, I called the cops. They came out quick, 2 officers. They checked under the porch, did a sweep around the property, and said it looked like whoever had been there was gone. They found the mattress and the trash. Took a few photos, but there was no sign of forced entry anywhere on the house, and nothing was stolen. The only real damage was the plug on the outlet being a little bent from use. One of the officers asked if I wanted them to take the stuff out. I told them to get rid of all of it. They bagged it and left. That should have been the end of it. But that night, I didn't sleep. I kept hearing things, not from under the porch, from the floorboards inside. Soft sounds, almost like knocking. Just once. Then breathing. I didn't go check. I didn't move. I just lay in bed staring at the ceiling, counting each breath and trying to decide if I was imagining it. In the morning I got up and opened the front door. The doormat was gone. I had a plain brown one that said welcome, nothing special, been there since I moved in. Now, in its place, was a black one with white script letters. It said, "Thanks for letting me stay." That's all it said. I stood there barefoot, door halfway open, looking down at that mat like it was going to speak. The edges were clean. It wasn't old or faded. No leaves or dirt. Like it had been freshly placed sometime during the night. I checked the yard, the sidewalk, the street. No footprints, no trash, just the mat. I didn't know what to do. I left it there. I told myself it was a prank, a joke. Maybe the officers thought they were being funny. Maybe a neighbor overheard and thought it'd be cute. But nobody knew what I found. I hadn't told anyone. I called the police again. They said they'd send a car by to check the area. Nobody came. That night, I moved a chair in front of the crawl space panel. And then I slept on the couch, lights on. But I still heard it. The knock. One single knock from under the floor. Like someone letting me know they were still there. I didn't tell anyone at work. I didn't tell my sister either, which I usually would have. She's the kind of person who checks in twice a week, always asks if I remembered to eat or if the cat has fleas again. But I kept it to myself. I think I was embarrassed. Like if I said it out loud, it would make the whole thing more real. Someone living under your porch doesn't feel like something that happens to normal people. It feels like the kind of thing you read about in some internet comment thread that goes viral because it's just unbelievable enough to sound like fiction. But I was the one who had heard him, or felt him really. That was the worst part. When I lay still enough at night, I could feel him. Something below me, breathing, waiting. The knock hadn't come again since that first night, but the breathing stayed. Not every night, but enough that I stopped sleeping in the bedroom altogether. The couch became my new home base. I kept the blinds closed tight and the porch light on all night. I tried to talk myself out of it. I really did. Maybe it was an echo from the HVAC. Maybe something about the way the house settled made it sound like breathing. But deep down, I knew better. I had heard that knock. That deliberate, slow knock from the floorboards right under my bed. I could still feel the exact rhythm of it if I closed my eyes. It wasn't rushed. It wasn't threatening. It was polite, like someone knocking on a door that already belonged to them. I asked a friend of mine offhand if they had ever had issues with squatters. She used to do code enforcement work before switching to private security. I tried to make it sound hypothetical, just casual curiosity. She told me stories, people camping in backyards, under stairs, in unlocked sheds. She said sometimes they weren't even homeless, just looking for a quiet place to be alone. One guy set up a whole cot and heater inside a locked dog kennel behind an apartment complex and lived there for 3 months without anyone noticing. I asked if the people ever came back after being found. She said the smart ones didn't, but some did. She said once you're a place of comfort to someone, they don't always let go easy. That line stuck with me. A place of comfort. I hadn't thought about it like that. I had only been thinking about the invasion, the fear, the way it made my skin crawl. But to him, maybe it wasn't about hiding. Maybe it was about returning. Finding the spot he could rest in, like a dog going back to the same patch of dirt every night because it smells like home. The police never followed up. I called again and left a voicemail. No reply. I checked the crawl space 3 days after the first call, this time in the middle of the afternoon when the sun was high and my hands weren't shaking. I didn't see anything. No new food wrappers. No footprints in the dirt. Just that smell again. Not as strong, but still there. Human. Close. That night, the new mat was gone. I didn't notice at first. I let the cat out around 10 and stood on the porch for a minute, just breathing the warm air. It was sticky with summer rain and smelled like wet grass. I looked down and noticed it then. The black mat with the white letters. Gone. In its place, nothing. Not even my old one. Just bare wood. The porch boards looked a little cleaner too, like someone had wiped the space down. I stood there for a full minute just staring, waiting to see if anything moved in the yard. No sound, no wind. Just stillness. I brought the cat back in and locked the door. I started leaving the porch light off after that. I know that sounds backward, but I figured if he was coming back anyway, I didn't want to encourage him. I didn't want him thinking the light meant welcome. I still haven't replaced the mat. That was 3 weeks ago. A few nights after that, I heard a new sound. Not knocking. Not breathing. Laughter. It wasn't loud, just a short, dry laugh, like someone chuckling to themselves over a joke no one else heard. It came from under the floorboards again. I froze. The cat, curled beside me, went stiff and stared at the wall. Her ears twitched. I know she heard it too. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The laugh never came again. But I knew what I heard. That's when I started noticing little things inside the house. One morning, the hallway closet was slightly open. Another night, the bathroom mirror had a faint fingerprint on it, too high to be mine. Once, I found the back door unlocked. I always double-check it before bed. I started sleeping with the TV on, the volume low enough that it just sounded like muffled voices. It made the silence easier to take, gave me something to focus on other than the space beneath the floor. I kept telling myself it was over, that he had been scared off. But I didn't really believe it. Not after what I found 2 nights ago. I had been sitting on the couch, scrolling through nothing, trying to keep my brain from looping back to the same questions. I got up to make tea, something to warm my hands, and when I opened the drawer where I keep my tea bags, there was a note inside. Folded, plain white paper. One sentence, written in uneven handwriting. It said, "I liked the couch better." I stared at that note for a long time, longer than I should have. The paper wasn't old, not yellowed or torn or weathered in any way. It was clean. Folded once, down the middle, like someone had taken care to make it fit in the drawer neatly. The handwriting was strange, uneven. Letters slanted in different directions, like whoever wrote it didn't usually write much. The sentence was short, just 5 words, but it felt heavier than anything I'd seen in my house before. I liked the couch better. It felt like a conversation had already been happening, and I was just now realizing I had been a part of it all along. I didn't touch the note for a few minutes. I just stood there in the kitchen, hands braced against the counter, heart knocking hard in my chest. The sound of the refrigerator hum became unbearably loud. It felt like even the appliances knew something wasn't right. I took the note and burned it in the kitchen sink. Not because I thought it would do anything. I just didn't want it to still exist. Then I checked the whole house, every window, every door, every closet, every drawer. I checked behind the shower curtain and under the bed, and even opened the cabinet above the fridge, where I keep stuff I never use. Nothing. Everything was quiet. The crawl space panel outside was still blocked by the heavy planter I'd wedged in front of it. It hadn't been moved, or if it had, someone had put it back exactly how I left it. That somehow made it worse. I called a locksmith the next day and had them install a deadbolt on the back door. I also replaced the lock on the front, even though it wasn't damaged. I just needed to feel like I had changed something. Like I was still in control of something in this place. The guy who came to do it was talkative, made small jokes, talked about the weather, all of that. I didn't say much. Just nodded and forced a few polite laughs. Before he left, he looked at me and said, "You all right, man?" I told him I was just tired. That part wasn't a lie. That night, I stayed awake until almost morning. I sat in the recliner with the television on and the volume low, just watching shadows crawl along the floor as the night dragged past. Around 2 or 3, the cat got up from the couch and stared at the hallway. She didn't hiss, didn't run, just watched, tail flicking. I couldn't see anything. I didn't hear anything either. But I trusted her more than I trusted my ears at that point. Eventually she went back to sleep. I didn't. The next morning there was another note. This one was under my pillow. Same handwriting, same kind of paper. It said, "I liked the quiet better." That hit me harder than the first one, because now it felt personal. Whoever this was, they weren't just in my house. They had been close enough to me while I slept to lift my pillow and leave something there, and I hadn't felt it. I hadn't heard them. I didn't dream of anything. That level of access, I can't explain how exposed that made me feel. I didn't call the cops. I didn't see the point. Last time they hadn't found anything, and now the only proof I had was a scrap of paper and shaky ink. What would I tell them? That someone liked my furniture choices? That someone preferred me to be asleep? Instead, I went to the hardware store and bought a motion sensor light and one of those cheap indoor cameras that connects to your phone. I set it up in the hallway, facing the crawl space entrance, and angled another toward the kitchen. That night, I went through the house like usual, locking everything twice. I moved the planter again to check the crawl space, and everything looked undisturbed. No footprints, no signs of movement. I left the camera running and tried to sleep in my bed again. I woke up just before dawn. The room was cold, too cold. I sat up, confused, and checked the window. Still locked. Then I checked the hallway. The camera was gone. Not unplugged. Gone. The outlet was empty, and the wire was still there, cut clean. I checked the footage on my phone, but the last clip ended just before midnight. It showed the hallway light flickering, then nothing. The other camera, the one pointed toward the kitchen, was untouched. But when I checked the video, I saw something I still think about every time I walk through that space. At 1:20 in the morning, the hallway camera cut out. 30 seconds later, the kitchen camera picked up motion. A figure stepped into the frame. Barefoot, wearing dark clothes, moving slowly, like they had done this 100 times before. Their face was mostly hidden, head tilted down, hair over the eyes. They stood in the kitchen for almost a full minute. Then, very carefully, they opened the drawer with the tea bags, took something out, paused, then looked up, straight into the camera. Not startled, just curious. Then the feed cut. That was 2 nights ago. I haven't slept since. I keep the lights on in every room. I leave the television running, not because I think it will protect me, but because silence is unbearable now. The house doesn't feel like mine anymore. Every creak, every hum, every slight shift of air feels like him. I have checked the crawl space 5 more times. Still empty. No new footprints. No sign of anything living or dead. But I know he's been inside. And last night, the tea drawer was closed again. Inside, it was a single spoon, bent into a perfect curve, balanced on top of a folded piece of paper. The note said, "You don't have to lock the door." I kept that note too, I don't know why. I had burned the first one, tore the second in half. But this one, the one that said I didn't have to lock the door, I folded it once, twice, and slid it into my wallet like it was a receipt I might need later. Maybe part of me thought that if I kept it, if I treated it like something ordinary, it would lose whatever power it had over me. It didn't. That little square of paper sat in my back pocket all day, like a weight. Every time I leaned back or shifted in my chair, I could feel it pressing into my spine like a reminder. That morning I called out of work. I told them I was sick. It wasn't a lie, not in the traditional way. My stomach was a knot. My hands kept shaking. I couldn't focus on anything longer than a minute. I had this constant feeling that someone was watching me, and it wasn't paranoia, not the irrational kind. It was the kind of certainty that comes from waking up in your own bed and knowing someone's been standing over you while you slept. I unplugged the hallway camera completely. I didn't even bother trying to fix the wire. It had been cut too clean, like whoever did it wanted me to know they were careful. I boxed it up and shoved it into the hall closet with the broken vacuum and the light bulbs I never use. I left the other camera running. I needed one eye open, even if it was small and unreliable. That day, I decided to check the crawl space again. I waited until late afternoon when the light was strong and the air was hot. I grabbed a flashlight and a screwdriver and moved the planter aside. The panel came off easy, just like always. I crouched, pushed the beam into the space, and leaned forward. Everything was gone. No mattress, no blanket, no wrappers, no footprints in the dust. Even the charger cord was missing. It didn't look like someone had cleaned it up. It looked like no one had ever been there. Too clean. The air didn't smell the same either. The usual damp, earthy scent was replaced with nothing. Just dry, stale quiet. I backed out and sat on the porch for a long time after that. Not because I expected something to happen, because I didn't know what else to do. My house was quiet, my floor was clean, my crawl space was empty, but I didn't feel safe. I felt studied. Later that evening, the cat wouldn't leave the laundry room. She just sat there, staring at the wall beside the washer, tail low, ears twitching. When I picked her up, she dug her claws into my arm and hissed. She has never done that before, not once. Not even when she's sick. I set her down and left the room, closed the door behind me. I could still feel her staring through it. That night, there was no knock. No laugh. No sound. I lay in bed with the lights on, waiting for something, but the house stayed still. At 3 a.m, I gave up and got up to make coffee. The kitchen smelled like dust and something metallic, like the scent left behind after scraping a fork across a plate too hard. I flipped on the light. There was a plate on the counter. White, clean, from my cabinet. But it was wet, like it had just been washed. I hadn't used it. I hadn't eaten all day. I checked the sink. No sponge, no soap trail, no crumbs. Just the plate, and next to it, resting upright against the backsplash, another note. This one said, "I like when you're awake." I didn't touch it. I stared at the plate, then opened the cabinet to count. One was missing. I made coffee and sat on the couch. The front door was locked. The back was too. All windows sealed. I walked the whole house, pressing my fingers to each lock, each handle. All secure. I turned off the lights, one by one. Sat in silence. No movement. No new sounds. But the plate stayed there until morning. I washed it myself slowly and put it back in the cupboard. The note I slid into the freezer. I didn't want to burn this one. Not yet. That afternoon I found something else. A photograph. It was tucked into the corner of the mirror in the hallway. Just a cheap instant print, like the kind from a drugstore kiosk, black and white, grainy. It showed the side of the house. The porch. My window slightly open. The photo was taken from the lawn, close enough that the details were sharp. But what made my blood turn was that it had been taken from a height that didn't make sense. Not eye level. Lower. Like the photographer had been crawling. I checked the back of the photo. Nothing written. Just blank paper. I stood in the hallway for a long time, holding it, not knowing what to feel. I should have been angry, scared. I was. But more than anything, I was tired. It felt like he wasn't trying to hurt me. He was just living here, like I was a guest in his house, not the other way around. Like I had been for a long time and just hadn't noticed. When the mail came, I watched from the window. A package. No return address. Just my name. Inside a book. Hardcover. Dusty. I opened it. Inside was another note, taped to the first page. It said, "You have good taste." The book was one I hadn't thought about in years. I recognized the cover the second I opened the package, even though it was faded and the corners were soft from age. It was a mystery novel I had loved in high school. One of those slow, atmospheric ones where not much happens, but everything feels like it's unraveling anyway. I never owned a copy. I had borrowed it from the library and never found it again. And now here it was in my hands, with a note taped inside, saying I had good taste. I didn't know what to make of that. I sat on the couch with the book in my lap and just stared at it. The cat jumped up next to me and settled into her usual spot, curling against my side like everything was normal. But it wasn't. Nothing had been normal in weeks. The porch, the notes, the sound beneath the floor, the strange stillness of my house when the lights were off. None of it felt random anymore. It felt like a relationship. That thought chilled me more than anything else, because it meant he wasn't just hiding here. He was watching me, learning about me, finding the things I liked and building something with them. It wasn't just about space or comfort anymore. It was about attention, and attention becomes connection whether you want it or not. That night, I put the book on the coffee table and turned all the lights on again. I didn't try to sleep. I didn't even pretend to. I sat upright and waited, drinking weak tea and listening to the house settle. Around 1 a.m, I heard something in the crawl space again. Not movement, not breathing. Typing. Faint and rhythmic, like someone tapping softly on an old keyboard. I stood slowly and walked to the hallway. The sound was clearer there. It was coming from the floor just beneath the closet. A small, steady rhythm, not urgent, just present. I didn't open the door. I didn't knock. I just stood and listened. After about 5 minutes, it stopped. I waited 10 more. Then I went back to the couch. The cat was gone. That made me panic more than anything else had so far. She never left the living room at night. She was small, quiet, and usually skittish. I checked the bedroom. Nothing. The bathroom. The laundry room. I even checked behind the shower curtain again, even though I knew it was pointless. Then I heard her meow. Soft, muffled. From under the floor. I ran to the porch, yanked the planter aside, and pulled the panel free. The flashlight was already in my coat pocket. I didn't think. I just crawled in. The space was dry, still clean. The air smelled like dust and pine needles. I moved forward, heart hammering. 10 feet in, I saw her. The cat. Curled on the old mattress I thought had been taken away. Blanket beside it, the charger still plugged in. Everything was back. She looked up at me and blinked slowly, like she'd just woken from a nap. She wasn't afraid. I called to her gently. She stood, stretched, and padded toward me. Behind her, in the dirt near the wall, was something small. A ceramic mug. Mine. The one I thought I had misplaced last week. Next to it was the bent spoon, arranged carefully, deliberately. I didn't touch them. I picked up the cat and backed out, replacing the panel behind me. When I got inside, the lights were off. All of them. I had left them on. The switches worked. The power was fine. But someone had turned them off by hand. The TV was off too. And on the screen was a single fingerprint, a long smudged mark in the middle of the glass. That night, I put the cat in the bedroom and locked the door. I sat in the kitchen with every drawer open, every cabinet empty. I wasn't looking for anything. I just didn't want anything to be hidden anymore. I needed every surface to be bare. At 3 a.m, I found the next note. It was in the fridge, taped to the milk. Same handwriting. This one said, "I liked it better when you didn't know." I closed the fridge and sat on the floor. Not out of fear. Out of exhaustion. This wasn't just someone passing through. This wasn't even about squatting. This was cohabitation. He had been here longer than I thought. Maybe since before I moved in. Maybe since the first time I heard the pipes groan in the middle of the night and assumed it was just old plumbing. Maybe this was his house all along. And I was the one who had slowly been invited. I sat there until the sun came up. Then I made toast, fed the cat, and left the note on the table. It said, "I don't want to play anymore." After I left the note, I didn't expect anything to happen. I didn't know what it would mean to him, or if he would even care. I had no idea what kind of rules he followed, if any. It's easy to imagine there's some logic when something strange keeps happening, like maybe if you play along, it'll all make sense eventually. But this wasn't that kind of thing. This wasn't a pattern. It wasn't even a game. It was just presence, something being here and not wanting to leave. I kept the house quiet for the rest of the day. No music, no television. I moved slowly, touched the walls like they were breakable. I could feel it all around me, that sense of being watched. Not aggressively, not even intrusively, just closely, like I was a fish in a tank and someone was pressing their face to the glass. I didn't find another note that day. There were no new scratches, no missing plates, no new gifts. The house was still. That night, I left the lights off on purpose. I lay on the couch again, not to sleep, but just to be there, eyes open. The cat stayed with me, curled at my feet like she always used to before everything changed. I kept my breathing slow, steady, waiting for a sound, but nothing came, not even the usual creak of the floorboards settling. No breathing, no knocking, no laughter from beneath the house. At 2 a.m, I stood and walked to the front door. It was unlocked. Not wide open, just slightly turned. The lock was out, the latch not caught. I had locked it. I always lock it. I stepped out onto the porch. The air was still and warm. My yard was quiet. No wind, no movement. But the porch mat was back. The black one with the white lettering. It said the same thing it said before. Thanks for letting me stay. I didn't touch it. I didn't throw it away this time. I stepped over it and sat on the top step, just breathing. I sat there until the sun started to rise and the sky turned a soft, strange pink. Then I got up, went inside, and packed a bag. I didn't make a list. I didn't try to be neat about it. I grabbed what I needed: clothes, my wallet, the cat's food, a carrier. I didn't clean the kitchen. I didn't leave a note. I didn't turn the lights off. I just walked out, locked the door behind me, and left the key under the mat. I didn't know what else to do. There wasn't anything else to do. You can't argue with something that never speaks. You can't reason with someone who only exists when you're not looking. You can't win against a presence that doesn't want anything except to be near you. I stayed at a motel for 2 days. Not far, still in town. I kept thinking maybe it would follow. Maybe it would find me in the new place, knock on the walls, leave a note under the pillow. But nothing happened. The room stayed still. The mirrors were just mirrors. The floor didn't breathe. On the 3rd day, I went back to the house. I wasn't sure why. Curiosity, maybe, or guilt, or just the need to know. The front door was still locked. The mat was still there. Inside, everything was untouched. But different. The air felt stale, not musty, not dead, just still, like it had been holding its breath since I left. I walked from room to room. Bedroom, kitchen, hallway. The crawl space panel was closed. The laundry room door was open. The book was still on the table. And on the couch, folded neatly, was a blanket I had never seen before. Not mine. Not old. Clean, folded square, resting gently where I used to sleep. There was no note. I stood there for a long time, unsure if I was being invited back or if I was simply being acknowledged. In the end, I didn't stay. I left the blanket, walked out, and shut the door. That was the last time I saw the inside of that house. I sold the lease to someone else. They didn't ask any questions. I didn't give any answers. Now I live in a new place. Top floor, no porch, no crawl space. Every light has a timer. Every door has a bolt. The cat stays close again. She sleeps at the foot of the bed and watches the window like she used to before all of this began. Sometimes, late at night, I still think about him. Not with fear exactly, just awareness. He was never violent. He never threatened me. He never tried to take anything that wasn't given. But he changed something. Not just in the house. In me. There's a kind of silence now that I didn't know existed before. The kind that comes after something has been watching you too long and finally decides to leave, not because you made it, but because it got what it wanted. Attention. Presence. Someone to stay up at night and notice the way the shadows change. I never saw his face. Not clearly. But I still feel like I knew him. Or maybe he knew me. Maybe that's why he picked my house. Maybe that's why he left. All I know is this. The porch is quiet now. The mat is gone. And I still lock the door every night. But I don't expect it to matter anymore. Because some visitors don't need permission. They just need a place to rest. And someone willing to notice. We weren't hardcore campers or anything. We'd gone maybe 3 times total, me, Claire, a beat-up tent we borrowed from her brother, and a little propane stove that always smelled slightly like melted plastic. It was mostly about unplugging for the weekend. No service, no emails, no deadlines breathing down our necks. Just trees, firewood, canned chili, and the occasional raccoon bold enough to stare you down for a granola bar. That's what we were expecting when we drove out to Pinebrook State Forest that Friday. We picked the site ahead of time. Lot 23, close enough to the trailheads but far enough from the ranger station that it felt like actual wilderness. There were only 2 other vehicles in the entire loop when we pulled in a rust-colored Subaru with bike racks and this old white van. I remember noticing it right away, mostly because it didn't match the vibe. No campground sticker, no windows except the windshield, just these gray curtains pulled tight behind the glass. Not even a single dent or decal to tell you anything about the driver. Claire made a face when we passed it. "Creeper van," she muttered. "Maybe it's just a solo hiker," I said, "or someone doing the off-grid thing." "Without registering?" she asked. I didn't have an answer for that. We didn't dwell on it, though. Not right away. We set up camp, got the fire going, cracked a couple beers, and made a sad attempt at toasting hot dogs over 2 small flames. Typical first night stuff. When the sun went down, the forest went quiet in that way you forget it can. No sirens, no cars, just the occasional crack of a branch and the distant call of an owl. The van was still sitting there, 2 sites over, but we didn't hear a door open, didn't see a flashlight flicker, nothing, like it was just a prop someone left behind. By the time we crawled into the tent, I'd stopped thinking about it. Claire hadn't. "I swear it hasn't moved since we got here," she whispered, pulling the sleeping bag up to her chin. "Maybe they're just a heavy sleeper," I said. "Half asleep already." She didn't laugh. "Do you think we should have told the ranger?" "What would we say? There's a weird van at a campsite?" "Yeah, pretty much." I shifted onto my side and pulled her in closer. "If it's still there tomorrow, we'll check with them, okay?" She nodded against my chest. Neither of us brought it up the next morning. The van was still there, parked at an angle like it had just coasted into the lot and died. No footprints in the dirt around it, no smoke from a fire. It looked exactly the same, silent, shut. We went for a hike that day, nothing crazy, just a 4-mile loop through a mossy ridge trail that smelled like wet pine needles and took us past some gorgeous overlooks. The kind of walk that usually wrings out your anxiety. But every time I stopped to catch my breath, I caught Claire looking behind us. Not ahead. Behind. That night we ate by lantern light. The fire didn't catch like it had the first night, too damp, too rushed. Neither of us really tried. There was a tension sitting between us that we hadn't spoken out loud yet, but it filled the air like smoke anyway. Around 11, we zipped up the tent and settled in. It was colder that night. The wind came in off the ridge, brushing against the tent walls with soft, shivery pressure. I woke up to the sound of something stepping on dry branches. Not a deer. I know what deer sound like. They're skittish, light on their feet. Whatever this was had weight. I sat up slowly, trying not to make noise, and pressed my hand to Claire's arm. She was already awake, staring at the nylon above us like she could see through it. "Did you hear it?" she whispered. "Yeah." It came again. 2 steps, then silence. I unzipped the tent as quietly as I could and stuck my head out. Nothing. Just the fire pit, now dark, our cooler, the outline of our car. The van was gone. I blinked and leaned further out. Its sight was empty. No tire tracks, no light, no shape. Just the damp gravel lot, hollow and quiet. "Where the hell did it go?" Claire asked, crawling out behind me. "I don't know." We stood there in our socks, breath visible in the cold, both of us turning in slow circles like we were afraid to look in any one direction too long. I felt completely exposed. No locks, no doors. Just canvas and mesh, and the hope that whoever had been nearby wasn't still watching. We didn't sleep the rest of the night. Claire sat cross-legged in the tent, holding the flashlight, while I stayed zipped into my sleeping bag with my pocket knife gripped in one hand like I'd be able to do anything with it. When dawn broke, we didn't even talk about packing. It just happened. We took down the tent in record time, tossed everything into the car, and peeled out of the campsite like something was going to chase us if we stayed 1 second longer. The ranger station was a small log cabin near the park entrance. We pulled in, both of us looking half feral after a night of no sleep and adrenaline. The ranger on duty was maybe in his mid-50s, baseball cap, radio clipped to his vest, seemed surprised to see us. "You two heading out early?" he asked. "There was a white van parked near our site," I said, skipping the small talk. "No plates, curtains in the window. It was there when we got in Friday. It was gone when we checked last night." His face shifted slightly, not surprise, more like caution. "Which site?" 21, I said. "We were at 23. He checked his clipboard. "No one registered for that lot all weekend." I looked at Claire. Her arms were folded tightly across her chest. "I thought you needed a pass," she said. "You do," he replied, slow and deliberate, "and if it wasn't marked on here, they weren't supposed to be out there." We waited for him to say more, call someone, take a note. But he didn't. Later that afternoon, just before we left the park boundaries, Claire asked to walk back to the site. I didn't want to, but I didn't argue. Maybe we both needed closure. The van was still gone. The site looked undisturbed. No trash, no firewood, nothing. But just behind the tree line, half buried under pine needles and blackened dirt, we found the fire pit. Still warm. Inside, a few scorched zippers, part of a canvas strap, and what looked like the melted back panel of a plastic backpack. It was small, too small for an adult. And next to it, half covered in ash, was the edge of a knife blade. Claire didn't say anything. Neither did I. We just turned around and walked back to the car. And we haven't been camping since. We didn't talk much on the drive home. Not even during the stretch of highway that usually had us playing road trip games, joking about pit stops, or ranking which gas station chains had the best snacks. It was like the weight of that van, that place still sat somewhere in the car with us, and if we said too much, we'd remind it we were there. Claire kept staring out the window with her arms crossed, but I knew she wasn't looking at anything specific, just moving her eyes so her thoughts didn't eat her alive. I was doing the same thing behind the wheel, trying to focus on the lines on the road, the hum of tires, anything that felt predictable. We were an hour out from home when she finally spoke. "That fire pit," she said, still not looking at me. "Did it look fresh to you?" I nodded. Yeah, still warm. Wood hadn't gone out completely. She bit her lip. "So they left after us. Or were still there while we were packing." That silence came back, heavier this time. We didn't fill it. When we got home, we did something we'd never done after a trip. We unpacked everything immediately. Tent, sleeping bags, clothes, all of it came out of the car and into the wash or the storage bins before we even sat down. I think we both wanted to scrub the whole experience off ourselves, like maybe if we cleaned fast enough, we wouldn't have to remember it the next day. It didn't work. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about the way the dirt around the fire pit had been disturbed, like someone tried to cover the items in a hurry, or maybe they weren't trying to hide it at all. Maybe it was a message. Claire tried to sleep, but gave up around 2. I heard her walking around the apartment, pausing at each window, checking the door chain even though we'd already locked it. I didn't say anything. I just laid in bed staring at the ceiling, listening to the occasional creak of the floorboards. The next morning, she had her laptop open before I even made coffee. She was already on the park's website, trying to figure out if there'd been any recent incidents reported in Pine Brook. I sat beside her and refreshed the local news pages on my phone. It felt dumb at first, like we were playing detective for something that could have just been a creepy coincidence, but it didn't feel dumb for long. Claire found it first. A missing persons flyer buried 3 clicks deep on a Facebook page for Pine Brook's volunteer search and rescue group. 10-year-old girl, missing since June, last seen at a roadside gas station 2 towns over. She'd been with her mother. They were traveling cross-country. Security footage showed the girl going into the bathroom and never coming out. "Is that the same backpack?" Claire asked, her voice quiet. I leaned in. It was hard to tell from the grainy image, but the shape of it, the plastic front with the cartoon character, the same color, it matched what we'd seen in the fire pit. Burned, melted, but unmistakable. We didn't speak for a long time. Around noon, I made the decision. We should call it in. Claire looked at me. To who? The local police, maybe, or the rangers. "And tell them what?" she asked. "That we saw a van? That it vanished? That we found a half-burned kid's backpack in the woods?" Yes. She didn't answer. But she didn't stop me either. I pulled up the ranger station number and called. The guy who answered didn't sound like the same one from the weekend, but his tone shifted the second I started describing where we'd been. I gave him the site number, told him what we'd seen, the van, the fire pit, the items inside it. There was a long pause after I finished. "You say the van didn't have plates?" he asked. "No front or back. And it was parked at Site 21? Yeah." Another pause. "We've had a few reports like that," he said, his voice quieter now. "Not always at the same site, but close, same description. Old van, white, no plates, always gone before we get there. I gripped the phone tighter. And the fire pit? We'll send someone out to take a look. If it's on park property, we'll flag it. That was it. No more questions, no urgency. Just vague acknowledgement and a promise to flag it. I thanked him and hung up, staring at the phone screen until it dimmed in my hand. Claire walked over, holding her laptop. There are 6 posts like the one we found, she said. Same area, all within the last year. Kids, teens, even a couple adults. No confirmed sightings, no leads. She flipped the screen toward me. These ones were last seen near the interstate off Route 47. That's where we exited to get into Pine Brook. I scrolled through the images. One girl had braids and a pink jacket. Another boy wore a t-shirt with a baseball team I recognized. All smiling, all looking like they had no idea what was waiting for them just a few miles down the road. We need to tell someone else, I said. Who? She asked again, but softer this time. Not because she didn't believe me, because she did. That's what made it worse. That night, the dreams started. I saw the van again parked, silent, facing the forest. I was standing just outside its back doors. They were open. Inside was black, too dark to see, but I could hear something breathing. Not loud, not angry, just waiting. I woke up sweating, the room too hot even with the fan on. Claire was already awake. I dreamed I was back at the site, she said, but it wasn't ours. It was the one with the van. The fire pit was gone, but there was something sticking out of the ground. Just the edge of a blanket. We didn't talk about it the rest of the day. But I kept refreshing the missing persons pages. I don't know what I was looking for, some confirmation, a face that would link it all together, or maybe just proof that we weren't going insane. What we found instead came 2 days later. Not from the Park Service, not from the police, but from a comment on a thread buried deep in a forum about strange encounters in national parks. It was one line, posted anonymously. The van doesn't follow you. It waits for you to come back. And suddenly I realized something that hadn't occurred to me until right then. We left the forest. But we never actually left the story. 3 nights passed without sleep that actually meant anything. Claire tried melatonin. I tried whiskey. Neither worked. At best, we drifted into shallow half-dreams. At worst, we stared at the ceiling until sunrise, watching shadows shift across the walls. By Tuesday, I stopped checking the forums. My head was a mess. Too much scrolling. Too many stories. Everyone had a theory. A few even sounded like ours, old vehicles showing up where they shouldn't, no license plates, people watching from inside. But none of them ended with any kind of clarity, just more questions. The posts always faded off, or were deleted, or worse, the original poster stopped replying entirely. Claire had a different strategy. She printed everything, notes, maps, screenshots. She had this ugly manila folder she carried around now like it was homework for a class she never signed up for. This isn't just paranoia, she said Thursday morning, flipping through it. There's a pattern. I believe you. She looked up, surprised. I mean it, I said. I'm just not sure what believing it even does anymore. We were both quiet for a minute. Then she slid a photo across the table. The same girl from the missing flyer, 10 years old, backpack on. Same one we'd seen charred in the pit. But the photo Claire showed me wasn't from the flyer. It was newer. I found this on a Reddit post, she said. Some guy talking about trail cam footage he got last month. Wait, last month? Yeah, from the Ridgepoint entrance, northwest edge of Pinebrook. I looked again. It was grainy, black and white, but her outline was clear, hair tied back, same shoes. She was walking through the trees. Alone. No timestamp, no context, just the photo. That can't be real, I said. She's been missing since June. Claire's voice was flat. I think that van is taking people who are never meant to be found. We made the mistake of talking about it in front of someone else. Friday night, we were out for drinks with Claire's sister and her fiancé. We were trying to be normal again. Claire was picking at her fries. I was nursing a beer that had gone warm 20 minutes ago. Somehow, the conversation turned to camping. You guys still going out to the woods every other weekend? Her sister asked, smiling. Claire looked at me, then back at her. Not lately. Oh, you gotta come out with us sometime, the fiancé said. We just found a spot up near Westfield, real quiet. No cell towers, no one for miles. Claire didn't even blink. That's kind of the problem. And before I could steer it somewhere else, she started talking about Pinebrook, the van, the missing kid, everything. Her sister's fiancé chuckled halfway through. Not a mocking laugh, more like polite confusion. You mean like an urban legend? Claire stared at him. We saw the backpack. It was burned. Someone buried it. He tried to recover, raising his hands. No, I believe you saw something. It's just. He glanced at me. Come on. You don't really think someone's driving around national parks stealing people in a creepy van and no one notices? I didn't either, I said quietly, until it happened. The mood tanked after that. We didn't stay much longer. When we got home, Claire didn't even take her shoes off. She went straight to the kitchen and started pulling out boxes, the ones we hadn't touched since we moved in. Old photos, receipts, printouts from earlier research. I followed her in. What are we doing? She paused, one hand in the box. If the cops won't investigate it, we need to, she said. Claire, we're not detectives. We're barely functioning adults. She pulled something out and held it up. A Pinebrook trail map. Marked in red was our site 23, then 21, where the van had been, and about a half-mile west, a sharp X. What's that? She tapped it. Where I think the van came from. There's no road on the map, but when we were hiking, remember that overgrown path? It looked like tire ruts, just faint. I did remember. She grabbed her phone and pulled up satellite view. There it was, barely visible, but a dirt stretch curling off the main road, vanishing into the tree line. I think there's something back there, she said. A shed, a cabin, something they use. I stared at her. You want to go back? Not want, she said, but yeah. I didn't say anything right away. But I felt it too, that tension that doesn't let go of your spine, The one that says you've seen something you weren't supposed to, and if you walk away now, you'll never know how deep the hole goes. We planned it that night. One day, in and out. No camping, no wandering, just enough to find out if we were crazy or not. We left Saturday at sunrise. No bags, just flashlights, gloves, and a portable scanner Claire borrowed from a coworker who used it for geocaching. It was supposed to pick up metal or signs of tampering in the ground. We weren't sure it'd help, but it made us feel like we had a purpose. We parked a mile from Pine Brook's main entrance, walked the rest of the way through a back trail. The weather was cold, dry. The kind that made your breath visible and your fingers go numb by the time you'd zipped your coat. When we got to Lot 23, everything was as we'd left it. Empty. We didn't stop. We followed the trail for about 10 minutes before Claire spotted the turnoff. The ruts were there. Faint, overgrown with brush and moss, but there. She looked at me, then started walking. We didn't talk much after that. The path curved sharply left, then widened into a shallow clearing. And there it was. A van. Not the van, at least not visibly the same. This one had been there for a while, covered in pine needles and rust, tires deflated, back doors sealed shut with what looked like an old bike chain. Claire walked around it once, slowly. She tapped the scanner near the base of the back doors. It chirped. Then she scanned the ground nearby. Another ping. She dropped to her knees and started brushing away the leaves. And there, buried in a shallow impression in the dirt, was another fire pit, long dead, but inside it half-melted toys, a phone case, what looked like the edge of a shoe. Children's sighs. Claire stood up, hands shaking. This wasn't just one person, she said. I felt something then. Not fear. Something worse. Like we were too close to something we had no business finding. Like the trees around us were suddenly listening. And maybe, just maybe, the van we saw hadn't ever really left. We didn't speak on the walk back, not at first. Claire had her phone out, snapping photos of the van, the fire pit, even the tire ruts in the dirt. She moved with this steady, determined calm I hadn't seen in her since the day after the original trip. Like the second she knelt down and uncovered that fire pit, something inside her clicked into place. Not fear, not panic, just clarity. Me? I kept looking over my shoulder. There was this feeling I couldn't shake, like we weren't supposed to have found any of it. That we'd wandered somewhere we weren't meant to go, and now the forest had noticed. Not in a supernatural way. Just eyes, people, watching, waiting. We got back to the main trail around noon. Still no signs of rangers, no other hikers, no campers, and no van in Lot 21. Either the spot it had been parked at a week earlier. It was all too quiet. When we reached the car, Claire slid into the passenger seat without saying a word and started uploading the photos to a cloud folder, marking each one by timestamp and GPS data. She'd been using an offline mapping app that logged everything. She was methodical like that. The kind of person who highlighted books and kept receipts. I didn't start the car yet. Instead, I sat there gripping the steering wheel, staring through the windshield at the same trees we'd stared at the first time we pulled in. "We're not done, are we?" I asked. Claire didn't look up, not even close. When we got home, she contacted the families. She didn't tell me right away, just started sending messages through social media, carefully worded and direct. She said if she were them, she'd want to know. That maybe they'd been waiting for someone to say, "Hey, I saw something," even if it didn't change the outcome. I watched from the hallway while she typed. Her shoulders were tense, focused. I knew better than to interrupt. 2 responded that night. One thanked her, said the police had stopped updating them months ago. The other asked for copies of the photos. The 3rd reply came the next day, different tone, nervous, almost like they were afraid to say too much over a direct message. Claire read it out loud. "We saw the same van when our son went missing. No one believed us. It was in the parking lot that day, windows blacked out. My husband tried to take a photo, but the driver sped off. No plates." She paused, then whispered the next part. "They come back." We went to the police. It felt ridiculous, walking into a station with printed screenshots and trail maps. We expected rolled eyes, maybe even a polite "we'll look into it" before getting brushed off. But what we got was worse. The officer at the front desk barely let us finish before holding up his hand. "You're not the first," he said. Claire and I exchanged a look. He leaned forward. "You think this is the first time someone's come in here with stories about that forest? People talk. People come in shaking, pale, saying they saw something. But no one brings proof." Claire slid the stack of photos across the desk. He glanced at them, mouth twitching like he didn't want to admit he was interested. "What do you want us to do with this?" "Investigate," Claire said flatly. "Go to the site, check the van. That pit had children's items in it." He tapped the stack once, then exhaled. "I'll pass it along," he said, "but off the record, this kind of thing doesn't go anywhere, not unless it's happening in someone's backyard or goes viral. And even then, it gets buried fast." Claire's jaw tightened. "Why?" He hesitated, then said something that stuck with me more than anything else. "Because it's cleaner to pretend these people never existed than to admit we lost them." That night, I couldn't sit still. Claire was organizing her files again, posting in online forums under an alias, tagging news outlets, even starting a private thread to compile other stories. Meanwhile, I was pacing. Every time I passed the living room window, I checked the street. Nothing, but I kept checking anyway. Finally, around 2 a.m., I stepped outside. No sounds, no cars, the kind of silence you only hear right before something breaks it. I walked to the curb and stood there, looking up and down the road. And that's when I saw it. Headlights, far end of the block, just sitting there, not moving. I narrowed my eyes. White. I walked back inside without saying anything to Claire. The lights were gone by the time I looked out the window again. The next morning there was an envelope on our doorstep. No name, no return address. Just a single photo inside. It was us. Me and Claire, from behind, in the woods. Taken from a distance, like through brush. I stared at it for a long time before flipping it over. On the back, written in tiny black ink, were the words, "You're looking too hard." Claire stood behind me, reading over my shoulder. She didn't speak, just reached out, took the photo, and placed it inside her folder. Then she locked the deadbolt on the front door and pulled the curtains shut. We stopped going out much after that. Groceries were done late at night, no more hikes, no more back roads. If we didn't have to be somewhere, we weren't. Claire set up a camera at the front door, then the back, then 2 more for the windows. We changed our route to work, changed our phones, changed passwords. But still, once, while taking the trash out, I found a cigarette butt tucked under the edge of our doormat. We don't smoke. Another time, Claire swore someone had gone through her car, nothing missing, just the glove box left open. Whatever this was, whoever they were, they wanted us to know they were close. But they also wanted us to stop. Weeks passed. The police never followed up. None of the forums responded to Claire's thread. One of the families we spoke to deleted their social media altogether. It was like someone had hit a reset button on the whole thing, scrubbing it clean, pretending it never happened. I wanted to stop thinking about it, wanted to pretend we'd just imagined the worst. But late one night, I walked out to the porch and sat in the dark. No phone, no flashlight. Just me and the quiet. And after a few minutes, I realized something that chilled me more than the photo, more than the fire pit, more than the officer's warning. The forest wasn't following us. We were still in it. It was about 3 a.m. when I woke up to the sound of Claire moving around in the kitchen. She wasn't trying to be quiet, but she also wasn't loud. Cabinet doors opened slowly, closed gently. Drawers sliding open in little bursts. I laid there listening for a minute before calling out, "What are you doing?" She didn't answer at first. Then I heard the fridge open and close, followed by the rustle of paper, maybe foil, maybe something in a bag. I sat up. "Claire." She came into the room a second later, hair a mess, eyes wide but unfocused, like she hadn't slept at all, like she hadn't stopped moving long enough to try. She held something in her hand, a printout. "There's another one," she said. It took me a second to process. Another what? Post, same van, same area, just uploaded 20 minutes ago. I took it from her. It was a screenshot of a Facebook post from someone named Greg L. The photo was blurry, taken through a window, probably a moving car, but unmistakable. The van was there, white, windowless, same size. No plates, parked along a fire road on the edge of Pine Brook. The caption was short. "Saw this van parked near Trailhead 9, no one inside, creeped me out, left fast." I handed it back to her. "This is recent." "Yeah, and guess what?" she said, turning back toward her laptop. "That trailhead wasn't even open last time we were there. It was blocked off for maintenance." I pulled the blanket around my shoulders and followed her. On the screen, she had a map open, side by side with satellite view. There was the trailhead deep on the northwest edge of the park, just past a bend in the river trail. According to Claire, It had been closed due to flooding over the summer. They reopened it last week, she said, quietly, no announcement, just removed the barriers. And that's where it showed up. She nodded. We stared at the screen together. Then she clicked to another tab, one I hadn't seen before. It was a shared spreadsheet. Names, dates, locations, notes. You made a list, I said quietly. I've been keeping track of everything, every mention, every story. It's always near a trailhead, always off-season, always no plates. I scrolled through the entries. There were over 30. This is more than I thought, I said. It's more than anyone thinks, she replied, because no one's putting the pieces together. By sunrise, we'd decided. We were going back. Not to hike, not to camp, not even to wander near the sites we'd been to before. Just to watch. To sit near Trailhead 9 with a camera and a pair of binoculars and see what showed up. Maybe we'd catch a license plate, maybe a face, maybe nothing. But we had to go. We left that afternoon. Claire packed like she was prepping for a stakeout, camera batteries, snacks, extra SD cards. She'd even borrowed a long-lens DSLR from her coworker for wildlife photography, which wasn't technically a lie. I drove. The closer we got, the quieter it became inside the car. No music. Just the occasional highway noise and the soft sound of Claire flipping through her notes again, double-checking details she already knew by heart. We parked half a mile from the trailhead, near a stretch of road that curved around a ridge and offered a clear view of the lot. There were no other cars, just a wide gravel loop half covered in leaves. Claire set up the camera in the back seat, pointing through the windshield. I kept my eyes on the trail entrance. We waited. An hour passed. Then 2. Still nothing. Claire tapped her pen against the armrest. This is how it always happens, she said. They don't come when you're watching. They came before, I said. Because we weren't looking. The sun dipped lower behind the trees. The air got colder. I turned on the car heater for a few minutes, trying not to fog up the windows. Then, just as the sky started to go gray, Claire leaned forward. There. I followed her gaze. The van. Coming from the north, slow and deliberate, like it wasn't in a hurry. No headlights, no markings, just white metal against the fall colors. It turned into the lot, rolled halfway through, then backed into a spot with the rear facing the tree line. From our distance, we couldn't see inside, couldn't make out the driver. But the camera caught it all. Claire clicked the shutter, then again and again, until the van disappeared behind the tree cover. We waited another hour. No one got out. No one got in. It just sat there. And then just like that, it pulled out and drove off. Back the way it came. Gone. Claire leaned back in her seat and let out a breath she'd been holding for way too long. We got it, she said. That's the van. I nodded. Now what? She turned toward me, eyes locked on mine. Now we find out where it goes. We followed at a distance, just enough to keep it in view without drawing attention. It turned onto a fire road unmarked, then kept going. Eventually, it led to another clearing, not the one we'd found last time. A different spot. More remote. There were signs of a campsite, old fire ring, patches of disturbed dirt, and a tarp. Folded. Stained. Claire took more photos. Then she crouched and pulled something from the leaves. A shoe. Kid's size again. She didn't speak. Neither did I. Just then, a sound faint but unmistakable. A snap. A branch. We turned together. In the shadows of the trees, just past the tarp, someone was standing. Watching. Not moving, not speaking. Just there. Claire grabbed my arm, and we backed away slowly, keeping our eyes forward, not turning our backs. When we finally got to the car, I fumbled the keys, hands shaking. We drove. Fast. Didn't stop until we hit pavement again. Claire's hands were clenched white around the camera. "We're not making this up," she said. "I know. And if we are..." She trailed off. We didn't finish that sentence. It was almost a month before we went back. Not because we wanted to, not even because we thought we'd be safer, but because something changed, something that didn't make sense and wouldn't leave us alone. It started with Claire's phone. She kept all the evidence we'd gathered stored on the cloud, every photo, every screenshot, even audio recordings of conversations we'd had about it. She backed them up twice, one local, one online. The folder was titled something vague, so it wouldn't stand out. But one morning, while doing routine checks, she noticed it was gone. Not corrupted, not deleted by accident, gone. The physical hard drive wouldn't open. The files showed empty, like they'd never been there. When she went to log into the cloud backup, the account had been locked due to unusual activity. When she finally got back in, the folder was there, but every single file had been replaced with a blank image named 404 JPG. That was when we knew. It wasn't just the van. It was whoever was behind it, watching, scrubbing, closing every door we opened. So we made a decision. We'd go back to the woods. One last time. Not to chase the van, not to get revenge, but to bury it all, the fear, the obsession, in something solid, proof that wouldn't vanish with a power outage. We bought a disposable film camera, no GPS, no connection. We'd photograph what we could and leave the prints in a safe deposit box under Claire's cousin's name. She didn't even know we were doing it. That was the point. If anything happened to us, if everything got wiped again, the truth would still exist somewhere else. We returned on a Tuesday. Middle of the day, overcast skies, just enough cloud cover to keep most hikers away. We parked in the same lot as before, only this time we didn't go near our old site. We followed the overgrown trail again, the same one that led to the abandoned van, the shallow fire pit, and whatever else had been half buried in that forgotten stretch of forest. But the van was gone. Not just gone, erased. No rust stains on the ground, no tire ruts. The grass had grown back where we'd walked just weeks earlier, like nothing had been there in years. The fire pit was gone too, covered, smoothed out. Someone or something had been through. Maybe it was never there, I whispered, already knowing that wasn't true. Claire didn't reply. She took out the film camera and snapped a photo anyway, of the clearing, of the tree line, of the spot where we remembered it all happening. Even if we can't prove what it was, she said, her voice steady, we can prove something was here. We hiked deeper, following instinct more than map. Claire noticed at first the smell. Rotting wood, wet metal, something sour underneath it all. It led us to a shed. Not big, just enough for 1 or 2 people to stand in, half covered in moss, almost hidden beneath a fallen pine. The door was locked with a rusted padlock. I checked the edges, gave the handle a pull. It didn't budge. Claire raised the camera again. Just as she clicked the shutter, something moved behind us. I turned. Nothing. No footsteps, no birds, not even the usual hum of bugs. It was the kind of silence you feel, not hear. Claire whispered, "Let's go." And we did. We didn't run. We walked, slow and even, never looking back. Because deep down, we both knew if we turned around, we wouldn't be alone. We drove straight from Pinebrook to the photo lab. We paid in cash, using fake names we'd joked about years ago, inside jokes that suddenly didn't feel funny anymore. The technician said the prints would be ready in 24 hours. We didn't sleep that night, not out of fear, just this tight humming alertness that never dipped low enough to allow rest. The next day, the photos were ready. They were clear, unaltered, tangible. The clearing, the trees, the shed. A few of them showed faint impressions in the grass, like something heavy had once sat there. Claire sorted the photos carefully, choosing half to go into the deposit box, the rest to be stored at her aunt's house in a locked filing cabinet buried behind decades of old tax paperwork. We didn't post them. We didn't try to contact journalists. Not again. Instead, we made peace with something harder. We'd carry this story. Just us. Just the truth we knew, without proof, the world would accept. And that was enough. It had to be. The next week we moved. Not far, just out of the city and into a quieter part of the county where the neighbors didn't ask questions and the nights didn't echo quite as loud. We didn't talk about Pinebrook much after that. We went back to work, went out sometimes, laughed when we could, though the laughter always felt a little thinner than before. But we were okay. Changed, yeah, but alive. Some nights, the woods still followed us in our dreams, and once in a while I'd swear I saw a white van parked a few blocks away from our new place. Not every day, just enough to remind me. I never approached it, and it always disappeared by morning. A year later, we got a letter. No return address, no stamp. Inside was a photograph. It was us, standing outside the shed. Same moment Claire had taken the picture. Only this one had been taken from behind, at an angle neither of us could have captured. No note, no signature, just the photo. We didn't panic, we didn't scream. Claire placed the photo in a sealed envelope and added it to the box in the deposit vault. No one else would understand what it meant. But we did. They were done chasing us, because we had stopped chasing them. We never went back to Pine Brook. And maybe that's what kept us safe. Some doors, once opened, don't close easily. Some forests remember your footsteps no matter how lightly you tread. But if there's one thing we learned, it's this. When you see a van with no plates, curtains drawn tight, parked where it shouldn't be, don't look for the driver. Don't wait for the lights. Don't try to find the story behind it. Just leave. Because the moment you start asking questions, you're already part of the answer. It all came to a head because of a typo. Claire was reviewing her notes, something she'd done probably 100 times by now, and realized she'd miswritten one of the trail cam coordinates. She pulled up the satellite view again and zoomed in farther than she had before. The path didn't just lead to that abandoned van in the woods. There was something else. A clearing deeper in, about 30 yards beyond the van site, barely visible from the angle we'd approached it from the first time, but it was there, flat ground, something buried beneath the brush. Maybe a structure, or the remains of one. We had a choice, leave it alone, or go back one last time. We went. Not out of obsession, out of necessity. Because the next time might not come with a warning, and we were done waiting for permission. We told no one. Left our phones at home, wrote a note with the GPS coordinates and left it in the glove box of my car in case something happened. Paranoia? Maybe, but we'd earned that. It took us 2 hours of hiking to reach the clearing. The terrain was harder than before. Roots, dense brambles, overgrowth thick enough that Claire had to pull her scarf over her mouth just to keep the debris out. And then the trees broke. And we saw it. It wasn't a cabin or shack. It was a pit. Roughly the size of a single car, dug into the earth and partially collapsed on one side. On the other, thin metal rods jutted out, maybe the foundation of something old, maybe just rebar. There were signs of past fire, same as before. Scorched dirt, blackened stone, charred metal scraps. Claire was the first to move. She knelt near the edge and started digging gently with her gloves. After maybe 10 minutes, her hand hit something hard. Not stone, not wood. Plastic. She unearthed it slowly, a lid to a storage bin. Melted slightly, but still intact. Inside were fragments of clothing. Strips of faded fabric, a pair of small shoes, a Ziploc bag with a photo half curled inside, a girl in a school uniform smiling awkwardly at the camera. I didn't recognize her. Claire did. She was in one of the posts, she said. A year ago, Virginia, not even from this state. We both sat back, quiet. There was no longer any question. This wasn't isolated. This wasn't one person or one van. It was a system. A rotating method, a trap that moved through parks and forests like a drifting shadow, not staying long enough to leave proof, just long enough to take. And they were counting on no one looking too closely. We brought everything we found to the authorities. But this time we didn't go local. We went federal. Claire sent a packet directly to the FBI, not the general tip line, but an actual agent she tracked down from a national task force on missing persons. She included everything: photos, coordinates, timelines, even the map overlays. Then we waited. And for the first time in months, someone responded. They showed up 2 weeks later. 2 unmarked sedans, federal IDs, real agents. They asked a lot of questions about the van, about the clearing, about how we'd gotten involved. They took our original folder, scanned our trail maps, and asked us not to speak to media just yet. Claire asked them point blank, "Is this part of something bigger?" The older agent, the one who hadn't said much until then, looked at us for a long moment. "There's more like you," he said finally. "People who got too close to something they were never supposed to see. Some vanish, some get scared and shut up, but every once in a while someone brings us enough to open the door." That was it. He didn't elaborate. They left, and we haven't heard from them since. Weeks passed, then months. The missing posters didn't disappear, but some of the families started getting updates. Quiet ones, no details, just acknowledgments that new information had come in. We were never named. Not officially. But I think they knew. And we didn't need credit. We just wanted it to stop. Claire changed after that. Not in a bad way. She just softened. The constant tension left her shoulders. The folder stayed on a shelf, untouched now. She didn't check the curtains every hour anymore. We still don't camp. Probably never will again. The gear is long gone. But we take walks. We drive the coast. We breathe better. As for me, sometimes I still dream about the van. Not in a terrifying way, more like a memory that lingers in the walls of your mind, something half forgotten that comes back in flashes. A sound of branches cracking too close. A car with no plates parked one space over. A shadow watching from the tree line, waiting to see if you notice. But then I wake up, and I check the locks, and I look out the window, and there's nothing there, because they're not following us anymore. We looked back, and they don't like being seen. This is going to sound ridiculous, but I need to write it down. I haven't told anyone yet, not really, not properly. A few comments here and there, but nothing specific. I think part of me was hoping it would just stop on its own, but it hasn't. And now I'm at the point where I'm more scared of staying quiet than I am of someone calling me mad. So yeah, here it is. Every morning for the past 2 weeks, I've been waking up to handprints on the inside of my bedroom window. Not the outside, the inside. At first I didn't think much of it. I figured it was just condensation. You know how it is: weather gets cold, air inside gets warm, glass fogs up. Maybe I touched it without thinking. Maybe I rolled over in my sleep and left a smear. It happens, especially in old flats like mine where the insulation's not great and the windows sweat a bit overnight. So the first time I noticed it, I wiped it clean with my sleeve and forgot about it. Then it happened again, and again. Always the same thing: faint handprints, greasy looking, not wet, not sticky, just smudges that picked up the light in a way you wouldn't notice unless you were looking right at them. Sometimes it was just one hand, sometimes two. but always low on the glass, like someone crouching, and always facing in. That's what started to get to me. They weren't pressed from the inside out. They were facing me, like someone had been looking in. That would be one thing if it were on the outside, maybe a drunk kid passing by, a curious neighbor's kid, something normal, but these weren't outside. They were behind the glass, where only I should be. I tested it more than once, cleaned the window completely, watched the condensation build, waited to see if anything appeared on its own. Nothing. Clean. Normal. Then I'd wake up the next morning and there they were again. Same prints, same shape, same position. I tried not to spiral. I told myself maybe I was doing it in my sleep. Maybe I was pacing, reaching for the glass, trying to check outside without remembering. That theory held up for a while until I noticed something else. The handprints were too small. Not child size, but smaller than mine. The fingers were narrower. The palms were shorter. I held my own hand up to the marks, and the difference was obvious. So now I was really paying attention. I started sleeping with the blinds half open so I could see the window from the bed. I set alarms to wake me up at different times through the night, just to see when the prints might appear. I cleaned the glass before going to bed, wrote the date in the corner with my finger. It always rubbed off when the new prints showed up. By the end of the first week, I was exhausted. I was barely sleeping, and when I did, it was restless and short. I kept jerking awake, thinking I'd heard something, a knock, a breath, a shuffle, just outside the door. But there was never anything there. The next step seemed obvious. I bought one of those cheap, motion-activated lights, the kind you stick to a window or wall, and it flashes when something moves in front of it. I placed it just outside, facing the window directly. The theory was simple. If anything moved past the glass, the light would trigger. I'd wake up, maybe catch something. The first night I used it, nothing happened. Second night, same thing. No flash, no noise. Just more fingerprints when I opened the blinds in the morning. That was when I stopped feeling like I was imagining it, because I was actively watching now. I was documenting things, taking pictures even. I had timestamps. It wasn't just in my head anymore. The light wasn't catching anything, but something was still getting through. So last night, I stayed awake. No alarms, no half-asleep guessing. I made coffee. I set myself up with a blanket on the end of the bed, faced the window, left the blinds open all the way. It was raining slightly, just that light mist that floats under streetlights. It made the glass look foggy, blurred the edges of everything outside. Nothing happened for hours. I scrolled, I read, I checked the light, still working. I could see the tiny sensor flash when I waved at it. 3 o'clock, then 3:30, then 4. And then at 4:06 I saw it. Not a person, not a shape, just the prints. They started to appear right in front of me. First one hand, then the other. Pale marks, slowly pressing against the inside of the window. Not all at once, it was like they were being laid there finger by finger, like someone was leaning in gently, letting each part of their hand settle softly into the glass. I froze. There was nothing in the room. No movement, no breeze, no reflection I could see. Just the prints forming slowly in the mist. And then, very quietly, right next to me, I heard a whisper. Close enough that I felt the air shift. It said, "You see me now." That's when I got up. Not fast. Just moved backward, still watching the window, still not seeing anything but the prints. I didn't turn around. I didn't want to. I slept with the light on after that. Well, I lay down with the light on. I don't think I actually slept. The next morning felt unreal. I stood by the window for what must have been 20 minutes just staring at the marks. I had watched them appear. I knew no one had touched the glass. I had not moved from the bed. I had seen them form, slowly, in real time. But now, in daylight, it was like the moment had never happened. They were faint, fainter than usual maybe. Still that greasy sort of smudge, like someone had been pressing the flat of their hand into the fogged glass and dragging downward. One hand slightly lower than the other, not smeared, just placed, deliberate. And the whisper, that voice, I hadn't dreamed it. I hadn't fallen asleep, not even for a second. I remembered exactly how it had sounded. Close, too close. Not loud, but not distant either. It was like the words had slid right up next to my ear before disappearing into the room behind me. You see me now? I didn't know what to do with that. I did what I always do when I don't know how to feel. I cleaned, took out the glass cleaner, wiped every inch of the window until there wasn't a single trace left, washed the cloth afterward, dried the sill, checked the frame. Nothing unusual, no cracks, no drafts, just clean glass and that deep, nagging sense that something was going to come back. By noon I was convincing myself I had hallucinated it. Lack of sleep, maybe. The kind of thing your brain does when you're overtired and jittery. Except that didn't explain the prints. I hadn't touched the window. I had been watching it the entire time. My hands had stayed in my lap. I kept the blinds shut for most of the day. I didn't want to look out. I didn't want to risk seeing something looking in. I also didn't want my neighbors to see me staring at nothing. Eventually, I went out to the shop just to get some air. Brought back coffee, milk, snacks I didn't need. Anything to feel normal again. Being outside helped for a little bit. I almost forgot how tightly wound I had been. The street looked like any other day. People coming and going, rain clinging to rooftops, a faint smell of petrol in the air. Familiar, unremarkable. That night, I didn't stay up. I told myself I would, but around midnight I started to feel heavy, like the lack of sleep was finally catching up. I still left the blinds open, though, still set my phone to record. I didn't want to wake up again with no clue what had happened. I dreamed something strange. Not a nightmare exactly, just a repeating image. Hands, dozens of them, pressing gently against the glass, not pounding or scratching, just touching, the way someone might push against a surface to test if it would move. And in the background, fog, thick and yellow-gray, the kind that makes everything feel distant even when it's close. I woke up at 6. Sun was already up, light stretching through the blinds. I sat up slowly and looked at the window. New prints, same size, same shape. Except this time, there were more of them. 3 on one side, 2 on the other, staggered slightly, like someone had pressed their hands against the glass and then shifted positions. The marks were clearer too, more defined. I could almost see the outline of the fingers, the slight bend where the palm met the wrist. I checked the video on my phone. It had recorded the entire night. No gaps, no power cuts, and nothing happened on it. No movement, no prints forming. Just me lying there, tossing and turning a few times, the window behind me staying still. I watched it twice. Still nothing. But the prints were there in the morning. I started to wonder if whatever this was, if it even was something could tell when it was being watched. The idea made my stomach turn. I didn't know how else to explain it. When I had been watching directly, the prints appeared in front of me, but when I tried to record them, nothing happened. The motion sensor outside still hadn't triggered either. It was working. I tested it every night. I even changed the batteries just to be sure. But it never flashed once. No birds, no wind, no movement. And yet the prints kept showing up. That day I didn't go out. I stayed in, curtains drawn, pacing from room to room. I tried to distract myself, music, phone calls, cleaning again. Nothing helped. I kept thinking about the prints. That whisper, the slow, dragging motion I'd seen the night before. I even tried calling a friend, but I couldn't bring myself to say the words out loud. I danced around it, mentioned not sleeping well, made a joke about the weather being creepy. She laughed. Said I needed rest, said I was probably just run down. Maybe she was right. But that night, something else happened. Around 2:30, I was half asleep when I heard a click. It came from the hallway. I sat up straight in bed, heart racing, trying to pinpoint the sound. Then I heard the second click. The lock on the front door, not the deadbolt, the latch. I got up, slowly, careful not to make noise. I didn't turn the lights on. I just stood in the bedroom doorway and listened. I swear I could hear breathing. Not heavy, just slow, controlled. I stayed frozen in place for what felt like hours. Eventually the sound stopped. I checked the door. Still locked. But the window, the prints were already there. I didn't move for a long time. After I saw the prints that night, fresh ones, clearer than ever, even with the room still dim, I just stood there in the doorway staring at them. I hadn't turned on the light yet. I didn't want to. Somehow it felt like doing that would make it worse, like it would acknowledge something I wasn't ready to face. There was no question this time. I hadn't been dreaming. I hadn't imagined anything. The lock had clicked, twice, the way it always does when someone comes in or out, but no one had. I checked the door over and over, still locked, still bolted. I even pulled it open just to be sure, like maybe something had slipped out before I got up, but the hallway was silent. Still, the way it gets around 3 in the morning, when the world feels thinner and quieter than it should. I went back to the window. The prints weren't where they had been before. They had shifted slightly, as if whoever was doing this had been moving while they touched the glass. Like they had leaned in, then stepped slightly to the left. Then right. One set of fingers had smudged across the glass in a curved line, as if tracing something. I didn't clean them right away. I stood in front of the window and tried to line up my own hand to the marks. Not even close. The size was different again. Too thin, too narrow. The fingers almost graceful in shape, like they belonged to someone smaller, maybe younger, but definitely not me. I turned the lights on, every one of them, left them burning all night. I sat in the kitchen until sunrise, staring at the back door, which I now realized I hadn't even checked. But it was locked, too. I checked all the windows again, every latch, everything was shut. It was like whatever this was didn't care about doors, or locks, or whether I was awake or not. The next day, I called in sick. I couldn't focus, couldn't hold a thought long enough to type an email. I kept looking at the window. I tried not to, but I did. Every time I walked past, I checked to see if the prints had returned, even though it was still daylight. They hadn't. But the feeling had. That pressure in the air, that sense of someone standing just behind you when you're not looking, it stuck around like humidity, like a smell you can't place. That night, I didn't want to sleep in the bedroom, so I moved to the couch. I pulled the curtains in the living room halfway closed, enough to see out but still feel like I had some cover. I left the kitchen light on. I brought the flashlight with me and placed it on the coffee table next to my phone. And I waited. I wasn't trying to catch anything this time. I wasn't trying to be clever. I just didn't want to be taken by surprise. That was the worst part, how passive it made me feel. Like I was a background character in my own flat, just watching strange things happen around me with no say in any of it. I must have nodded off at some point, because I woke up to the sound of breathing. Not loud, not aggressive, but there. It was so close that at first I thought it was mine, that maybe I had been dreaming about it and carried the sound into waking, but I held my breath and the sound kept going. Slow, rhythmic, measured. It was coming from the other side of the room. Not near the window this time. Near the hallway. I sat up, heartbeat pounding behind my eyes. The living room was still lit by the kitchen glow, just enough to cast long shadows across the carpet. I grabbed the flashlight and turned it on, swept the beam across the wall, toward the door. No one. But the breathing stopped the second I moved, like it had never been there. I didn't sleep again. That morning, there were no new prints on the bedroom window, but there was one on the hallway mirror, high up, near the top right corner, almost too high for me to reach without stretching. It was just a single palm, flat and smeared slightly downward, like someone had placed their hand there and slowly slid it. I tried to recreate it. My hand didn't match the angle, and it wasn't foggy in the hallway. There was no condensation, no heat difference, just the print, sitting there like a question. That was the day I started to consider something I hadn't before. What if this wasn't a ghost? I had been operating under the assumption that this was a haunting, a presence, something invisible but intelligent, trying to be seen, but now I wasn't so sure. Because it felt closer than that. It felt like someone, not something. I started researching. Not supernatural stuff, not at first. I looked into break-ins, stalkers, anything that might explain what I was experiencing. I looked up cases where people had found out they were being watched without knowing it. I found a few, mostly horror stories on forums, probably made up, but a few stuck out. Stories where people found footprints in the attic dust, where food went missing from the fridge, where people realized too late that someone had been living nearby under the house or inside the walls. I didn't have an attic. I didn't have a basement either, but I started checking all the places I hadn't before. Behind the boiler, inside the old laundry cupboard, I pulled out drawers and opened the back panel under the sink. Nothing. Everything was clean, dusty, still. And yet the feeling hadn't gone. That night, I stood in the hallway for an hour. Lights off. Just waiting. And I swear at one point, I felt someone standing behind me. Not close, just outside reach. I didn't turn around. I just walked to the kitchen and stayed there until morning. I started keeping the television on at night, just low-volume background noise, usually some old nature documentary or a rerun of a show I did not have to follow too closely, anything with voices. Silence had started to make me nervous in a way it never had before. I used to like the quiet. Now it felt like it was waiting for something or someone. The mirror stayed untouched for 2 days. No new prints. Nothing else moved or out of place. I actually started to think maybe whatever this was had passed through and left. I almost let myself believe it. But then the 5th night came. I had not been in the bedroom since the first whisper. I was still sleeping on the couch, if you could even call it that. It was more like short bursts of half-sleep, eyes closed but ears still on full alert. That night, I heard something new. It started just after 3. A sound like cloth dragging across the floor. Not loud, but steady. Not scratching, just a soft shift. I sat up instantly, heart already pounding, and listened. It came again, this time from the kitchen. I stood and waited. My flashlight was still on the table. I picked it up and moved slowly across the room, bare feet trying not to creak the floorboards too much. I was halfway to the doorway when it stopped. No movement, no sound. I flicked the light on. The kitchen was empty, but one of the cabinet doors was open. Only slightly. It was the one under the sink, the one I had checked a few days ago, when I started thinking maybe someone had been hiding. I walked over, pulled it open fully, crouched down, and aimed the flashlight inside. Nothing. Same cleaning bottles, same folded cloths, same dust in the corners. But the door had definitely been closed earlier. I closed it again, slowly, firmly, listened, waited. The air felt thick, like it does before a thunderstorm. I couldn't hear anything, but I could feel something, like the moment right before someone speaks your name. I left the light on that night. In every room. The next morning, the mirror had another print. Not high up this time. This one was right in the middle, a set of fingers pressed harder than before, so clear I could see the individual ridges where they curved. I almost called someone then. Almost. But what would I say? That a ghost was touching my glass? That someone invisible had been wandering around my flat, leaving oily fingerprints? I stood in front of the mirror for a long time. Then I did something I still don't really understand. I pressed my own hand into the print. Palm flat, fingers aligned as best I could. It was cold. Not the glass, the air. Just for a second. Like the temperature around my skin dropped the moment I touched it. Then it was gone. I pulled my hand away, and the print, the other one, had started to fade. I didn't even wipe it. It just faded on its own, like it had never been there. I spent the rest of the day trying to shake that feeling of touching something, not a surface, something else, like pressing your hand into the air and finding a pulse there. That night, I blocked the mirror with a blanket, pinned it up across the wall with tape, made sure the fabric was thick enough that I could not see anything behind it. Then I did the same with the bedroom window. I had already been avoiding it, but now I just wanted it gone from sight. I even unplugged the television. I could not listen to voices anymore. I wanted silence now, but not the natural kind. I wanted the kind that lets you hear what's really moving around. It was after midnight when I heard the whisper again. This time it came from behind the blanket. Same tone, same pitch, but a different sentence. It said, "I know you see me." Not loud, not angry, just said, as if we were already in the middle of a conversation. I sat perfectly still. Then it said it again. "I know you see me." And the blanket moved. Only a little. Just enough to shift at the bottom corner, like someone had breathed against it from the other side. I didn't look. I couldn't. I picked up the flashlight, pointed it at the blanket, and just kept it there. The fabric stilled. No more sound. No more whisper. But I left the light on it all night. By morning, the blanket hadn't moved again. I pulled it down slowly, half expecting to find new prints, or worse, nothing at all. But there was nothing. Just the mirror. Clear. Clean. Too clean. That was the first time I felt it, that whatever was happening wasn't just about fear. It was about being noticed. About attention. It wanted to be seen, not in full, not directly, but known, acknowledged. I think blocking the mirror made it angry. And I think it spoke again just to remind me it was still here, still watching, still reaching. So now I am stuck in this place where I am afraid of seeing it, and more afraid of what might happen if I stop looking. I don't know which is worse. After the blanket shifted, I stopped sleeping. I don't just mean I stayed up late or had trouble drifting off. I mean I stopped even trying. Something in me just clicked over into this state of constant alert, like my body had decided sleep wasn't worth the risk anymore. I stopped turning off the lights at night. I started sitting upright in the chair by the kitchen table, sometimes for 5 or 6 hours, just staring down the hallway. I don't even remember feeling tired anymore, just wired. My thoughts would wander in circles, never really landing anywhere useful. I'd think about the prints, the whispers. That single sentence I kept hearing over and over again, "I know you see me." I kept asking myself what that meant, not just the words, but the fact that it had said them, that it wanted me to hear them, that it wanted me to know that it knew I had been watching. It didn't feel random. It felt like part of something bigger that I couldn't see. For 2 nights after that, Nothing new happened. I thought maybe I had gone far enough, that covering the mirror and not speaking out loud anymore had stopped whatever it was from getting stronger. That maybe the thing in the flat or near the flat had decided I was no longer giving it what it wanted. But on the third night, the window in the kitchen fogged up. I didn't see it happen, but I noticed it around 3 a.m. when I walked past to refill my glass. It was strange because the temperature in the flat hadn't changed, and none of the other windows had fogged. Just that one. I stepped closer, and that was when I saw it. The print was already there. A hand again, but this time the fingers were spread wider, pressed harder, almost like it had slammed its palm into the glass and left it there. There was a small line dragging down from one of the fingers, like it had slid slowly, not all the way down, just enough to make a streak. I stood there for a long time, just staring at it. I didn't clean it this time. I wanted to see what would happen if I left it. The next morning, the print was gone. Not faded. Gone. And there was a different one on the opposite side of the same window. That one was smaller, 2 fingers side by side, the rest of the hand not visible. Like someone had stood outside watching and placed only 2 fingers on the glass as if to say, I can still touch this too. The thing that got to me most wasn't the prints themselves. It was how intentional they had become. These weren't random smudges or marks from sleepwalking. They were messages, patterns. They were placed to be noticed. That night, I left my phone recording again. Audio only this time. I left it on the table, facing the hallway. I didn't want to film anything. I didn't want to see movement. I just wanted to know if it made noise when I was asleep. I tried to rest for a few hours, curled up on the couch with the hallway light still on, blanket pulled halfway over my face. I didn't really sleep. I just drifted in and out. The next morning, I played the recording. It started with nothing. The usual creaks, the fridge, my own breathing. Then at exactly 3:13, I heard something new. First, the sound of 3 slow taps. They weren't sharp, just dull knocks, like someone pressing gently on wood. Then a whisper. It was not clear, not a word, just a sound, like a breath that almost turned into speech but did not finish. Then silence again. Then the taps returned, this time from closer, louder, but still soft, still careful. And then, finally, one more whisper, this one more distinct. It said, almost ready. That was it. The file ended with nothing else. Just that phrase, said so low I had to turn the volume up to hear it properly. Almost ready. Ready for what? What was it waiting for? Was it me? Was it something I was supposed to do? I started writing everything down after that, not just in my head, not just for this post. I made a physical notebook with dates, times, what happened, what I heard, what I saw. It helped a little. It made it feel like I had some kind of control, like I could map out the pattern. But I could not find one. The only thing that was clear was this. It was getting closer. Not in distance, not exactly, but in intention. Everything was deliberate now, timed, chosen. The mirror, the windows, the kitchen, the whispers. It was not showing itself, but it wanted to be known. It wanted me to understand that it was here. The next night, I heard footsteps. Light ones, soft enough that I questioned it at first. I turned off the television and waited. They stopped. Then started again. From the hallway. Coming toward the living room. I stood up, heart thudding in my chest. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. They stopped just outside the doorway. I could not see anyone, but I could feel it. That same shift in the air, that same drop in temperature, the kind of pressure that makes your skin tighten and your throat close up. Then I heard the last sound I ever expected. Laughter. A single breath of laughter, not loud, not cruel, just amused. Then nothing. I sat down again and waited for morning. I stayed awake for 2 nights after that. Not in the way I had before, drifting in and out. I mean fully awake. Sitting on the floor with my back against the living room wall, lights on, blanket pulled up to my chin, flashlight in one hand and the other gripping a cold cup of tea that I never drank. Every little sound had weight to it. Every creak, every shift in the air, every faint brush of wind outside the window, all of it felt loaded. But nothing happened. No new prints. No whispers. No breathing. By the 3rd night, my body was giving up. I could feel it in the way my thoughts kept looping, the way my eyes burned even when I blinked, the dull ache in the back of my neck from sitting too still for too long. I knew I couldn't keep going like that. Whatever it was, ghost, hallucination, intruder, something worse, it wanted me to unravel, and it was working. So I did something that might sound strange, but at the time, it felt like the only option I had left. I talked to it. Out loud. It was nearly 4 in the morning. I was alone. The window was clear. The mirror was still covered. Nothing was moving. The flat was dead silent. And I just said, "I see you. I know you're here." And I waited. Nothing. So I kept going. "I don't know what you want, but I don't want this anymore." Still nothing. I started talking to it the way you might talk to something in a dream, not commanding it, not challenging it, just naming it, saying it out loud so it didn't feel so impossible. If you want to be seen, fine, you've been seen. The words felt ridiculous. I was half expecting to laugh, but I didn't, because the air had changed, again. It got heavier. Not colder, just dense, like the pressure dropped in the room. I stood up. My knees ached from being bent so long, but I ignored it. I walked into the bedroom and pulled down the blanket covering the mirror. Nothing. Then I walked to the window and opened the blinds. Still nothing. But when I turned around to head back to the living room, I saw something that stopped me cold. On the wall, just above the skirting board, there was a handprint. It wasn't greasy like the others. It looked burned, like a faint black smudge pressed into the paint itself, the shape of a palm, long fingers, slightly spread apart, not dripping, not fading, just there, as if someone had touched the wall with heat instead of moisture. And beside it, drawn carefully in what looked like the same soot or ash, were 3 words. "You know now." That was it. I didn't sleep that night either. I just sat on the floor and stared at those words until the sun came up. My stomach was in knots. My thoughts kept circling back to what I had said, that I saw it, that I acknowledged it. Was that all it wanted? Was this about being witnessed? I washed the wall the next day. It didn't come off. I tried everything: soap, vinegar, scrubbed it with a rag until the paint started to peel, but that mark stayed. Not fresh, not wet, just part of the wall now. I ended up moving a piece of furniture in front of it, a low cabinet. It covers the print mostly. I still know it is there, but it makes it easier to walk past. That was 2 weeks ago. Since then, nothing. No more handprints. No breathing. No voices. The mirror is still uncovered. The window is open most nights now. I even turned off the motion light outside. It never helped anyway, and I do sleep now. Lightly, but enough. I still wake up early, still check every corner of the room, but nothing new has shown up. It's like it gave up. Or maybe it got what it came for. I've thought about telling someone, a proper conversation, not just hinting or dancing around it like I had before. But I don't think anyone would really understand what it felt like, not unless they had lived through it. And it wasn't loud or violent. It wasn't like the movies. It was quiet, close. Like something curling up next to you in the dark just to see if you notice. And I did notice. That part scares me the most. Not that it was here, but that I knew. Somewhere deep down, I think I always knew it had been building. From the first smudge on the glass, I felt it, that presence, watching, waiting, creeping in from the edges. It never needed to kick down the door. It just waited until I was tired enough to open it myself. And I don't know what it was. A ghost? A trick of the mind? Some weird presence looking for a place to land? I really don't know. But I think about those 3 words a lot. You know now. Not you saw me. Not I am here. Just that. You know now. And the truth is, I do. I know there are things that sit just outside of what we call real. Things that do not show up on video, that leave no trail, that move without footsteps and whisper without mouths. I know something can press its hand into your life without ever showing its face. So I keep living here. I keep the lights off more often now. I let the dark come in, because knowing doesn't always mean understanding. And maybe that is enough. I took a drive that night because I couldn't sleep. It was sometime after 1 in the morning, maybe closer to 2. I didn't check the time exactly. I just remember feeling that kind of restlessness where you're not tired but also not exactly awake. That hollow sort of energy that doesn't go anywhere. My flat felt too small, the air too warm. I needed movement, needed air, needed space to stretch my thoughts out in a straight line. So I grabbed my keys, threw a hoodie over what I was already wearing, and headed out without a real plan. It wasn't the first time I'd done that. Late-night drives are kind of a habit now and then. Something about having the road to yourself helps you feel like you're outside of whatever's been sitting on your chest all day. It had been raining earlier, the roads were still damp, and there was that thick, low fog Cornwall sometimes gets this time of year. The kind that sticks to your headlights and makes everything ahead of you feel closer than it should be. I stuck to the quieter roads, winding lanes I knew well enough not to think too hard about. No music, just the soft hum of the engine and the occasional hiss of tires on wet tarmac. There's something strange about how empty things get after midnight. Even places you know like the back of your hand start to feel unfamiliar. The hedgerows look taller. The bends come quicker. The road signs catch your headlights and seem to hang there longer than they should. I was maybe 15 minutes from home when it happened. I had just come around a soft bend in the road where the hedges pull back and there's a short stretch of straightaway. The fog was thicker in that part, not enough to stop the car, but enough that I eased up a little on the accelerator. I remember thinking I hadn't seen another car the whole time I'd been out. Not one. Then I saw something in the road. At first I thought it was a tree branch or some debris, something the wind had dragged out. I even tapped the brakes automatically, trying to make out the shape through the mist. But as I got closer, my brain sort of misfired. The shape didn't make sense. It was a person, standing right in the middle of the road. I slammed the brakes, hard enough that my seatbelt locked and I felt the jolt through my chest. The car skidded slightly on the wet ground and came to a lurching stop, maybe 10 or 15 feet from where they were. Except they weren't. I swear to you, for that split second, they were right there, pale, absolutely soaked through, hair hanging down, no shoes. Just standing there barefoot in the road like it was the most natural thing in the world. And they were smiling. Not a big grin or anything like that, just this small, closed-mouth smile, calm, still, not moving. Then I blinked, and they were gone. The road was empty again, just the fog and the wet and the quiet. I sat there gripping the steering wheel, not moving, heart pounding in my ears. I turned the headlights left and right. Nothing. No one. Not even a footprint on the damp road. I waited a full minute before easing the car forward again. There was nowhere for them to have gone, no nearby driveways, no gates, just hedgerows and old trees on either side. But the thing that chilled me more than anything was that I had not seen them step out. Or step away. They had just disappeared. I tried to tell myself it was the fog, the rain, a trick of the light. Maybe I had seen a shadow or a reflection or something off a branch. But that smile, that still smile, felt burned into my memory already. I kept driving. Slower now, watching every corner like something might step out again. The rest of the way home was uneventful. Empty streets, empty drive. I pulled into the small lot behind my building and sat in the car for a few seconds, engine idling, just breathing. Still foggy. Still quiet. The kind of night that feels like it's holding its breath. I finally killed the engine and headed up to my front door. And that's when I noticed two things that stopped me cold. First, the door was unlocked. I never leave it unlocked, not even when I'm just going to throw out the bins. It's automatic, keys in, door locked, always. But that night, it was sitting slightly ajar. Just enough that I could push it open without touching the handle. And second, the floor just inside the doorway was wet. Not soaked, not flooded, but damp, a kind of tracked-in wetness like someone had walked in dripping. The wooden floor was darkened in a clear path, leading a few steps in and then fading off, as if whatever had been there had stopped just short of the hallway. I stood there for a long time, not going inside, not calling anyone, just staring at that faint trail of water and thinking about that figure in the road, the bare feet, the way they looked at me without moving, the way they smiled like they knew something I didn't. Then I slowly pushed the door the rest of the way open and stepped inside. I stood just inside the doorway for a while, not moving, not speaking, not even fully breathing. I think I was listening more than anything. For footsteps upstairs, for the sound of the back door opening, for anything that would tell me someone else was in the flat. But there was nothing, no creaking floorboards, no movement. Just the usual night stillness that now felt way too quiet. The trail of damp on the floor wasn't big, but it was there, a clear arc starting just inside the door and stretching 3 steps forward. Like someone had stepped in barefoot, paused, and then turned around. Except they hadn't turned around. That was the part that made my skin tighten. The wet marks didn't lead back to the door. They just stopped. No return path, no direction. It was as if someone had entered and then vanished where they stood. I checked the door again, still slightly open. Not forced, not broken, not even scratched. Just unlocked, hanging a few inches off the latch like someone had stepped in and not bothered to close it behind them. I turned on every light in the flat, room by room. I told myself I was being paranoid, but I still opened every cupboard, every closet, even pulled back the shower curtain in the bathroom. Nothing. No one. Everything was where it should be. But I still couldn't shake it. That image in the road was burned into my brain. That pale, soaked figure. The way they looked right at me like I wasn't even worth reacting to. Like I was something they had already seen before. Or maybe something they were waiting for. I dried the floor with a towel, not because it made me feel better, but because I couldn't look at the wet patch anymore. Every time I glanced at it, my brain kept filling in that missing shape, those bare feet standing just inside the doorway, dripping quietly. Eventually, I sat down on the couch and just tried to think. I was still trying to talk myself down. Maybe I had forgotten to lock the door. Maybe the condensation from outside had caused the floor to feel damp. Maybe what I saw in the road had been fog or a trick of my own tired mind. All of that could have been true, but none of it felt true. You know when something is off in your gut, you might not be able to prove it, but your body knows. Mine did. I left the lights on that night. Not just the hallway, all of them. Kitchen, living room, bathroom, even the little lamp in the corner of the bedroom. It was the only way I could even attempt sleep. And even then, I just lay there staring at the ceiling, blinking against the light. At some point I drifted off, not for long, just enough to dream in flashes. And in the dream, I was back in the car. Same road. Same curve. Same figure in the fog. Except this time, when I slammed the brakes, they didn't disappear. They walked forward. Slow, calm. And when they reached my window, they didn't knock. They just leaned in close until their face was inches from mine. That same smile, that same wet hair. and eyes that looked so completely empty, it was like they were never meant to hold light. I woke up sweating. The room was silent. The lights were still on. I stayed in bed until the sun came through the blinds. Once it was fully morning, everything seemed normal again. I checked the front door. Locked. No damp on the floor. My brain kept telling me to let it go, but I couldn't. I went over every detail in my head again, slowly, like replaying a film frame by frame. That's when I remembered something small but sharp. When I got home the night before, my keys were still in my pocket, which made no sense. If I had come home and unlocked the door, I would have had them in hand. But I didn't use them, because the door was already open. That realization sat like a stone in my stomach. Later that day, I told a friend what had happened. I didn't tell them everything, just the basics, the drive, the figure in the road, the unlocked door. I left out the smile. I left out the wet patch on the floor. I didn't want to sound too dramatic. They told me I'd probably nodded off for a second while driving, that it was a hallucination, micro-sleep, stress. They said it happens all the time, especially in fog. Especially when you're already tired. The brain fills in blanks. Doors get left unlocked. You probably forgot to pull it shut. I nodded along. But I didn't believe any of that. That night, I installed a second lock on the front door. One of those bolt-style ones you can only open from the inside. It wasn't because I thought someone was going to break in. It was because I wanted to be completely sure that if the door opened again, I'd know it wasn't an accident. The second night was quieter. I kept the lights on again. I still couldn't sleep. And around 2 a.m, I heard something. It wasn't loud, just a soft, dull tap, like a finger on glass. One tap, then another. I froze in place, every hair on my body standing up. The sound came again. Not aggressive, just patient, like someone waiting to be let in. I did not move for a long time. That soft tapping on the glass continued with long gaps in between, like whoever was doing it had all the time in the world. One tap, then silence, then another. And the worst part was, I could not tell where it was coming from. My flat has a few windows, one in the kitchen that faces the alley, another in the bedroom that looks out onto the small garden, and one in the living room facing the street. But the sound was so gentle, so faint, that it felt like it could have come from any of them. I did not get up right away. I sat there on the edge of my bed, hands flat on the blanket, straining to listen. I even held my breath for a few seconds to make sure I wasn't hearing my own imagination. But the sound came again, a single, patient tap. At some point, I forced myself to move. I reached for the torch I keep in the nightstand. It is just a habit, something I have had for years, ever since a power cut left me scrambling in the dark. I turned it on and walked as quietly as I could through the hallway, scanning each room from the doorway before stepping inside. The kitchen was empty, no marks on the window. The living room was empty too, curtains closed, nothing disturbed. Then I went to the bedroom window and pulled the curtain aside just enough to peek through. There was no one there. But the grass below was wet again. and there were faint footprints in the dirt just outside the pane, not clear enough to photograph, but I saw the indentations, bare feet, the size of a small adult, maybe. Heel to toe facing the house, as if someone had stood there looking in. I went around and checked all the windows again, locked. Every door, still bolted. No alarms, no forced entry. But I did not sleep the rest of that night. I sat in the living room with the lights on, curtains open, flashlight in my lap. I did not know what I expected to happen, but I couldn't bring myself to go back to bed. I stayed there until morning, until the sky started to lighten and the sounds of early traffic crept back in. When I finally stood up, I noticed something new. There was a smudge on the glass of the bedroom window. It was small, round, like a fingertip had lightly touched the outside. Not a full handprint, not enough pressure to leave oil or dirt. Just enough to catch the morning light at the right angle. That's when I started to feel it properly, not fear exactly, but a creeping sense that something was choosing to get closer, that it wasn't random, that this thing, this presence, it knew where I lived. And it was testing something, boundaries maybe, or me. I spent most of that day convincing myself it was still nothing, maybe an animal, maybe a neighbor messing around, maybe the fog and the stress were getting to me more than I thought. But I kept seeing that smile in my head, that pale figure in the road, not reacting to the car, just watching. That image had followed me home, and now it felt like it was waiting just outside the windows. I made a list of things to check. Security cameras too expensive, but I started browsing anyway. Window alarms, a motion sensor light for the back garden. I even went into a hardware shop in town and asked about replacement locks, pretending I was doing a general upgrade. The man behind the counter asked if I had had any trouble lately. I said no, just being careful. He nodded like he didn't believe me. That night I tried to act like everything was normal. I cooked dinner, watched a bit of television, left my phone on the arm of the sofa, but every 15 minutes or so, I would get up and walk to the front window, pull the curtain back an inch, and check. Nothing. Just the street light catching the mist in the air. By the time it got late enough for sleep, I knew I wasn't going to get any. Still, I went to bed. I lay there with the hallway light on, listening. No taps that night. No footsteps. No smudges. But sometime around 3, I heard something new. The sound of water dripping. At first I thought it was outside, the roof or the gutter. Then I realized it was too close. I got up and followed it. The dripping was coming from the bathroom. I flicked the light on and froze. There was water pooled on the floor, just a small patch near the sink, not leaking from the tap, not from the ceiling, just there. I looked around, no towels disturbed, nothing knocked over, no sign of a spill. I grabbed a handful of tissue and bent down to mop it up. And just as I did, I noticed the bath mat was damp too. Not wet like it had been stepped on after a shower. Wet like someone had stood on it, barefoot, for a while. I stood up slowly and backed out of the room, leaving the light on. I did not sleep that night either. I kept checking the doors, over and over. I checked them so many times I lost count. Everything was locked. But that morning, when I went to the front door again, I found something tucked in the gap between the frame and the wood. A single, long strand of black hair. It was soaking wet. I just stood there looking at it. That one long strand of hair, caught in the door frame like it had been pinched between the wood when the door closed. It was black, not dark brown, not gray, black and wet. Not just damp wet like it had just come out of the rain. I didn't touch it at first. I didn't want to. Something about it felt too deliberate, like it had been left for me to find. Eventually, I took a tissue from the kitchen and gently lifted it free, folded it up and dropped it into a plastic sandwich bag. I don't know why. It felt ridiculous, standing there in my hallway at 8 in the morning, sealing a hair into a bag like I was a detective in some television drama. But I couldn't bring myself to throw it out. It felt like evidence. I sat with it for a while. I didn't even drink my coffee. I just sat at the table staring at the bag. My thoughts were racing. Part of me was screaming to just call someone. But who? The police. And tell them what that I saw. A pale person in the road, and now my door is haunted by damp footprints and ghost hair. I thought about telling a friend, but I knew how it would go. They'd listen, try to be supportive, and then offer me a long list of rational explanations: condensation, bad dreams, sleepwalking. Someone messing with me as a joke, all of which would make sense if it weren't for how specific everything was. That smile, that figure, the tapping on the glass, the footprints, the puddle on the bathroom floor, the strand of hair. It wasn't just weird. It was connected. And I couldn't prove any of it. That night, I installed a battery-powered motion sensor just inside the hallway. It was meant for garages or sheds, but it worked just fine indoors. I angled it toward the front door so if anyone came in even for a second I would know. I also bought one of those door jamb security wedges, the kind that lets out a loud alarm if the door moves. It wasn't expensive. It didn't even feel like enough, but it helped me sleep a little better. Or at least that's what I told myself. The night passed quietly. Too quietly. No taps, no sounds, just me lying in bed listening to the hum of the hallway light and the occasional creak of the old floorboards adjusting to the temperature. I thought maybe it was over. But the next morning, the bag with the hair in it was gone. I checked the drawer where I had left it, then the bin, then every surface in the kitchen. Nothing. I hadn't moved it. I hadn't even opened the drawer since putting it there. It just wasn't there anymore. I stood in the middle of the flat for a good 5 minutes, trying to remember if maybe I had taken it out and forgotten. But I hadn't. I know I hadn't. I had sealed that strand in a bag and tucked it away. And now it was gone. The rest of the day passed in a fog. I tried working from home, but I couldn't focus. Every small sound made me jump. The wind rattling the window, the fridge humming a little louder than usual. Even the sound of my own phone buzzing gave me a jolt. That night, something new happened. I was brushing my teeth when I saw it. In the mirror, just behind me in the hallway, there was a shape. Not a person. Not fully. Just the suggestion of someone standing there. Just far enough back that I couldn't make out the face. Just long enough for me to freeze, toothbrush halfway to my mouth. And then it was gone. I spun around. Nothing. Just the hallway, empty and still. But when I turned back to the mirror, I noticed something else. There was a drip on my shoulder. Just one. I hadn't showered. I hadn't spilled anything. But there it was, a single droplet of water sliding down the fabric of my t-shirt. I stood in the bathroom for a long time, looking at the mirror, waiting to see it again. It didn't come back. That night, I didn't sleep in my room. I brought a pillow and blanket to the living room and stayed on the sofa, lights on, television low, just to have some kind of noise, something real. But at some point, I must have dozed off, because I woke up to the sound of something scraping. Not loud, but steady, like fingernails on wood. I sat up slowly, heart already pounding. The sound was coming from the hallway. I stood, walked toward it, feet cold against the floor, every part of my body tense. And then it stopped. I reached the door, placed my hand on the knob and paused. The hallway was dark. The light had gone out. I flipped the switch. Nothing. The bulb had burned out. I turned back toward the living room, but before I could take a step, I heard it again. One soft tap. Not at the window this time. At the bedroom door. I stood completely still, just listening. That tap on the bedroom door wasn't loud. It wasn't aggressive. But there was something about how quiet it was that made it worse. It was patient. Like whoever or whatever was on the other side didn't need to rush, like it had all night. I took a breath, not even sure I was going to move. The hallway was still dark. That dead bulb left just enough shadow that I couldn't see the edges of anything clearly. I still had the flashlight in the drawer by the couch, but I didn't want to turn my back to the hallway, not with that door still closed, not with that sound still echoing in my head. Another tap. Just one. Then silence again. I walked forward, slowly. Each step felt loud, even though I was trying to be quiet. I could hear my own breathing, sharp and too fast, bouncing off the walls. I passed the bathroom, then the storage cupboard, and finally came up to the bedroom door. It was closed, which didn't make sense. I had left it open. I remember that clearly. I always leave it open when I sleep on the sofa. I even glanced down the hallway when I turned in for the night. The door had been open then. I stood in front of it now, my hand hovering just an inch from the knob. I could still feel the cold from the hallway draft brushing across my arms. I waited there for a while, trying to decide what I was even going to do if someone was inside. Eventually, I opened the door. Slowly. Nothing. No one standing behind it. No shapes waiting in the dark. But the room was different. The bed had been turned down, like someone had peeled back the blanket on one side and left it ready, like a hotel. And on the pillow, right in the center, was a small puddle. A perfect round spot of water. Not dripping from the ceiling. I checked. No leak. No water glass knocked over. Just a wet mark in the shape of a head, like someone had been lying there, recently. I did not sleep after that. I turned every light on again, made coffee at 4 a.m. just to keep my hands busy. I watched the sun come up from the kitchen table with my back to the window, too nervous to look outside. I didn't want to know if anything was standing there. Later that day, I asked a neighbor if she had noticed anything strange. She gave me a polite smile and asked what I meant. I kept it vague, just said I thought someone might have been poking around the property at night. She said no, she hadn't seen anything, but her cat had been acting odd, wouldn't go near the back door, kept staring at the corners of the ceiling. That was all she said, but it was enough to make my stomach turn. That evening, just as it started to get dark again, I felt it, a pressure, not physical, not painful, but this slow, creeping tension like the walls were closing in, like the house was holding its breath again. I kept the flashlight on me this time. I also set up my phone in the corner of the room to record video overnight. I needed to know if I was imagining things, if something was really moving around when I was asleep. I didn't expect to catch anything, but I had to try. When I reviewed the footage the next morning, most of it was uneventful. Just me tossing on the sofa, muttering a little, the light from the hallway flickering once or twice. But around 2:40 in the morning, something strange happened. The hallway light clicked off completely, not a flicker, just gone. Then, a few seconds later, the image on the screen warped slightly, like something had moved between the camera and the hallway, not close enough to be visible, but just enough to shift the shadows. The video glitched for less than half a second. When the light came back on, everything looked normal. But when I paused it and zoomed in on one frame, my chest went cold. There was something standing near the doorway. A figure. Faint, not fully there, but enough to make out the curve of a head, the shape of a shoulder, and the suggestion of a smile. I shut the video. Didn't watch the rest. I backed it up to a USB and locked it in a drawer. I didn't want to delete it, but I also didn't want it just sitting there on my phone, waiting to be accidentally opened again. I thought about staying somewhere else for the night, a friend's place, a hotel, anywhere. But deep down I felt like it would follow me. That whatever it was, it had already decided I was worth keeping close. I stayed. The next night, I didn't set up the camera. I didn't want to see it again. I didn't want to know how close it was getting. Around 3 in the morning, I heard the door creak. The front door. Not loud, just enough that I knew it was real. I grabbed the flashlight and stepped into the hallway. The door was closed. Still locked, but there was a trail of water leading away from it. And this time it went all the way into the kitchen. I stood at the edge of the hallway and just stared. The trail of water was fresh, darkening the floorboards in irregular blotches like bare feet had walked in slowly, one step at a time, not rushed, not panicked, just calm and deliberate. I didn't move at first. I just stood there with the flashlight on, hand trembling slightly, trying to listen for any sound from the kitchen. But there was nothing. No footsteps. No breath. No creaking boards. Just that awful stillness again, that charged, heavy quiet that had become more familiar than I ever wanted it to be. I stepped forward. One foot, then the other. Flashlight aimed low to follow the path. The damp marks curved gently to the left and then disappeared behind the kitchen door. It was halfway open. I could see part of the counter, the corner of the sink, but not much else. I told myself if the door was still locked and the windows were shut, then it had to be in my head. That was the line I had been repeating for days now. If nothing had physically changed, then it wasn't real. That was the rule. I stepped into the kitchen. Empty. No one there. Everything exactly where I left it. Except the back window was open. Not all the way, but just enough for air to pass through. Enough to let in the smell of cold earth and damp stone and whatever else the fog was hiding out there. I never leave that window open. I barely use it. I even checked it earlier that evening before I went to bed. It had been locked. I was sure of that. Now it was open, and the floor beneath it was wet. I walked over, closed it slowly, locked it again. My hands were shaking. Not because of what I'd seen or not seen, but because it was starting to feel like this thing, whatever it was, didn't care about rules anymore. It could come and go. I was just the person who happened to live here. I wiped up the floor again, second time that week. The next morning, I found the bag with the hair in it. The one I was sure had gone missing. It was back in the same drawer I had left it in originally. Nothing else in the drawer had moved. Just that one plastic bag, folded neatly, sealed tight. I opened it. The hair was gone. Just an empty bag. Not torn, not damaged, just empty. That was the last clear incident. After that, things didn't stop exactly, but they changed. I stopped seeing shapes. I stopped hearing taps. The lights stopped flickering. But I never felt like I was alone in the flat anymore. It was like something had settled in. Like whatever it was had been trying to get in at first, testing me, poking around the edges, trying to see how I'd react. And now that it knew I wasn't going to fight it, it had stopped trying so hard. It had made itself at home. And in a strange way, I got used to it. I started sleeping again, a little. I stopped jumping at every sound. I even turned off the hallway light some nights, but that feeling, the sense of being watched, it never left. I still find small puddles sometimes. Not big ones, just little patches of moisture near the door or under the windowsill. No source, no dripping pipes, just water where there shouldn't be any. I still check the windows every night, still bolt the door, still keep the flashlight near the bed. But I haven't seen it again. Not fully. Not the way I saw it that night on the road. I've driven that road since, not often and never on purpose, but it's hard to avoid if you live in this part of Cornwall. Every time I come around that bend, I slow down more than I need to. My eyes scan the fog for any shape, any flicker of movement, even though I know it will be empty. It's always empty. But every now and then, when the headlights hit the mist just right, I swear I can feel something waiting just outside the reach of the beam. Not visible, just there. Watching. Smiling. I told a friend all of this recently, the full thing, from the road to the footprints to the water to the open window. I didn't expect them to believe me, and I don't think they did, not really. But they listened, and then they said something that stuck with me. They asked if I had checked the local papers, looked for reports, maybe someone had gone missing on that road, or there had been an accident, or a fire, or something. and maybe what I saw, whatever it was, had been connected to that. I did check. Nothing. No recent deaths. No historical articles. No ghost stories. No urban legends. Just fog and winding roads and long hedgerows that block out the world. So now I'm left with this story. Mine. And I honestly don't know what to make of it. It's not dramatic enough to be a haunting. It's not violent enough to be a break-in. It's too detailed to be a dream, and too empty to be proof of anything. It just exists. A series of strange, quiet things that stacked on top of each other until I couldn't ignore them anymore. So I'm writing it here. Because maybe someone else has seen something like it. Or maybe someone will read this and tell me I'm not the only one. Or maybe someone will tell me I'm crazy. I honestly don't know what I'm hoping for. I just want to know what I saw. I want to know who that was standing in the middle of the road. And I want to know why they smiled. Was it a warning? Was it recognition? Or was it something else entirely? Because I can still see that face when I close my eyes. And even now, I'm not sure if they ever really left. So I guess I'll just ask. What do you think this was? Seriously. What the hell do you think I saw?